Alrighty. So, howdy and hello, whoever's watching. Say hi to YouTube, y'all, if you feel like it.
We don't.
Welcome.
Fuck you, YouTube.
Oh my god.
Just kidding.
Welcome to Thursday Shenanigans. Finally getting back on the non-Sonic related rankings topics, I guess you could say. But honestly, we might start alternating back and forth between Sonic and non-Sonic, but stuff to address in a later day. Today, one of the many things on the backlog, gonna be talking about our all-time favorite movies. We have a ton of lists, but we're gonna be bold and daring and probably sit for 6 hours and just do top 8s. Anyway. And it'll just be up to you guys to keep it as concise or do it as detailed as possible. Up to you. But the main caveat that there was for this list was you can't put whole sagas or like a whole franchise. It had to be individual
thanks
movies.
for that.
Is that sarcasm or no? Because I heard very mixed
I think it's fair. I think it's fair. It just made it very hard.
Yeah.
I mean, my number one movie is Star Wars.
Which
I hope it's not all 9 of them.
that would be a take in itself.
The entire MCU.
Oh my god.
MCU.
Anything that's not Phase 4, thank you.
Oh my gosh. But
Also, anything that's any Star Wars episode 7, 8, and 9 are trash. They're trash.
Yeah, 3 for that
trash?
answer, thank you.
No, it's 5.
It is 5.
Is there a time limit, Ronald, for this?
I mean, I was even mentally debating it. Like, on the one hand, these streams get ridiculously long. I don't edit them. I timestamp them loosely, but I don't edit them. And on the one hand, I like keeping the free form spirit of it, just letting people yap passionately. But on the flip side,
The limit is your sanity.
Well,
on the
facts.
flip side, trying to be structured with it could maybe help viewership. Honestly, not that I care, but I don't know who is it supposed to cater to? I'm gonna ask you guys. Who is it supposed to cater to? Do you want this as like long form ASMR to like listen to, or do you want structured opinions to judge?
Well, I guess that'll just depend on each of us, really.
Yeah, so I just leave it up to y'all,
That's
honestly.
fair.
7 hours of Sencal yapping to mauled at.
Yeah. That's the only. When you said who's like the target audience or whatever, right? You're like, who's that for? I'm like, my sleep schedule.
Well, there you go. I'm just a host, really. And what happens here is partially up to you guys. But what we're gonna do, we're gonna go try to follow the order of the spreadsheet. The people on the end are the ones who provided lists, but I wasn't sure whether or not they would be here. In fact, I'm gonna move forward since we've gotten a wonderful surprise appearance from him. And actually, there's another surprise list that I'm gonna be including. We're just gonna have this be her tag. My wife made a list.
Oh shit.
Oh shit, nice.
Nice.
And so what we'll do is it's top 8s. So we're gonna do 8 to 6, like one at a time, and then 5 to 4, one at a time, and then top 3s. With honorable mentions all before that. Hopefully that's okay. The people that aren't here, we could go through them in the same fashion, or we can just copy paste their whole list all at once. We can leave that up to y'all, I guess. Wait, your new list? Did you edit the? I even wrote down your list. Did he edit it right before we started?
Yeah. Hold up.
My internal ended. I have
What's
a
up, Tim?
Howdy, Tim.
Oh, hey, Tim. It's been a while.
Yo,
Dude, I was watching some of the old streams. This is literally time traveling like 4 or 5 fucking years.
Good times, right?
Well,
Oh, well.
no.
Wait, what? We've had some fun well, I mean, varying degrees of good times outside of that, but I mean the discussions themselves.
No, they were fun. They were fun. I remember watching the overrated, underrated list.
Yeah,
Motherfucking Tim was heated.
yeah, and don't think I've been ignoring what you've I've seen your comments and stuff. I do want to revisit several of those because we have some takes that we probably should revisit.
Dude, I need to do underrated, overrated.
I've mellowed out on a lot over the past
Nier
couple of years,
Automata is
but that
magic
just makes
hands.
the things I don't like much funnier.
No, yeah.
It's like, dang,
Yeah.
he's still mad.
He's still
I
mad.
know. It's crazy. I'm about to turn 30 this year. It's like my shit would look way different now.
I know, right?
That's the cool part, I guess, about it. Like just seeing how our tastes change over the years. And I can't believe I'm still hearing To Be downplay from this man after all this time.
2B's everywhere,
I'm
bro.
not even a down player. I'm a hater, bro.
To Be strongest hater.
to be strongest and only hater.
You're probably not the only hater. I probably can tell you that.
No, maybe not after Grand Bloopers.
Anime sent me the reasoning for her picks too. Alright, we are all set. But
Alright.
as usual, we'll try and go through honorable mentions. I would suggest keeping this brief, MM.
Really have to keep. I rather have to keep it brief. I have to be on the lookout, helping with family. So.
I'm sorry, I had to call you out because we haven't seen you in a while,
know.
and on the Sonic
I know, I
podcast you've
tend
been brought
to-
up.
I tend to meander a lot, so don't worry.
But no worries. And honestly, I only have one honorable mention. But yeah, honorable mentions. Try to keep it brief, I guess, and technically as many as you want. I don't know, whatever. The only one that I have is Blue Streak, I guess. Wait, 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8. Yep, Blue Streak. Daniel in chat, he might remember this, maybe. It's a family, it's a nostalgia thing more so. Martin Lawrence, family classic. It's just a funny movie that I've watched with my family over and over and over again. No, there's no analytical big brain thing to point out. It's just a funny Martin Lawrence movie that I enjoy with my family. That's my only honorable mention.
A good one.
Which, real quick before we go through everyone else's list, if you're watching on Twitch, please make sure you let me know if the audio and video is fine. And those of you watching on YouTube, make sure you check out everyone's socials and stuff in the description, because we've got some local celebrities in here. Check out their stuff. Hit that bell for notifications when I...
If you say like the video, it makes the little thumbs up light up, apparently.
Wait, does it actually? I thought people edit that in. Or do you mean the
It
literal like
happened
button?
once when I was watching some other video when someone didn't even say like this video. They said oh, I liked the thing, and the like bar lit up. I was like, what the?
Wow.
That's real? That's kind of frightening, actually.
Yeah, YouTube is ready for that mess.
That's a little bit concerning.
Because that's what scared me, is that it wasn't accurate. He didn't say like the video, and it lit it up, and I was like, hold on.
Yeah, that's pretty spooky.
YouTube's gonna be like, oh, our guy's like, that take was bad. Take him out.
Alright.
Dox him.
Or go ahead. Sorry, I'm trying to spell. Star Deviant making an unfortunate good point. But yeah, I mean, do you guys need me to share my screen in Discord, or do you guys see the order?
I think I see it on
I'm
here.
watching it through
I
Twitch.
see this. I
Yeah.
see on
I want to interact with chat.
Alrighty. Then next up, Paper Cut. Any honorable mentions?
Okay, I got a lot of them, but I'll be very quick. So,
No worries.
first honorable mention is Coraline.
Oh snap!
Yeah.
Coraline
Yeah,
mentioned.
it's kind of it's an edgy horror film and all that. So, I just thought it was like really good writing, a good story, even though it is a bit edgy and a lot of people consider it frightening and all that. It's a really good story, really good writing, and I thought it was kind of interesting. So should I before I say anything else though, should this be like a spoiler free or spoiler
If
discussion?
you can be spoiler free, be spoiler free. Because my assumption is with these movies, you want these people, if they haven't seen them, to watch them.
Yes. Good. Very good.
That's a good point. So that's this, and again, this is only honorable mention, so I keep it brief and spoiler free. Yeah, it's a great film. If you like animated films, if you like horror films, definitely give this film a shot. So that's my first honorable mention. The second honorable mention I have is actually a film called The Forbidden Kingdom. It's with Jackie Chan and Jet Li. I think one of the very few films where they both appeared simultaneously. Yeah. So basically, it's about a person who like goes back in time to ancient China and all that, and he ends up running into Jackie Chan and Jet Li, and they go on to a big adventure. It's a really good film, and of course, since those two actors are in there, there's going to be martial arts fights and all that. So if you like Chinese, Hong Kong action movies, definitely give that a shot. It's a really good film and great story too. So my next honorable mention is Bloodsport. Bloodsport, like I had to add Bloodsport in there somehow. It's like the origin of fighting games.
Wait a
Yep.
minute, that sounds familiar. Don't
worry,
Jean
Daddy's here.
Claude Van Damme.
Dasamuran
Johnny
is
Cage
here.
inspiration.
As soon as Bloodsport is mentioned
and-
too. Howdy, Dane.
And Bloodsport, like it's basically a tournament film and all that. And the martial arts fight pretty much inspired all of fighting games, literally all of fighting games. I mean, if you look at Virtua Fighter, like the platform it has, the Bloodsport platform is shaped exactly the same way. And Bloodsport was launched in the late '80s. I think it was. Correct me if I'm wrong, but I believe it was 1987. Someone correct me if I'm inaccurate with the year and all that. But Virtua
Yeah,
Fighter, like in fighting
very wrong.
games.
1988. This
I
one.
don't care about what you think. No, I'm just kidding, Daniel. I know we troll each other all the time.
Only
so
1
I
year
think
off.
you
That
want
was freaking accurate, though.
That's
Considering.
close.
Oh, I was 1 year
Yeah,
off?
it was
Okay.
really close.
Nice. What was the actual year?
88.
88. Okay, nice. So it's pretty much like was launched before like all like the famous fighting games. Like in fact, most, if not all, fighting games were launched. So that movie, I would venture to say is literally the movie that inspired like all fighting games. So of course I had to add that in. As someone who plays fighting games competitively.
Isn't the original Johnny Cage based off of this character?
Yes, he
Yes.
is.
And what's interesting is that there's a character named Ray Jackson who also influenced Paul Phoenix. A lot of people always talk about how
Wait,
Jean-Claude
for real?
Van Damme like ends up influencing like Johnny Cage, but nobody ever talks about how Ray Jackson is another character and they're also influenced like Paul Phoenix in Tekken. He has the same like kind of like hot-tempered personality and all that, and he kind of has a very similar death fist that Paul Phoenix has. So, not that many people talk about it, but I would say that's very clear that there was like Paul Phoenix definitely had influence from a character in Bloodsport.
You guys always introduce me to some new interesting history with these.
Karate.
And what's also interesting is that one of the fighters, I think this might be a bit of a stretch, but I think one of the characters, I don't want to spoil it, so I'll just say one of the characters in the tournament, I would say slightly, and I really mean that slightly influenced Kazuya. There's a character who's a teeny little bit like Kazuya personality-wise.
I know who you're talking about, I think.
Yeah.
It's an issue. I always kind of... He does give fighting game boss vibes. Definitely. So, or like villain vibes, so...
Exactly.
If he doesn't rock Jordans, it's not Kazuya.
If he doesn't rock Jordans.
What the heck?
Kazi is a confirmed sneakerhead, isn't he?
Yeah, he is.
Yes.
Yeah. So, like, any other, like, comments before I go to the next honorable mention?
No, sir.
Okay. I don't really have to explain this much, but Terminator 2 is another honorable mention I have. Great film. By far the best Terminator film in the whole series. Let's just say after Terminator 2, the Terminator films went real downhill fast. So I appreciate the fact we still had a great film and all that. Great adventure film and great action film. So there's let's see. I don't think that there's much more to say and all that. Pretty much everyone knows what Terminator 2 is. So we can move on to the next honorable mention, which is actually a film called Lagan. It's probably nobody knows this. I'd be surprised if somebody else knew this. I only know this because I watched this like back in high school. So I took a cricket class, an elective class. It was a 2-week long, short-term cricket class. Long story short, during my high school time, at the end of the year, we'd have to take like 2 elective classes that would only be 2 weeks long. And one of the classes I decided to take was cricket. I'm sure everybody is familiar with cricket, right? Anyone, you know. It's basically like baseball, but it's mainly set in England. It's popular in England.
It's a really racist joke, but I'll just keep it to myself.
Probably a good choice.
Please do.
Also,
Yes.
is this the movie? Lagan?
Yeah. I need to take a look at this. I haven't seen it.
Hold up, 3 hours 44 minutes.
Oh,
see this-
my God.
The cover of this movie
Cricket
explains
epic
my
stuff.
joke.
Yeah. So the reason why I saw that movie in high school is because I took that like class like back in high school. It was a fun experience. But yeah, cricket is basically like baseball, but it has like very unique rules and all that. Think of it as a team battle game. You know, in fighting games in Tekken, how you have team battle and all that, and one person gets eliminated, and the other person takes a place. That's pretty much how cricket is. There are like no outs and all that. It's just the last, you know, if there's nobody standing, then it switches to the other team. And there are no strikes, so you basically have to protect like wickets. Which are basically like, you know, just wooden sticks like, you know, behind you, and if the pitcher like throws the ball and it hits the wooden sticks, then you know you're gone, you're eliminated. Then someone on your team takes your place, and rinse and repeat. And once everyone's gone, it's like, you know, like the team fielding switches to the hitting team, and then the hitting team switches to the fielding team. So and how you score points is that you have to like hit the ball like to a certain area, and of course if someone catches it just like baseball, you're out. But then like the person, like because there are two people like, you know, on like opposite sides, so the 2 people have to run back and forth. Like there are 2 like sets of wooden sticks, and the people have to like run back and forth to score points.
Wait, is
And
this
you have
a
to make sure
movie
you stand
about
in the safe zone
cricket?
before the wooden sticks get knocked down by the ball.
So is this a
I'm just
movie
trying
about
to make
cricket in India? Wait, what is this?
So anyways, so I got a little carried away with the rules. So in that class, the teacher decided to show us a film based off of cricket. So Lagan is about a film that is about the sport. So when the English, you know, were occupying, you know, India, they made the Indians like pay, you know, like a certain tax, and that's exactly what it is. It's Lagan. It's literally the tax the Indians there had to pay. So in the film, they make this is a spoiler-free description. In the film, there is the game cricket is based off of like a deal where they say if like the Indians win, they pay no Lagan, you know, they no tax for like 3 years. If they lose though, they pay, you know, triple tax for 3 years.
Well, that's
So-
incredibly intense. What the frick?
Yeah, so and it is an intense film, and like I'm not gonna like say like anything else that happened, but that's what
Yeah,
the film
don't
is
spoil
about.
it.
And it's a really great way of how they introduce cricket and how they and like the villain is also very good too, like good actor, very menacing, you know, very hateable, and the protagonist is good, and all the characters like have like really good acting. So again, I figure like you know, this is like, you know, most people like don't really know what this is, so you know, I try to make a spoiler-free description, but I figure I might as well explain the main plot to like give people a clear picture. Does anyone have any questions about the cricket, the sport, or this film and all that? I try to be as clear as possible.
I don't
Yeah.
think so.
Don't elaborate on too much of it. I think that was
So
Okay,
cricket,
I got a little-
well, did they use like a metal bat, a wooden bat, or?
No, they use your
It's
head.
wooden.
I
Yeah,
know
use your
what
head.
cricket.
There's a
I
picture
know
right
cricket.
here.
Grab your legs and swing you into it, bro.
Yeah.
I know what cricket
Oh,
is.
by the way, they play on the freeway. You know they play on the freeway. They don't play on the field.
That's
I'm just kidding.
actually crazy. I did not know that they played on the freeway.
I'm joking. That was a joke. Okay,
I
that
could
was a
actually
joke.
see that happening.
Anyways, the next film
Next
I like.
one.
I think there are only like 2 more films on the honorable mention list.
Oh,
It's Wonka. That's the prequel to Willy Wonka, which was released, I think, about a year ago, which was actually a really good film. It's a good origin story for the like original Willy Wonka, and it's really great how it ties, how like you can see how it like ties into the like the original and all that. It's really cool. So I don't think I have to really explain that because most people know what Wonka is. And then the last one I have is oh shoot, I lost track of it. Snake Eyes Origins. So not that many people know about this film. This film was actually sorry, I have one more I forgot. That's on my list, but I'll quickly mention this one.
You're making me move stuff around.
Snake Eyes Origins is basically a G.I. Joe film, and I'm a huge fan of like Scorpion Sub-Zero, so I'm also a fan of Snake Eyes and Storm Shadow. It's really great how you see like those kind of characters in a prequel film and all that, and see like, you know, and see how like Snake Eyes, you know, how the character Snake Eyes turns into like, you know, the G.I. Joe character we all know about and all that. And it's really interesting how like, you know, you also get to see the origins of us and all that too, which is really good writing. But anyways, this film like kind of flopped on money. It's kind of because it was a good film. Last one I have is a vigilante film called The Beekeeper. It's basically it's The Punisher, but with Jason Tatham. But it's basically like somebody like it's basically this guy who hunts down like a very evil organization that, you know, sabotages people and all that. And this guy like hunts them down, you know, tries to hunt them down, and you know, and like, and basically it's the plot of The Punisher.
Wait, you said it's Snake Eyes? Like,
oh wait, did I go too fast? Yikes! I'm going too fast now.
Oh no, I was making sure this is the one. So at least it's Snake Eyes Origins.
Oh yeah, this is it. Yeah, this is in fact it.
Okay, it's just Snake Eyes.
That's it.
And then what was the last one?
Beekeeper.
Yeah, The Beekeeper. It's a good film. I'll just say, if you like crime vigilante films, and especially if you like The Punisher, or Watch Dogs, or you know, that kind of vibe, you know, I like that kind of vibe. I definitely recommend giving The Beekeeper a shot. It definitely has the same kind of dark and gritty atmosphere. And Jason Tatham, like the character is like really good, and like Jason Tatham is also like really good.
Despite that dude being 50.
He's 50?
Yeah.
Dang.
Whoever made that action, that was actually a good imitation. Whoever did that, I don't know who did that, but that was actually very good and accurate. Nice.
I haven't been on a sub in 10 years. But the Meg, you have to come back, Jason. He's like,
you know, I was gonna do an imitation. Dang. I was gonna do an imitation of a character I like, but that's gonna spoil like my list, so I'm gonna do that later when I reveal this film.
All right, yeah, don't pull what some of y'all do in Discord and be spoiling your list.
Like, I love Jason Statham. It's like his character, like typecast, is the guy who's like, me, I'm just a guy.
He absolutely does seem in the typecast category.
Yeah, he's like, you know, I just used to work in a sub all day. Like, how did they cast him as that in a movie about a giant fucking shark, dude? I don't know. Honestly, kind of awesome.
It's the greatest challenge to Shark is just some guy.
It's Jason Statham.
The modern day Chuck Norris.
The modern day Chuck
I
Norris.
don't know.
Also, real quick, everyone that's here and everyone that's watching, if you have a list, make sure your name is on there, by the way. Hopefully I didn't forget anybody.
Yeah, from Anonymous.
But next up, Unknown Luis. Y'all know him. And if you don't know him, it's...
He's unknown.
Yeah.
Gosh, Diggy.
But the whole point.
That wasn't even what I was trying to set up. I was trying to set up a shield for his channel.
I'm nobody, Chief.
He's unknown. What are your honorable mentions?
Shit. Okay. So, yeah, I got a few. Not too many, though. Because, yeah, I'll try to keep this semi. So, my first one. This one, I'm glad you were mentioning a Martin Lawrence movie earlier, Ronald.
Kino?
Because this one is actually... Shut up, Sandy. This one is going to be Welcome Home, Roscoe Jenkins.
Oh, snap. Wait, hold on.
And,
Hold on.
yeah, so this one's a comedy. Essentially, a rich dude, he's a Hollywood superstar, and he goes to visit family that lives in the countryside, and there's just a bunch of mayhem that happens within the family. His old high school sweetheart would be there, even though, despite he's married to a survivor winner who is super bratty, super, like entitled and stuff. But it's got a lot of funny stuff, but also a lot of pretty decent heartfelt moments as well. So that's why I appreciate it, because honestly, even watching it like yesterday, it still holds up pretty well, despite it coming out in like 2006, 2007.
You love to see him.
Yeah, man. That boy don't age, he just gets bigger.
Oh, it's true.
So, just to continue with the... Oh yeah, for the record, my criteria is mainly action and comedy. So that's gonna be the theme of my list here.
Oh yeah,
My
in fact,
next one.
Sorry, real quick. I'm glad you mentioned that. Hopefully that was apparent, like, for everyone as well. Give whatever context you feel fit for your criteria or whatever, whether it's actually like super big brain analytical timeless classics or it's just your favorite stuff. It's up to y'all to provide that context, so thank you for mentioning that.
Yeah. So my next one is another comedy. So imagine Mortal Kombat, right? What if the plot of Mortal Kombat was with ping pong balls? You have Balls of Fury.
I know what you're talking about. I remember seeing that film.
Yeah. Balls of
Saw
Fury
like one.
still holds up pretty well. It is hilarious. And it's even more funny that the Shang Tsung stand-in is fucking Kerry Tagawa himself. And it makes it even better. But yeah, like Christopher Walken is the main villain in this.
I gotta watch this again. You're unlocking memories for me.
Dude, it's a funny movie, man. And even then, I still think it holds up pretty well. Like, really good funny moments. One of the most terrifying characters is an 8-year-old girl with a pink backpack. And yeah, if you take this movie seriously, bro, don't. Please don't.
Please don't.
Please don't. Despite, Shang Tsung being in the movie, essentially. But,
wait, it's been a while. I'm here.
Oh, snap.
Nice,
Ooh,
nice.
The gang's all here. Holy frick.
What's up, Draxxus?
What's up?
Do you have a list or
Saw
you just chilling?
Saw you were doing movies, and I was like, I can join like right quick, and like when you guys are done doing your list, do like my few that I know.
Yeah, well, I mean, if you want to make a list while people are saying their lists, go right ahead.
Well, show. So, my next one, I'm gonna have to pull out my list again here. So, this one is more of a childhood pick of mine, because I remember watching this movie damn near every day, and I recall it like irritating my mom. It's like, oh, here we go again. So this essentially got me into basketball, and so this is a Space Jam.
Yeah, Space Jam mentioned.
Yeah, so obviously, if you don't know who Michael Jordan is, I mean, the GOAT basketball player. And I know the LeBron fans are crying right now.
Michael
Jeffrey Jordan is yeah, his middle name is Jeffrey, but anyways. And they have no relations. Anyway. So, yeah, like this one's a pretty standard cartoon movie with, some live action characters. Michael Jordan, the only animated character in the movie. And yeah, never forget that this movie introduced the furry community to a specific character. If you know, you know. But
All I'm gonna say is 0 reverse image search results.
Yeah. But yeah, like, does it hold up today? Probably not. But at the same time, yeah, like, this is more of a nostalgia pick for me, which is why it's ultimately honorable mention. So, my next honorable mention, I'll just go ahead and throw it out there because I totally agree with it. But Terminator 2 is still a really good movie. That's another one of those movies that I've watched a lot. And yeah, this is essentially before Terminator like sucked. And even Salvation, which was the fourth one, I did kind of enjoy because, you know, you got to see the post-apocalyptic future like actually happen within the movie itself and not just be a flashback or a flash forward. But yeah, T2 was good. It's goated even.
We may or may not be discussing T2 further shortly in the list.
Well.
There you go. Holds up. Yeah, dude. It holds up very well. Even, yeah, because I watched it again like several weeks ago and it still holds up really well. And it's got some really funny, you know, like little quirky dialogue in it. So, next one is going to be another one of my childhood movies that also I think it holds pretty well today, and that's the original Jumanji.
Ooh.
Ooh, that's a good one.
Nice.
Yeah, so obviously, you know, rest in peace, Robin Williams. He was definitely having fun with his performance in this, and there's not really too much that I could say, you know, apart from the fact that, you know, it was very fun with a board game come to life, but it's actually terrifying if it would come to life. You know, and the practical effects in that movie were pretty damn good too, even with like some CGI that were in there. So, yeah, not really too much I could say about it.
Oh, I should specify, I guess.
Yeah, that's the original.
Oh, the new one is called Jumanji Welcome to the Jungle. Okay, so I'll just put Jumanji there.
Yeah.
When did the original Jumanji come out?
1995, the year I was born.
God dang.
I was two at the time, so.
That's
Good
how good it is. It's held up for that long.
Yeah, it was one of the very few movies in 95 that were actually good. So, do I add the last one there? You know what, screw it. Last honorable mention.
Yeah, why not, bro?
Yeah, because the last one is going to be Captain America: The Winter Soldier.
Ooh.
That's a good
Good
one.
choice. That's a very good choice.
I really like this one because, you know, it's more like a spy thriller, and it's a really different genre than you would kind of expect from a Marvel movie. It doesn't get carried away with the comedy, which is what a lot of people kind of like criticize the MCU for, especially now. But yeah, man, I appreciate it because the action got a lot better than it did before. And although the main villain was very predictable, well, not the main villain, but one of the villains in the movie was very predictable with the Winter Soldier himself, it still had some pretty like intense action scenes that happened in it, and became one of the many reasons why he's considered one of the best villains. So, yeah.
I mean, the elevator scene is what really all I remember about it, that being really badass.
Yeah, it's very cool. Like, before we get started, does anyone want to get out?
That's pretty cool.
Yeah. It's like, who the hell is Bucky? So, yeah, that's gonna be my honorable mentions there.
Alrighty. Tim, you don't have any honorable mentions, right?
I have two.
Oh, okay, cool.
Because in my making of my list, I have to make known I am an aficionado of bad movies. I do enjoy watching things that are pretty terrible and getting a laugh at some of the crazy stuff that goes on in them.
Boy, do I know that.
And as part of that, I wanted to put some of my favorites here. The biggest thing I want to note for bad movies, just because some people might throw out some classic examples like, oh, The Room. A lot of bad movies are bad because they're boring. Nothing happens.
Absolutely
It's a lot
true.
of terrible dialogue and terrible shots for 2 hours and you leave. A good bad movie in my book is one where there's either always something happening or what does happen is so crazy that it's really funny in regards to like what's going on. So on top of that, usually a lot of horror movies are really bad, or bad horror movies are like a separate thing. So I have 2 honorable mentions. It's my favorite non-horror and horror bad movies. My favorite bad horror movie is Chopping Mall.
Oh, let's go,
Chopping
dude.
Mall?
Chopping
watched
Mall is a horror movie, like sub-$1 million budget horror movie about robots in a mall that are like security guards that are super doofy looking practical effect tin cans and teens that have to like run away from them all scared. They have little like plastic hands and there's like one scene one's supposed to like strangle one. It's just so goofy looking. I adore that so much.
Was it last Halloween or it's the Halloween before last Halloween that we saw this all together in our
It
group?
might have been the one before, but yeah, this
we
movie is
sat down and
hysterical.
watched this.
It's so fun. I
had
love it
never
so
heard
much.
of it.
Yeah, I've never
I
heard
had
of this
never heard of
either.
it. He showed me this, and it was
It's hilarious.
funny bad. It was
adore it.
funny bad.
It's the goofiest horror villain you can think.
Look
So,
how it says
unin-
sci-fi. Look how it says sci-fi. It's barely sci-fi.
So this is
It's
unintentional funny?
It's
Why does
wonderful.
a robot look like something you can just kill?
Exactly. It's the least scary looking thing in the world.
Peak bad movie, dude.
It's wonderful. I adore
3
this
pull up
movie.
to your local. What do you do?
Great.
Rob from Smash is about to kill people.
Like, if you ever thought, like, man, this really looks 80s. This really looks 80s.
Is those 80s.
They blow all their practical effects on one death. Every death in that, like all the horror stuff is really cheesy, but they do blow one head up.
Yeah.
Wow.
Oh yeah, they do.
They spent all their budget on that one moment.
There's some practical gore in there.
But it's wonderful.
Not very
I
good
adore it.
gore,
It's not good, yeah.
but
Yeah, I
it
love
is
it.
awesome.
And then my favorite bad not horror movie is The Master of Disguise.
Oh, dude.
Oh no.
So The Master of Disguise is never boring. That movie sucks, but it has no downtime. I watched it a little while ago just to double check. It's literally they're at like base. Okay, where do we have to go? Here, I know what I'll disguise as. Hard cut to where they're at, he's disguised. 3 minutes of stupid nonsense. They get the info. They leave. Hard cut back to base. Where do we go next? I know what to do. Hard cut to next mission. There is zero downtime. It is an hour 20 minutes of
Look at
stupid
that
the
IMDb
whole way.
score.
I love it.
1%
1%.
One.
That is.
This man slaughtered Danekazzy's career, but
Shout out
it
to
is so
IMDb for the
funny. I adore this movie.
3.4, baby.
This definitely seems like one of those funny at the time, didn't age well question mark movies, but
But
It is
after
one
the
of the
credits
movies of
scene,
all
he's
time.
disguised as George Bush.
Yup.
Mission accomplished.
oh my
W.
god.
It's wonderful.
Wasn't it filmed during 9/11?
Yes,
Like legit?
9/11 occurred during the filming of this movie, and not
Oh,
even just
yeah.
during the filming, during the Turtle Club filming.
Oh my
And they were going to
god.
do a moment of silence on the set, but he was halfway through the turtle makeup, and they said it would have taken like 20 to 30 minutes to remove all the turtle makeup. So Danekazzy's doing the moment of silence for 9/11 in full turtle.
That is funny.
That is
Yeah.
Somewhere
wild.
in the middle of this movie, 9/11 happened.
Insanity.
Also, real quick, everyone wish the homie XOF Michael happy birthday.
Happy birthday.
Happy birthday.
He
Oh,
Thank you.
All right, time to bring back the old tradition. How old are you and how many punches?
oh lordy.
32.
Alright, line up.
Line up.
Smile,
Line
you
them
just heard various people talk about how it's funny for good reasons or bad reasons.
Oh yeah, it definitely wasn't considered funny at its time. It was panned immediately, and again, it killed Danekazzy's career entirely. But I love it.
Pants tear.
Tough.
Yeah, them's is my honorables.
Alrighty. Fishbone. Oh, also, it was mandated by XOF that everyone has to have good takes today. It's required.
I got you,
Yes,
bro.
I'm-
I got you.
I'm the arbiter of Kino. Shots
You're
were
good. You're
fired.
good.
That's gonna be
That's all we're gonna
awkward
have.
because I don't. That's gonna be awkward because my like list is Kino to me. I don't know how it is for you guys. It's my favorite.
Exactly.
I don't know. Is he an
It won't be
aficionado
then.
of
If it's
chopping
not
mall?
to him, it won't be.
Is he an
Alright,
aficionado of chopping
Let me
mall?
put me at the end.
Face gun right now.
Fishbone, what are your honorable mentions? Do you have any?
Mine are short and sweet. Escape from New York. If you're a Metal Gear Solid fan,
Hey, let's go. Let's go.
Snake,
if you want to
let's
know
go.
where Snake Plissken came from, it's Escape from New York.
Oh, frick.
You have a really good time watching this movie. It's like a post-apocalyptic New York, where like it's like an all crime zone. Like you can do whatever the hell you want to, and they just locked all the criminals in there. And it's not like the best movie in the world, but damn, it's a fun time. And then if you like it at all and you think, wow, I would like this movie if it was a little bit more insane, Escape from Los Angeles is the sequel, and it dials it up to 11. I can't say anything without spoiling it, but I really want to spoil something. So.
If you want people to watch it, like Tim said, it's probably a good idea to not spoil things.
Yeah, that's fair.
It's a
If you-
44-year-old movie, bro. Come on.
And I had never heard of this.
Good, awesome.
It's a great movie. Second up is James Bond GoldenEye.
Hell yes, that's my favorite James Bond.
It's a good one. A lot of James Bonds, they're a little bit of everything, but GoldenEye truly, like, every member of the cast is memorable by name. You can't do without Xenia, you can't do without Boris, you can't do without Natalia, man. It's just, it's if you ever played the game, it's as good as the game. And it's actually one of those movies that is kind of like a video game in and of itself, so.
Ronald,
Oh,
turn
yeah.
on the
Yeah.
pause music, please.
Please.
Cut out the what?
Ooh,
The GoldenEye pause music, please.
the GoldenEye pause music.
Yeah.
Let me try to find
With yeah.
Thanks,
Every
man.
time I do think about GoldenEye, I think about the
In fact,
N64
I think there's a remix with that beat, but done with 3-6 Mafia. That great ugly movie.
Yes, it is actually.
It goes very hard.
That shit is hilarious.
it. The Skeller remix? What is this? I don't know. Let me just find the pause music first. Oh dear. I got you.
Like it says GoldenEye, like 4-player multiplayer with like 4 frames per second.
Oh, brother.
Dude,
Slap
trying to
is
aim with one stick to move and aim.
Oh,
when it's slappers only.
that day at Knockout was.
Strafing.
That
People
was
like,
pain.
How are you're so fast, you're cheating.
Some asshole being odd job.
Oh.
Odd Job's banned. Fuck you if you pick Odd Job, dude.
Well, we should have instated that before. Good times, though. Good grief.
Every time you pick Odd Job, the next game you have to be Jaws.
Alrighty.
Well, I'll talk more about Jaws later. Just you wait.
Oh.
Oh, Jaws 3D.
I'll just leave it at that.
Any other honorable mentions?
That's it for me. Thank you.
Okay. KenBlasters.
Alright, listen, I gotta be honest. 8 movies is pretty limiting. So,
Yes.
we're gonna do a speed round where I list off some honorable mentions that could easily be on this list,
Alrighty.
but didn't quite make it. The other thing is, we'll actually revisit this. I don't want to give some of my honorable mentions because they'll spoil, obviously, what's on my list later. Not that anyone really fucking cares, but it would bother me. So, but here we go. Honorable mentions. The first one, The Thin Man. This is a 1930s movie about, it's like a mystery buddy cop with a wife and husband who basically binge drink all day and solve mysteries. It's an awesome movie. I highly recommend it. That's my first one.
30s.
You better start typing, bro, because I'm going fast. The
Yeah,
second
go
one
ahead.
is going to be The Raid Redemption and The Raid Redemption 2.
Yes.
Both
That's
of
a good
those
one.
are god tier action movies. Extremely violent. Just so if anyone wants to go watch them, keep that in mind. And they are subtitled. Do not watch the dub. The dub fucking sucks. But they really led to like a resurrection of that hardcore like Hong Kong style action. Speaking of Hong Kong style action, the next one is Hard Boiled. Hard Boiled is one of the goated action movies, greatest of all time action movies from John Woo. Absolutely god tier movie. Highly recommend you watch it. Also on my list, sorry Ronald, we have Jaws. Everyone knows what Jaws is. I'm not even going to bother explaining it. We'll just go to the next one. I'll do like one or two more because I don't want to waste too much time. I know people want to get to their actual list. Well, you typed it in. But I say John Wick 1. I think John Wick is a fucking awesome movie. I love like gun violence type movies, like hardcore shootout type movies. So we have John Wick 1. We have Heat.
Hey, that's a good one.
She had a great
Yeah.
that movie.
I swear we're almost done with it. We have Heat. We have Aladdin, the animated film, the Disney one.
Yeah.
You guys are getting some banger recommend. Dude, when the people watch this later and pause at each video, you guys are getting some banger movies from me right now, I'm not gonna lie.
92, yeah.
Gonna have a lot of binging
Everyone's
to do.
had banger movies so far. And then my last, I guess I'll just do one more. I could do probably like 5 or 10 more, to be honest. But my last one, I'll say Godzilla Minus One.
Nice.
Godzilla
I think is an incredible movie.
That's a good movie.
Main reason it's not on my list is it's so new. I'm not sure if it will become one of my favorite movies ever. It could easily get on my list. In fact, I would say anything in my recommend or like possible like honorable mentions could easily make this list. There's probably 20 to 30 movies I could add on that. Like Star Wars Episode 5 is easily on my honorable mentions. So there's a lot of movies that could be on there. I don't want to take up too much time or do a speed round where Ronald's hands are broken from trying to keep up with me talking about movies.
I appreciate it.
Yes, so check out those. I tried to include some too that maybe you guys don't know, especially The Thin Man. Please watch it if you like black and white movies. It's fucking awesome.
A movie from the 30s is crazy.
Yeah.
I almost put The Third Man on there too, but whatever.
The Third Man? There's
The Third Man. That's another absolute peak movie. Now I have Gamerkazzy's list. He sent me a couple honorable mentions.
Oh, alrighty.
Let me see. Now his honorable mentions are also ones that I would probably include, but I'll just let him have them. So if you want to type those in at the end after we go through everyone, or I can just give
if there's
them to you
honorable
now.
mentions, you can just give them now.
Okay. So his first honorable mention is It's a Wonderful Life.
Okay.
Wonderful.
I don't know if you guys have ever seen that, but it's a holiday movie. Genuinely moved me to tears the first time I saw it. I think it's like required viewing. Everyone should watch this movie at least once. And it's like a holiday movie in a sense. Truly, it's an incredible movie though. Next is going to be Empire Strikes Back.
Yeah, it's
I
nice.
agree with. That's a great. I think that's the best one. I don't even think you need to look it up. I think you can just put Star Wars 5.
Yeah, well,
Yeah,
I was
there's
wondering.
a lot of parodies of Wonderful Life. That is true.
I was wondering how it's named, but I can just type The Empire Strikes Back, I guess. That obviously is referring to Star Wars, right?
Yeah, yeah.
Okay,
Yes. Yes.
cool.
Episode 5. Oh,
Also, if you watch it and cry every year, that's a great reason for me to not watch any other honorable
Cry.
mentions.
it's like a good cry. It's not as it's.
A good cry.
Seriously, please watch it. It's an incredible movie. Then his last one is Hercules.
Nice.
Animated Hercules.
Hercules, yep.
Between
No, the one-
Hercules and
the one with
Aladdin,
the
I had
rock.
a tough time picking for
Yeah.
my honorable mention, but he picked Hercules, so I picked Aladdin. I actually do have
Nice.
one more I need to put on my honorable mentions. I almost forgot. It's a movie I watch every year. It's a god tier comedy. Planes, Trains, and Automobiles.
Oh, John Kenny?
Trains and
Yes,
automobiles?
that movie
Nice.
gets me every time too. I got to put that on my honorable mentions. It's funny.
That stinks.
Yeah.
Thanksgiving kino.
Yeah, it is. It is the only Thanksgiving kino, but it is really kino. Please watch it if you guys haven't seen it. The ending alone gets me like I genuinely like get misty-eyed every time I watch the end of that movie. Really good. Anyway, sorry for blabbing so much. You can go to the next person.
Well, is that all of Gamerkazzy's?
Put me at the end.
Like at the end?
Well, after XOF, because I want to be in the list.
Okay.
His name's on the bottom.
Yeah,
too.
I'm also just making sure I can fit everything. I have to delete some stuff.
Ah,
But
okay, never mind. Yeah, I didn't see the names at the bottom. Yeah.
no worries. So XOF, go ahead, and then I'll keep adding from here.
Alrighty, I had a similar issue where I had like 30 fucking honorable mentions. So I shortened it down to 5. Any of these could have been up there. I feel like I want to change every time, but I'm sticking with this. In no particular order. Shin Ultraman. Very humanity pilled. I think it's the best of the 3 in my opinion of the Shin movies. It was between this and Shin Godzilla, but I really like Shin Ultraman. I recommend it. Next, The Raid 2. I had such a hard time picking between The Raid and The Raid 2, but I think The Raid 2 like moves me more because just being in that position of being undercover for so long and getting nothing from it really broke me. And plus the action's badass.
Yeah.
The next one is a 4.5 hour kino. I won't say much. I'll just say look it up on YouTube and watch it. Especially if you like Suda 51 games. It's called Love Exposure. That's all I'll say. Look it up. It's free on YouTube. It's insane. It's Japanese kino. Watch it. Look it up right now.
Love Exposure?
Next after that, it's called Love Exposure.
I'm gonna guess.
Is this EK?
Yes. Yeah, look it up real quick. I think it's a Siono film?
It is, okay.
Yeah, you know that crazy motherfucker.
Bro,
It's
there's
really
so
good. He has so many, but this is easily my favorite from him. I won't describe it, you just have to go in blind as fuck. Next is Lapita Castle in the Sky. There's a lot of Ghibli I really wanted to pick. Porco Rosso was super close because it's better to be a pig than a fascist. But Castle in the Sky went over mainly due to nostalgia. That was my first Miyazaki film. I love it. And then the last one is for Kojima, 2001: A Space Odyssey. I think that's Kubrick's best. It's my favorite of his, and I get a lot out of it every time. I feel like it really took the science fiction genre in terms of film above and beyond. So those are my 5.
Oh, frick. Wait, hang on. I'm trying to hold the Twitch ads back. Wait, so...
Oh no!
You said, wait, Lupita Castle in the Sky?
Lapita. Lapita is technically the Japanese title, but you can just put Castle in the Sky.
Okay.
The dub is great. Mark Hamill's in there. He's the bad guy.
You said 2001 Space Odyssey. Okay.
Yes. Also, if you like Metal Gear Solid, there's a lot of references to 2001: Space Odyssey.
I forgot how to
Banger.
spell Odyssey.
It's made of stars.
I have a love-hate relationship with A Space Odyssey because I took a college film course, and that was one of the movies you had to talk about, and it was annoying to talk about in a school setting and do stuff on it.
Imagine.
Yeah, I can only imagine that.
They're like, what does the monolith mean at the beginning? You're like, bitch, I don't know. Kubrick didn't even know.
It was that movie and Drive was one of them as well.
Oh no!
I Drive.
You're cool as fuck.
He's literally me.
He's literally
Oh,
me.
Literally me. Yeah, I bet with 2001, they're like, could you explain the bedroom scene? I'm like, no,
No,
no one
nobody
can.
can. Yeah.
Not even Kubrick.
Bro,
Good
using
lord.
the monolith theme for Godzilla 2014 is so high IQ.
Oh hell yeah!
I saw someone post in the chat the theme. Yeah, shit slaps.
Oh dear.
Themes, my guy.
Draxxus.
It's got messages.
Wait, so you do have honorable mentions, or are you still making your list?
No, I do have honorable mentions, but I feel like I don't want to cut in line here because those are guys at the bottom.
Okay, well, Everyone except... Oh, wait, no. Dasamuran, are you still here? Or, like, are you going to be talking about your list, or are you just chilling until you go to sleep?
No, I got to mute because I got a child right next to me, so.
Okay. Howdy.
Yeah, chow? Is that chow?
Because I came late, and I didn't want to cut the line.
Sonic on the brain.
Sonic on the brain. Let me see.
I do have honorable mentions again. So if anyone else wants to go first with their honorable mentions, go ahead. I came late.
Well, then we'll put MM, and then everyone else are people that aren't going to talk about their lists unless my brother comes in. So MM, honorable mentions?
I'm gonna make these quick. These are, I think they're, yeah, I'm gonna make these very quick. These are pretty on the list as well, but I just didn't think of them at the time. Blazing Saddles, no bro, really good.
Where are the
Oh my god.
Blazing Saddles.
Wait, Blade and
Shadows
Shadows?
is so god tier. Fuck, I should have put that on my list. Fuck.
Oh, it's so good.
Oh my god, why did I think of that? The ending gets...
Yeah, it's funny.
The
That's
horse
my
getting
favorite
needed.
mention.
Wait, Blade and Shadow?
Blazing Saddles.
Blazing
Oh.
Saddle.
Blazing Saddles.
Blazing.
Okay.
Blazing.
Have you ever seen Blazing Saddles?
I haven't. I just know that's where Zeke's stream
Oh, I
alert
forgot
is
to
from.
put Kung Fu Hustle on my fucking honorable mention.
Yeah, that's a
I
good
had
one.
that in my honorable mentions too, but I didn't include it. It's too many to choose from.
Soccer as well.
By the same star as Young Frankenstein.
God, I love Young Frankenstein, dude. Mel's the goat.
Blazing Saddles, A Christmas Story.
That's my boy.
Christmas Story.
Wait, oh, as in Chris
Oh,
Brown?
Yeah, dude.
Chris Brown.
Wait, A Christmas... Am I thinking of the right movie?
A Christmas
Yes.
Story.
Nope, I was thinking...
That's a god movie. I fucking love that movie.
Fuck TNT for playing that every single day in December.
The classic.
Every day now?
It's like almost every day. It's way too much.
That's crazy.
Yeah,
dude.
that's last year they did it every day because they just said like, oh, we're gonna do it every day because we know you love it. Well, no, we just know you ran out of money to buy other films.
I fucking love when he goes to see Santa and Santa's like, oh.
It's another slide.
Put the thing in the stock that tells time. You'll shoot your eye out.
Yeah,
You'll
okay.
shoot your
On the slide. Like, Jesus Christ, dude.
Yeah, fuck nerd.
Surreal.
The movie gets a lot of hype for being like a really accurate portrayal of how much being a kid can suck.
Yeah.
Honestly, though, that movie gets better the older you are, I think.
Yeah, exactly.
You start seeing it from dad to old man's perspective, and suddenly the movie.
Everything makes sense.
Oh my god, this is
It's
so
also a
mean.
Christmas tradition to watch it for 24 hours before Christmas.
No.
I don't know about all that, Chief.
Tapestry of obscenities.
I forgot the other three right now, but this one is an honorable mention, Small Soldier. Oh no, people remember.
That's a good one.
Small
Oh, is that the toys?
Yeah.
Yeah, Stolen Toys.
Oh, yeah.
Oh, frick. I think the
Fuck
Twitch
out of
ads are
PS1
coming.
game.
Frick.
Oh, it's these!
Oh.
Okay, now I know what you're talking about.
That's the one. Okay, I
It's
found
been
it.
a
I
while.
remember it
It's been a
now.
while since I've seen that movie.
Been a while.
This one is was the first one of the first movies I remember watching as a 3-year-old kid. Mighty Morphin Power Rangers the movie. That's another one.
Yo. Very based. And it's one of the few Power Rangers movies like made exclusively in America, and they actually did a really good job on it.
I think that one wasn't made in America. I think that movie was made in.
No, that was all original footage. I mean, like none of that was
Yeah.
taken from like
the
Z
Japanese
Ranger.
footage. Yeah.
Yeah, no, that was all original. It was based as fuck.
It was. Dang, I'm trying to remember the other ones. There's all these. Rugrats the movie and Good Burger.
Nice.
Wait, which Rugrats movie?
Yeah,
The
there's
one with
multiple,
their
aren't
parents
there?
or-
The first one.
Oh yeah, the very first one.
Yeah, I feel when Dill comes around.
Oh fuck, I saw that in theaters as a kid. Oh damn.
When he almost feeds the dill to the
Wait,
funky.
hold on. Which
Yeah, it covers them in the peanut butter or the banana stuff.
It's the banana. It's the banana.
Yeah.
Wait, so which one?
And
This one?
then
The first one. The first Rugrats movie.
The
yeah, the
movie.
first
The
one.
Rugrats movie.
Yeah,
At
and
3
then
movies.
And
Yeah, they go
then
to Paris.
Burger.
They fuck around with the thornberries.
That's a good one.
What's the last
That's a
one,
great
man?
one.
Good Burger.
Oh, Good Burger.
Good Burger.
Of course. And Dasamuran said he wanted to go over
Okay,
his
that's
list
it.
real quick. Alright.
Dad duty.
Are you on dad duty still?
I am. I'm here. I'm gonna go through my whole list. So,
Okay.
I got 4 honorable mentions. Let me know when you're ready.
Yep.
Do it.
Let's speed this.
So pretty much, I just picked movies that I could watch over and over. But then I could also make like a 50 movie list and whatnot. But first one, Superbad.
Ew.
Honorable mention, Superbad. I mean, what kid draws dicks for fun, you know?
Unlocking
I like to
memories.
hear Riley wasted that.
Hi, Riley.
And then next one is Shot Caller. Shot Caller, pretty much plot of the movie. You guys haven't watched it. It came out in 2017. Normal guy, business guy, gets in a car accident because of a DUI. He gets sent to California State Prison, and then he climbs up the rankings of a gang, and then, yep.
Wait,
shows
Shot
how
Caller?
corrupt. Shot Caller. Yeah, that's it right there.
No, that's the one with John Bernthal, right?
Yeah.
It's in that. Okay, yeah, I know you're talking about. That's a good movie.
Next one is La Bamba. If you guys know Richie Balance, pretty much a movie of his life, how he came to fame. Stop. And then last honorable mention is Bloodsport.
Nice.
Good one.
Where? There we go. It's David.
Daddy wants a shot.
What?
Daddy, this all me my toy. Daddy.
And then ready for my 8 through 1.
Go for it.
8 through 1.
Alright, so my number 8, Kung Fu Hustle.
Nice.
Oh, wait.
Amazing.
Document here. Wait a minute.
And I think some of these movies are gonna throw people off. Some of them are, yeah.
This doesn't
Next one, I
make
got a
sense.
movie. It's called Colors. Ice-T actually made the song for this movie.
Nice.
So pretty much 2 cops, they go through like gang territories and stuff like that, and they call a guy Pac-Man because he drives a yellow car. It's a pretty good movie.
Yeah. Very good.
Okay.
After that, I got where number 6 is gonna be A Bronx Tale.
Nice.
Okay, this is definitely
There's
different.
there's a
places.
small theme here on like my favorite type of movies here.
Yeah, I'm seeing the theme.
In the streets.
And then number 5 is American Me,
Oh, that's a good one.
based on like actual, like not actual people, well, kind of based on real people, but it's exactly kind of how like the prison system works.
Got it.
And then number 4, Al Seven Weenie, The Sandlot.
Nice.
Actually, was it just called The Sandlot?
Yeah,
Yeah,
The Sandlot.
That's it. Yeah.
OG, you know.
Sandlot and
Such a good
Little
movie, dude.
It's in the same vein of I haven't heard that in a long time, but the Little Rascals.
Oh.
That was a good movie too.
Forever.
Number 3, Step Brothers.
Nice. That's why I'm putting that one on the list.
There we go.
Number 2, it is a Star Wars movie, and it's The Phantom Menace.
Oh, controversial.
I'll allow it. That's a good one.
I'll allow
I got
it.
too much. I got too much nostalgia. I got way too much nostalgia for that.
I kind of have the same thing because That was the first movie I watched.
And my very first movie, if you guys haven't watched it, go watch it. This is pretty much what started like the scary movie franchise. It's like an OG Wayne's Brothers movie. I don't think it's gonna fit, but I'll tell you the name. It's Don't Be a Menace to the South Central while smoking your juice in the hood.
Oh, I know what you're talking about.
I thought you were about to say Halloween, bro. Damn.
I thought you were gonna say actual scary movie.
Yeah, we might have to make that an initial.
Yep.
How do you abbreviate?
So if you guys haven't watched it, it's got like Bernie Mac. It's got all kinds of different actors in it. It's pretty much a parody of like Boys in the Hood and Menace to Society.
Yeah, what I would call it is a spoof hood movie.
Yeah.
Yes.
And I love that movie as well. Yeah, it is very much a spoof hood movie.
That's a very nostalgic movie for me from when I was very small, and then just a movie that like I said, a lot of these movies I could just watch over and over and over and never get tired of them.
Right.
Alright, hopefully the stream can still see. I'm trying to shift things around and shrink it a bit to keep everything in view, but that might be difficult. But there we go.
No, someone in the chat said showing it to Don't Be a Menace. You can't really do that because there's a movie called, well, it's Menace to Society, my bad. Yeah, so yeah, I guess it works. A lot of people know it as Don't Be a Menace. But that's my list. Thank you for having me. I'll see you guys next time. I gotta go.
Have a good night, man.
Thanks for chilling. There you go. I'll put Don't Be a Menace like that.
Have a good one. Good list.
Yeah, everyone knows what he's talking about at this point in time.
Alright, sick.
Damn. It made the fun on everything hella small though.
Well, I shrunk some of the honorable mentions, but I might be able to size. Well, because it was mainly just trying to keep everything in view, but I guess we don't have to do that. I don't know. But Draxxus, honorable mentions.
Alright. These are gonna be quick because they're just honorable mentions, but Rush Hours 2 and 3 are gonna be honorable mentions because I really like those movies and I like Jackie Chan, especially when I was younger.
Very good.
Good stuff.
2 and 3 specifically.
I'll say my favorite part about those movies are the bloopers at the end.
Bloopers are always golden. This one's more of a cartoon movie. It aired a little bit on Cartoon Network, and I still love it because I also love that era of that particular cartoon. It's Batman vs. Dracula.
Yes.
Oh, yes.
Because it's set in the 2004 animated series of Batman. Really fucking
The Batman.
The Batman, yeah. All of his villains can fight, every single one. Even the Penguin, he knows how to throw hands.
Wow.
Yep, really good. And this one, Dracula's, it's very obvious, very obvious. And another Wayne Brothers thing, white chicks. Love white chicks.
Of course.
Yes.
The Terry Crews on the map.
Classic.
Yeah, really good, really good. And last one for honorable mentions, because I watched all of the movies that came after, but this is the one that put it on there. Just the Friday movies.
Yes. The first Friday.
Those are pretty damn good.
So just do Friday. It's simple.
Also put that on my honorable mention. I just forgot that one too.
Yep. Really, I love all of the movies that came after it. Friday is the one that puts it on, and also everyone knows the clip because it's the famous meme. So
Damn.
Yeah.
yeah, those so far are. Wait, let me count. 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8. Oh, yeah, these are my 8. All right, cool. Yeah, that's all my honorable mentions for now.
Alrighty.
Okay.
Wifey made a list of 10, so I guess her bottom 2 are honorable mentions in this case. First one is Zoot Suit. And this is interesting because I think there's some of these movies I don't even know if she's shown me them yet.
Well, I guess if anything, it's spoilers for you. It's like, oh, I know what I'm gonna watch next with her.
Is this it? I don't even. Is that spelled right? I might have to check if this is the right one.
There's so many.
Oh, snap. Howdy.
Hello.
You got a movie list, or are you just
A
chilling?
bajillion people I saw a little thing, and there's a bajillion people in here, so
Oh yeah, we're
curiosity
talking
got the
favorite
better of me.
movies.
We're talking about movies.
Yeah.
Oh, which movie?
Well,
In general, we're at whatever
top
your
list.
favorites are.
Yeah,
Doing top
favorite
favorite ones.
movies.
Okay.
So if you want to hang around and make a list, or just hang around and listen, it's up to you.
I'm down for that.
I might have to ask for clarification, but the notes here are Chicano Pride. I like the time period, based on true events, and it's a musical.
Oh, okay.
So this might be it. I'll double check the spelling. And the other one is Chicago.
That's a musical.
Okay, yeah. So I'll try and search for that. But yeah, she said for that one,
Seeing
it's
a
musical,
theme here.
and she loves the songs and acting. I think, huh? Well, I guess that.
One of the songs, by the way, Ronald, is about someone stabbing their husband like 20 times.
Wait, what?
So, hell yeah.
If you had seen it, I'm sure that you would have done the
Where
same.
can I watch it?
Chicago?
The music, he's underselling that, by the way. That whole song is about a bunch of women talking about stabbing their like husbands.
Oh.
Yeah.
Literally, it's a bunch of women in prison singing about why they're in prison.
It's legit called He Had It Coming.
He had it coming, because that's the chorus.
Oh wait, is that where that's from?
He had it coming.
Like, I hate my husband humor.
If you had been there, if you had seen it, I'm sure that you would have done the same.
Oh my God,
It's the
that's
woman-
where that's from.
It's the one version of I have a Wi-Fi hate.
I love that song, by the way. It's really good.
I hate my wife except valid.
Oh my gosh.
Yeah, you're gonna get stabbed on it, by the way. Just heads up. Continue.
I'll ask for some context later, I
All
guess.
husbands are gonna get stabbed. That's why you marry them.
That
Can't be stabbed if I'm not a husband.
Just don't get married. It's that easy.
just don't. Having serious, just tech the throw vibes. Anyways.
I was like, oh, I missed that.
Check
I
it,
didn't
bro.
get that memo. Check the marriage, bro.
Just tech.
Dude, just check your wife.
That's all for her honorable mentions. Phil's. Oh wait, I don't think Phil even had
Phil-
enough honorable mentions.
Phil's getting shot easily. He's gonna have like.
No, Phil's cooked. It's over.
Yeah, Phil only
He's getting
gave me
shot.
5 movies. Okay, so we're skipping
He's the
him.
slop king. Let's go.
We did Dasamuran's already, and then
Why
my
can't
brother.
I actually see that, bro? Like he's got like Transformers 3 icons. Oh no!
Ay. My brother's list. I think he made a list of exactly 8. So yeah, he doesn't have any honorable mentions either. So I think an hour and a half later.
Bottom 4. Just an idea. You should probably blitz to the bottom 4. And then
For the ones that aren't here?
Time. I mean, just in
Or
general.
in general. Okay,
There's
yeah. In case you guys didn't hear earlier. Well, yeah, and we're an hour and a half in.
Yeah, I can easily blitz through mine.
Well, I also forgot, if you're on YouTube, this is loosely time-stamped, so actually you could have skipped ahead a long time ago. But whatever. But yeah, what we're gonna do is, well, I mean, do you guys want to do just 8 to 5 and then 4 to 1?
I'll go with that.
Split them in half. I'm down.
Okay.
Oh wait, is this streaming?
Huh? Yeah.
Yes, sir. We are live.
If you see,
Everyone can hear us.
actually, wait, in Discord it said, well, one, I've always had the disclaimer, if you see me in a voice chat, unless it's the non-stream voice chat, I'm usually streaming. But aside from that, doesn't it show that I'm streaming on the right-hand side of Discord?
It does.
It does.
You can actually open the screen
Dipped
that way.
immediately.
Your pro is like, oh,
I'm out.
Gosh dang it. Thanks for stopping in if she watches later. Yo, thanks for watching, Smile.
Guy with
So
the
then,
hella quick cameo.
yeah, we'll go down the list, half and half. Cool?
Yeah.
Alrighty. Let's see. So for mine, I think I gave the disclaimer in Discord, but it might just be me getting old and not watching movies enough, but I really can't remember half of the movies I've watched throughout my
That's
life.
fair.
In fact,
I had the exact.
You're very valid for that.
I'm
It
not
only-
exaggerating.
Movies only ever come up when you randomly hear it in an off conversation. You're like, I can weigh in.
That's exactly what's
This
happening.
list, I was bouncing ideas off my brother, and it was like, oh my god, what about this? Fuck, I forgot this. Oh no, I forgot about this.
That happened in this call.
Yeah, honestly, you guys are reminding me of so much stuff. Like it's genuinely unlocking memories.
For sure.
But for mine, I just try to think the best I could of just movies I enjoyed. And there's just one specific one that is like an all-time classic in my heart of hearts. But for the first four, let's see, Inside Out 2, Detective Pikachu, Uncharted, and Spooderman Into the Spider-Verse. Is that what it's called, right?
Nice, yeah.
Wait a second. Did you just say Uncharted?
Yo,
Yeah.
Bro,
So-
get him, dude.
Uncharted?
Yeah.
He's going for that Tom Holland.
Screw
Yeah.
yourself.
So, context.
On stream.
Well, for Uncharted and Detective Pikachu, this was basically just two. Well, I mean, one's like definitely better than the other. Actually, let's go
Yeah,
ahead.
because
And fix
Uncharted is shit, bro.
It's really not.
the movie.
Uncharted was a
can't believe it.
surprisingly solid like adaptation that actually kind of served as like a nice, fun, like prequel-ish thing of like showing that like beginning relationship of Nathan and Sully. Like it was actually a believable like presentation of it. Like Sully's just kind of being a douche. But like they played off each other pretty well. It's just an enjoyable movie overall.
Ronald, do you have a gunshot like sound effect? By the way,
Not on me. Or what are y'all gonna add it to the
I'm gonna need you
soundboard?
to. I need you to get one and blast it off. You're the first flop casualty. I can't believe this.
Cry
I
about
trusted you.
it. From what I remember, the movie was enjoyable.
Your corpse.
Confirmed.
You just gotta commit CBI, cry about it. PAI, I'm an idiot.
About it.
Yeah, cry about it, yeah. Okay. It's still CBI, I'm saved, thank you.
But on even higher tier of that, Detective Pikachu was a very great live action. Well, wait, no, yeah, live act. Like a lot of it is animated, but still like live action movie. And that was a really enjoyable movie too. Yeah, I hope a lot of you have seen it.
I'm a Pokemon fan, I had to see it.
Yeah, it was pretty darn good. And it's gonna stand. Wait, what?
Sorry.
That's just the movie. Is if you have a favorite Pokemon, I like when favorite Pokemon shows up.
I clapped when I saw him.
I was very spoiled by this movie because I got a full extended sequence of Bulbasaur.
That reminds me of like the different people who just looped that scene and it was just Bulbasaur ASMR.
There is some really cool. I like the way they brought Pokemon into the real world. Actually, like,
Yeah.
a lot in that movie. I agree.
Like there's.
Dude, Traffic Patrolman Machamp.
It wasn't
Anything with
actually.
Lick a tongue is automatically based.
I knew you were gonna
So,
freaking
you gotta
say
pass.
that.
You've been forgiven after picking Uncharted.
I mean, no, you still got a slot point. How dare
A
you,
slop point? Cute. Okay.
Yeah.
Can you put that on the spreadsheet, please?
Yeah, you're leading the.
Color
You're leading the
fill
track.
it, do a fill and do like a red fill or something for slot.
A red fill for slop
Yeah.
point.
Yes.
I will give
Uncharted, please.
I will
You
give
get your little
Detective
legend at the end at the top, like red.
I will give Detective Pikachu like props for the whole like it took some of the Dex things like very seriously, like the whole dude Psyduck is a bomb.
Mm-hmm.
Essentially.
It's just a living migraine ready to explode at any time.
It's scary to
I
think
love
about.
Psyduck too. I had a lot of my favorite Pokemon. Like everything related to the Pokemon themselves was actually really good. Everything human-wise is
That just sounds like normal Pokemon.
I mean, I like the most of the characters in like the anime and manga.
Yeah.
Humberto, you've seen more than 8 movies, bro.
He's probably starred in 8 movies. Howdy, Umberto. And
this is JD's.
Possibly started
drop
those.
8 codes right now.
Drop 8 JV codes.
Yeah, I'll judge it later.
K-pop fiend's gonna come out of nowhere. Number
Waiting.
5.
Dude, that guy is a grade A Coomer, dude.
Relatable. Into the Spider-Verse. I mean, like, everyone knows why it's like a pretty good movie, but also just like the more specific aspects of it, like the god tier of animation and yada yada.
Yeah.
I'm gonna hopefully, I don't know how to phrase this without sounding anti-woke, but basically Into the Spider-Verse, at least from the context I've been given by other homies that know Marvel, as far as I know about Miles Morales and like his original portrayals in the comics, part of what I like about Into the Spider-Verse and also the games is basically making Miles Morales like an actual character.
They told you the truth. They told you the truth.
100%.
Yeah.
Miles before Across the Spider-Verse was not a particularly liked character.
He did not have great comic writers.
Well, it's part of why, like I'm trying to choose my words carefully, but it's part of why, personally, I've never cared about Miles Morales at all, because to be frank, it's always felt like people liked him just because he's Black Spider-Man. But with this movie...
He's anti-woke.
But with this movie and with the game, this was
that's fair.
This
again,
is when
makes him an actual character.
Yeah, he feels like an actually likable character in a cool.
So to put it in the way that you're thinking, comic Miles is just a Spider-Man that happens to be black. This Miles is an actual character.
Yeah.
He's got things he likes. He's got his own personality stuff. He's a cool guy.
Yeah, and it's just all in a film that's like just a cool, not only a cool, enjoyable story with like just a general good lesson of like life can be chaotic and you just gotta do your best you can, but also like the tie-ins, the fan service, if you know you know, cameos, all that stuff. It's just really good. Yeah, that's Inside Out 2 is, it probably should go over, well, I don't know, I might move it up maybe, but Inside Out 2 was a surprisingly good movie.
I've not seen it actually. This is the first movie you guys mentioned I haven't seen.
Yeah, because like, I mean, we know with like animated sequels, and there's like just been so many times where things get sequels when they, or like reboots or whatever, when they really don't freaking need them. Inside Out 2 was actually a surprisingly really good sequel and like continuation of like that general idea, introducing the new emotions, like very real depictions of the and believable depictions of the emotions, like to the point where it should make sense and be relatable to a kid, but also like as an adult you're like, dang, this actually they're actually hitting it pretty hard.
Yeah. In an era where you're expecting bad sequels to beloved movies, this was pretty good.
Yeah, I was very pleasantly surprised with that movie. So I would definitely recommend it, honestly. But yeah, that's my first 4. Paper cut.
That's a good list, dude.
Thank you.
Mostly.
Right, I got my list
except
ready.
for that one Steve, good job.
The slop.
Can you fill it in, please?
Well,
yeah, please fill it in with red.
Yeah,
or whatever color you want, brown, red, whatever.
You know what?
I liked it.
Well, yeah. See, base.
We can fill yours in too. Don't worry.
It was an enjoyable movie. Like I don't really know what else you expect me to say about it.
Our first disapproval. It's marked in red.
I ain't scared of people disapprove of my list.
Yeah, I don't.
My dang thing.
I already told, like, you shouldn't expect any like in-depth analysis from me except for my number 1.
None of us are movie
Oh, that's
critics.
good. I wouldn't say none of us, but
David, what's
All
your
right, Mr. John Critic.
I'm just kidding.
David? What's your 8 to 4? 8 to 5. Sorry,
You
8
think
to
you're a
5.
movie critic? Name every movie.
Change name to John Critic.
Citizen Kane.
Alright, we're
Yeah, there we
a
go.
little too much. We gotta get to the next thing.
Alright. Ronald, I'm not gonna like explain these two, but could you please add like Star Wars Episode 3 and John Wick 2 into my honorable mentions? I forgot to mention them, but I'm not gonna explain them. But I'll explain number 8 right now.
Wait, you said Phantom
So
Menace?
number 8 is Spider-Man 1, the one with Tobey Maguire.
Oh.
Back in launched back in 2002.
And they say that a hero saves us. That's a good song.
What I really liked about like Spider-Man 1 was,
Oh,
obviously Tobey Maguire's performance was like super good, and also I also thought like Willem Dafoe did a really good job playing the villain. If you think about it, the Green Goblin in that film is basically the Marvel version of the Joker, which is I thought like was really good, and by the way, like fun fact, like not that many people know this, but Willem Dafoe, like first of all, he was the one who created that Goblin voice, and Willem Dafoe also, I believe like that most of the stunts were actually like done by Willem Dafoe himself. Like when you see him in the Green Goblin suit, most of that is actually Willem Dafoe. He actually did most of the stunts by himself, and he said that he would like spend all like day filming, and he said that the Green Goblin costume was like super heavy and super tight, and he said that every time like he would film it would always be like super uncomfortable, but he was like so dedicated to playing that role, so he went through all that pain just so he could like portray the Green Goblin properly, and of course that's just a little bit of a reason of why I really enjoyed the film. I just thought the story itself was really great. I thought like Harry Osborn was good. James Franco though, gotta say like I'm disappointed that he like ended up making such silly decisions that ruined his career. I'm not going to get into that, but James Franco I have absolutely no respect for. But back in the day in the early 2000s, I thought the character Harry Osborn was good. And also let's see, I'm trying to be spoiler free here, because if this was like a spoiler discussion, I could like definitely discuss a lot more. But I would just say though that it was like I've seen like X-Men 1 and the Spider-Man 1, and I would say that like Spider-Man 1 is like a lot better, and it's also directed by, I believe the director also like directed horror films, so I liked how like Spider-Man 1 kind of toyed with the horror genre, which I thought was good.
Sam Raimi. He's a great director.
A lot of things that happened in the Spider-Man 1 were because of Raimi. Sessions of a lot of Spider-Man stuff, where like he really pissed off a lot of comic book people with that movie. I'll let you say that.
But they learned to love it later. That's the funny part.
Yep.
They were mad at first. They were like, "Wait a minute, he's awesome."
Wait a minute, he's awesome.
He has his moments.
All right. What's the next one?
So next one, let me get the list. The next one is actually the World War II film called Fury.
Yay, that's a good one.
And that's so what I really liked about Fury is like, in fact, I actually wasn't planning to see this film. So I just remember this film was released back in 2014. It was October of 2014. And what I really liked about this film was like how accurate it was to like World War II. Like World War II, like a lot of like movies, movies like that are based off of World War II, they kind of like sugarcoat how World War II was. Like World War II, by the end of the day, like was a really, really nasty thing, and so what soldiers went through was really like a brutal experience. And Fury, what I really liked about that film was how like accurate it portrayed that. It was like so accurate with how, of how nasty, World War II and the battles there, they really were. And how I ended up watching this was in October of 2014. I was actually I was a sophomore in college back then, and I remember the history class I was taking for general education actually gave us an extra credit assignment. They said, if you watch Fury in the movie theaters and write a report on it, will it give you extra credit? I was like, okay, I'll give Fury a shot, why not? And I was like, I did not realize how much I would like enjoy the film. I thought I'd be like, okay, it's a good experience, but no, this was like an actual like decent film. And of course, all the actors, like all of the acting was like really good. I thought like John Bernthal was good. I thought, you know, like Brad Pitt. Like, I'm gonna be honest, I'm probably gonna get a lot of hate for saying this, but I am not a fan of Brad Pitt. I don't like the actor, but I did like him in Fury. Like, it's like the only film I actually respected him in. And let's see what else. Like, unfortunately, I can't remember the other celebrities' names. I know Shia LaBeouf had a good performance. I know he's kind of gone crazy and he's ruined his career, but he had his performance was accurate. I heard he did make some bad decisions while filming, but anyways, like the point is that what I also like about Fury was how it said that, like, not. I'm trying to make a spoiler-free explanation, but I'll just say this. What I liked in Fury, and for those of you who've seen it, you'll know what I'm talking about. I like the fact that it showed that not all the Germans were like bad people, but not at the same time, not all the Americans were good people. Like, for those of you who've seen the film, do you actually know what I'm talking about? Do you remember who's seen it, Fury? Because this is like a spoiler.
That's just a good point of war. It's like war is people just being
not black and white.
There's not really there's no winners in war.
No, because you're always gonna lose something in war.
Yeah, a good lesson that's hopefully continuously learned by now.
All right, so the number 6 is going to be Toy Story.
Yes.
And now we move on to a completely different tone.
Yeah, completely different.
Well, Raul, also, I noticed you have Star Wars Episode 1, Phantom Menace. It's actually Episode 3 on the honorable mention, just when you get the chance. Yeah, it's Episode 3.
Totally different movies, bro.
What it?
That's what. Yeah.
No, but
It's
what
no
is
worries. Anyways, so what I like about Toy Story 1 is, first of all, you have to respect the film, that it's literally the first 3D film, like the 3D animation film to ever get launched. And this was launched back in, I believe it was 95, I think.
Yeah, it was 90s. They had to, like, invent the software to animate it.
Mm-hmm.
Yeah, it's.
I don't know why. You said a first 3D film. I thought of that rip-off Ratatouille.
Oh my god! Wait, Toy Story was what year?
So as I was saying, what I really liked the first Toy Story film, because I like it. I think it's like, I'm not a huge fan of like comedy films. I don't like hate them and all that, but they're not the kind of stuff I like to watch. But I make a happy exception for like Toy Story 1. Like, it was like a funny but like good way. And I like how it's like so family friendly at times, and it's also edgy. It's like, how often do you find like a film that's like edgy and family friendly at the same time? You know what I mean? It's like, but what I like about it is that what I like about it though is that it's very black and white. It's like, you know when it's being family friendly and you know when it's being edgy. And I gotta say, it's pretty dark for a G-rated film. Like, I watched that when I was like a kid, and I didn't realize like how nasty it really was. When I watched it as an adult, I was like, dang, they did all that stuff and I never even noticed it and all that. And I know nowadays that kind of stuff would never survive with a G rating in modern films. It'd definitely be PG. But I thought the villain was great. Still the best villain in all the Toy Story films and all that. I thought, of course, I like Woody and Buzz. Like, those are definitely OG characters, and it's basically you're seeing like how like the whole like characters like developed and how they became famous and all that. And again, like, Pixar just did a great job with the animations, and sure, the graphics may not have aged exactly well. They may kind of look a little outdated, but come on, considering the fact that this was literally a 3D animation film in literally the 90s and the very first one, I think they did a very decent job, and the graphics still look good considering all that.
I'm of the opposite opinion of, like, it's just timeless. Like, you just go back to
honestly,
it. Honestly,
yeah, it's a timeless movie, genuinely.
The only things in it that look uncanny are the people, and they're not the focus.
Yeah.
And the fact that they look uncanny, honestly, can kind of play to its strong suit, because it's part of what makes Sid so creepy.
Yeah,
I should put it here.
And speaking of that, you're right. It's kind of like you get to see the toys' perspective on what they're going through. You know what I mean? It's kind of like you're seeing like this massive like major giant doing all these horrible things and all that. And it's really interesting how you kind of like feel what they're feeling. You know what I mean? They got that accurate.
Well, I ain't gonna fuck with my toys anymore.
little small tidbit, just like Toy Story lore. You gotta remember, Toy Story 2 almost didn't happen because someone almost deleted all of it when they were making it.
True.
Yeah.
That is insane.
Someone saved it on their PC, thankfully.
Mm-hmm.
Dang.
And the Toy Story franchise gets more and more existentialist with each sequel.
The only reason it didn't get deleted is because there's the "Are you sure?" button on there.
Yeah.
Well, no, because 90% of it was deleted. The only reason it was saved because someone was away from home and just happened to have the copies of the files and stuff like that on the CD drive.
They had the local rip.
That is the definition of clutch.
Gotta have to make sure someone has downloaded the master at some point.
Good thing they did it. What do you have over Toy Story?
Alright, so
he has
the next film I have is the Dark Knight with the Joker, The Dark Knight 2008.
Heath Ledger.
Yeah, Heath Ledger. I have to say, like, in this game, why am I saying game? This movie was launched back in 2008, and it still literally looks like a modern movie, and it's aged like fine wine. You know, a lot of movies that were released that far back kind of look cheesy nowadays. Not this one. This still looks like a movie, and you would think that it would be made, like, in the modern times. They did such a great job with the, cinematography and all that. Of course, that's just what I'm saying is, like, just the beginning. I mean, like, Heath Ledger is, like, I think is literally has played like one of the best villains of all time. It's really amazing how he really portrayed what the original version of the Joker was supposed to be. And I like the lot more dark, gritty, and realistic version of the Joker and all that. And what I really like was how he kind of was funny at times. You know, he actually said some like funny lines that just appear out of nowhere. Where it was like supposed to be like, be like this terrifying villain and all that. And of course Christian Bale played a really good Batman. And the whole the plot of the story was just so great. There are just so many great plot twists, but in a good way. Like the Heath Ledger Joker is like full of surprises, and I thought that it was just like so well developed. And of course the performing and acting is great. And I'm telling you, this is really only a comic book film by technicality and because people put on costumes and all that. It was pretty much its own film and a very original story, and that's what I really liked about that. And by the way, this imitation voice I was gonna use, since I've just dropped the film now, I might as well use it. I can even make the Heath Ledger version of the Joker's voice.
Holy frick.
I'm so serious. I can actually do that, and I actually used to do it like a lot more. But most people who I've said it to say it's like creepy, and so I've stopped doing that. But I figure I'm talking about the film, I might as well do it. And this is going to be, for those of you who get creeped out by that, this is going to be only like how I'm going to be using that voice, because over 90% of the people I've done that to say it creeps them out. So I'm like, okay, I'm going to stop.
That's a weird idea to me, getting creeped out by a Heath Ledger impersonation.
Shout out to
most people, I'm serious. Like most people who have directly told me, have just straight up told me, like I've done it to, straight up told me that saying stop. I don't like that.
You're
so
scared of the
actors.
actors.
See, this is why I'm lawful. This is why I'm lawful. Like this is why I'm like lawful good, because I don't do that to antagonize people. All right.
Oh wait, that was your 5.
Yeah, that was 5.
Alrighty.
So that's it for me.
Unknown Luis.
All right, any questions or before we move on, or
no? I'm too scared.
Who was the one who said that? Was that?
It was me. That was me, bro. He's too scared. I might actually cry.
He's under his blanket right now.
He's under.
It's okay. Heath Ledger isn't real.
Wait a minute.
Not anymore.
Well, I should have known.
He was.
I predicted that this was gonna start. This was gonna start a bunch of trolling. Oh wow.
It's all good.
No, it's all good. I know you're just trolling and all that. So you know, I'll just be honest. I can't think of a counter joke, so I'm just gonna laugh it off. Wow, I know, cheesy
That's
laugh,
fair.
cheesy laugh.
Interest.
That's fair.
That
But
is
still
fair.
laugh.
Unknown
Alright.
Luis.
Well, speaking of laughs, I have another comedy movie in here.
You did say that's one of your main things.
Yeah. This one is actually, I'm a little surprised this one hasn't been mentioned yet. Either movie from this trilogy, but we're gonna go a little out of the country here and go back to the days when Mike Myers was in his prime with Austin Powers and Goldmember.
Yeah.
Nice.
Goldmember.
Yes.
Yeah, I have Goldmember specifically just because I watched it in theaters and I remember it having the god ugly physical box, like with the blue box on it. And yeah, honestly, I could have picked like The Spire Shag Me or International Man of Mystery, but I went with Goldmember just because I watched both like a couple more times than the others. And I'm sorry, like one of the highlights is definitely him punt kicking Mini-Me across the fucking room. And using his because he was in a bag and just using him like destroying everything. It was a funny movie, man. Does it hold up? Well, who knows?
I feel like I never
Great
actually
spoof
finished
movie
this
of the
movie.
spy genre.
Yeah, honestly.
It's
Yeah,
very
'cause
funny.
It is. Honestly, all three movies are pretty good in their own ways. So, yeah. Hoping for a fourth one, but also kind of don't want them to do it because knowing Hollywood now, they probably fuck it up again.
Probably.
Yeah.
gonna be woke, bro.
Yeah.
Would not allow it.
Woke member.
Honestly, no. Honestly, no. Yeah. My number 7, I am going to put another movie I watched really recently, Happy Gilmore.
Oh, nice.
Good movie. Good movie.
So this one hits a lot more of a personal one for me too. And yeah, like I watched this one a lot of times. Although I've never been a personal fan of golf, I really like how fun they ended up making this golf movie. And this was like one of the couple of Adam Sandler movies that I could tolerate for the most part.
What? You didn't like Click?
Click gets kind of real.
Adam Sandler's hit and miss, but Happy Gilmore's a hit.
All right,
Yeah,
let me do a list. What? You didn't like Jack and Jill?
There you go. There's a miss.
That is a huge miss.
You didn't like Hotel Transylvania?
You guys hear the conspiracy theory?
Pennsylvania.
The conspiracy theory that he pitches films to go on vacation in that place.
Not a theory. It's just true.
Wait, what?
I mean, I do the same thing. Fuck it.
Yeah.
Vacay, son.
Dude makes movies so he can hang out with people he wants and go places.
And he gets paid for it.
That's kind of genius.
No joke. I watched there was an animated movie on Netflix that was with Adam Sandler, and I legit think that entire movie was made for 2 reasons: so that he can do an old man voice, and so he can hang out with Bill Burr.
Well, there you go.
And
Dang.
he could do what was that Family Guy skit where the seagulls laughing in the theater? And
Yeah.
Yeah.
He's doing that.
But yeah, going back to Happy Gilmore, I had this one originally in my honorable mentions, but considering that I had an opportunity to be like a celebrity with this, I did want to elevate it a little bit more. So TLDR, random Chuck E. Cheese visit in Fresno, and I ended up running into Richard Keel, who was Mr. Larson.
Yo.
Really?
Wow.
Yeah. So he was already wheelchair bound. So, and this was like 2 years before he ended up passing away. So I got to meet him, got an autograph from him. It was pretty awesome. And unfortunately, he didn't have the nail on his head anymore. But aside from that,
Put it back in there.
yeah. I was like, let me help you with it. It'll fix you. But No, it was cool. One of my very few celebrity like interactions. So
Gave you a great memory.
hell yeah. At a Chuck E. Cheese, like at a complete random.
Of all places.
He
Yeah,
said Shorty's like a memory.
Hell yeah.
Except he was like 8 foot tall.
Oh yeah. Yeah, I would have loved to see how tall he actually was, but he was already wheelchair bound.
What was he playing at Chuck E. Cheese, bro?
I
Prices?
think it was like a nephew or something. He was just sitting down on the table eating, pizza, like with his family.
Awful pizza.
Yeah, cardboard. So, but yeah, that's gonna be my what was it, number 7?
Mm-hmm.
Number 6. I'm gonna finally get back to some action here and go into. I've been kind of debating on like a couple of the recent Dragon Ball movies that came out in theaters, but with this one, I'm gonna go for it just because of how much fun I had watching it the first time. It's gonna be Broly.
Yes,
Seeing
sir.
Broly in theaters was so much fun.
Honestly, this should be on my list.
Say Evolution. I really thought you were gonna say that, bro. I'm not even kidding.
Dude, this ain't Tim's fucking list.
I haven't even seen it.
I might have to modify my
I've
list.
seen it
Dude.
and
This
played
movie
the
was really
PSP
freaking
game.
good.
Matter of fact, I put the
Oh my god.
Remember,
Get up, I just came back. I thought you were about to click on evolution, bro.
Remember, I put
It's like, hold up.
Oh,
I
like
put
slot
the
point
PSP
granted.
I put the PSP game in an older Shenanigans.
Well, because the PSP game's actually good, isn't it?
Literally just Budokai.
Yeah.
It is.
Of that.
People, and it sucks.
And also, do me a favor because you just listed it. That was my number 8, so you go to number 8.
Well.
Nice. But yeah, like this one is definitely biased for me due to the fact that I got to see it for the very first time in theaters, and although it had like an obscene amount of action, like compared to like Superhero and Battle of Gods, for example, I still enjoy it as a casual Dragon Ball fan, dude. It's fun with the characters interacting with each other. Of course, the fights, the screaming.
I mean, Akira Toriyama just came back for that movie.
Yeah. Well, Battle of Gods, I think, was one of the ones that he came back to. But
Directly?
He came back because Evolution was unironically so bad.
Yeah,
Basically.
he came back for Battle of Gods and then stuck around, and this was him going, you know what, I'm gonna make Broly, and I'm gonna do it this time.
Make him an
Last time
actually
I had
good
other people.
character.
He was told about
Exactly.
this character that was non-canon. It was like, I don't know why people like him. Let me give it a shot.
yeah, and they ended up making Broly's character a lot more interesting than he was back in the 90s.
Yeah.
So, big ups to that. He's just a large himbo that doesn't know much.
Actually, yeah, that's him as a
He
character.
really is just a good boy.
Yeah. It's like, please don't talk bad about my dad. He is my dad. But yeah.
And then his dad's an awful person.
Yeah,
He
his
is
dad-
he is piece of shit, but my piece of shit.
Yeah, Frieza approves. Laser to the chest.
Oh my god.
Oh, you know exactly what to say.
Broly, look.
Okay, you know what? Since you brought it up, I really love the voice acting in this movie, dude.
It's actually
so
pretty
good.
top notch.
Just good.
Yeah.
What does repugnant mean again?
Wait, you mean Broly was beating up on Frieza for like over an hour?
Based.
Yep, as they were just taking the time learning.
Oh, we messed it up, alright, he's got a hold again.
Yeah, it's hella good. So, number 5. This one I almost forgot to add on the list, and I would have been pissed if I like remembered later. But I really appreciate a lot of these comedies are sports movies, I noticed. But hey, keeping the the type going on here. Dodgeball, a true underdog story, is always going to be a classic for me, man.
Let's go.
I am a purple
That's a good
cobra.
choice.
Yeah.
Bro, that
And
soundtrack bit just aged so bad. It's
It aged
hilarious.
so bad. Yeah.
It got better because of that, honestly.
But the Chuck Norris one holds up well.
Oh, hell yeah. I really want ESPN 8 the Ocho to be real. Why can't it be
They did
there?
for a while.
I know, like April Fools.
There was like a year or two where they turned one of their like the side channels because there was like ESPN 3 or 4 that they're like, yeah, we're gonna turn into the Ocho and we're gonna run like disc volleyball and other events on it. And they did for a couple years. It was sick.
Awesome.
Dang.
Bro, I just want one day of the American Dodgeball Association of America. Come on, man. But yeah, like it holds up pretty well. It is hilarious, and honestly, nothing is more scary than listening to the rubber like smack of a dodgeball hitting someone in the face. Oh wait, there is someone getting hit with a fucking wrench to the face.
Dodge a wrench, you can dodge a ball.
Yeah, a lot of really funny stuff in this, and if it is true that they are in production of a sequel, oh my god, don't hold back, man, please. So, we'll see how that goes.
We'll see.
Yeah, that's my number 5.
Alright, Tim, 8 to 5.
Alrighty. Just as a quick background for that whole like, oh well, what are the criteria or all that? The keyword is favorite. I know that some of these movies will be better than others, but the key is just that I really like them. The later ones I will argue more on like the like critical merit. I'll say like, no, these are also just legitimately great films. But
On the
some of these
kino
other ones,
merit.
I can understand if they're not like you're not into them, but I love them. So yeah. So with that said, number 8 is an extremely goofy movie.
Nice, I knew
As
it.
in,
Yeah.
And I want to
Literal?
specify
Let's go.
extremely, not goofy movie, extremely goofy movie.
Yeah, because it's a sequel.
Yeah, and it's amazing.
It's
Like
fucking goofy, bro. It's silly.
the thing about this movie that I want to say, above all else, watch facial animations.
Yes.
This movie has some of the best expression animation I've ever seen. Every
I agree.
character in this is so fun to watch. They just overact like everything. It's wonderful. I think Bradley Uppercrust is like one of my favorite animated characters ever because every scene he's in, he's such a doofus and he's making the best faces. I love it. It's a fairly standard like Disney thing, you know. It's got like a feel good message in it. It's got like kind of silly stuff, but I adore the animation in it. It is a blast to watch. And also, I have a soft spot for like the time period. It's early 2000s, like X Games and like skate culture is still a thing. I'm kind of happy to see it get like some representation. I have a soft spot for it. I'm like nostalgic.
makes sense.
Yeah, it's great. I recommend watching it again if you can.
I probably will, to be honest.
Yeah.
My
it's been a
number
long
7 is Mean Girls.
Yo.
Nice.
Okay.
Christ, it wasn't on my names list.
Go ahead and talk about it. I gotta.
I have never seen a movie so perfectly, accurately capture how much high school sucks.
Facts.
It's and make it enjoyable to
year
watch how
was it
much high
again?
school sucks.
It's like 2004.
A masterpiece of that kind of like time period and setting. I cannot believe how accurately it properly like shows how much a bunch of that crap sucks while still like making it funny. And every actress in it is great. Like it's probably one of Lindsay Lohan's better performances like ever. I think she's phenomenal in it.
I
I had a
agree.
huge expression her back then too as a kid. I was like, oh my god.
Before the drugs.
Before everything. But yeah, just that movie it is a perfect time capsule of that kind of like high school era. And even now that I'm way older and wiser and beyond that, I look back at it and I go, dang, this is kind of right.
Nice.
People will just do this for that kind of crap, dang.
Yeah, I mean, everyone has varying degrees of like different experiences and whatnot, but it's one of the things that I've definitely observed more and more throughout life is kids, and not even just like young kids, but just the general pre-adulthood time frame. Kids are freaking menaces.
Yeah.
I just went ahead and Googled Mean Girls because I wanted to see it for myself, like just like all the talk. And one of the things that people also ask is Mean Girls okay for 12-year-olds?
Is holy
That's a great question.
Yeah.
Kids are still figuring out life and who they are. Never underestimate their ability to just be mean for
Is it
no
normal
reason.
for a 12-year-old to be rude?
Is it normal for a 12-year-old?
Not around me. It's not them.
Yeah, it encapsulates it perfectly.
Yeah.
Just the kind of attitudes and weirdness of it all. I love it.
Yeah, so fun fact real quick. Back in high school, I had a really good friend of mine.
You're a mean girl?
My nickname used to be Glen Coco.
You go, Glen Coco.
Yeah, so I got that all throughout junior and senior year.
Yep, that will never leave you.
Nope.
I
much
do
so that it became a
enjoy.
password.
I do enjoy every year seeing the brief. I used to see the brief arguments online between Full Metal Alchemist fans and Mean Girls fans about that one day in October.
Oh my god.
Damn it.
Never
Because it's
forget.
the same day for both of them. Just like, oh, remember this day. Just, oh, that was the day he asked me what day it was.
The
It's like
duality of
69.
man.
It's Doom Crossing or it's pre-sequel to Doom Crossing.
Oh, hell.
I never wanted. Yeah. My number 6 is The Incredibles.
Oh.
Oh, nice.
That's a classic one.
That is a movie that gets better the older you get.
Honestly?
Honestly, I think
You-
it's also timeless, kind of.
It is timeless in a way that, like, I legitimately think they've made it wonderful on that regard. Of it perfectly, like, on a surface level, it's a really fun little superhero movie with kind of goofy stuff in it. And when you get a little older and know a little more stuff, it's like, oh, it's kind of picking at some comic stuff, and I kind of get it. And then if you get even older and start being more adult and having more recognition of, like, family stuff, it's like,
pretty real.
this is a really interesting family piece, too.
I
Like,
really thought you were gonna say you can have more interesting Family Guy.
Oh my god.
You need to, like, fix your brain. You have jumped to the wrong conclusion like 20
I was
times.
anticipating.
Oh,
a,
The
like,
Incredibles, such a
Family Guy.
wholesome family. Immediately goes to freaking Family Guy.
But it's, I legit think it's Pixar's, if not like their magnum opus. I think it's like second or third of their best things they've ever done.
I would
It's
agree.
A phenomenal movie.
How do you feel about the second one?
Brad Bird is amazing. I
He's
love
so
that man.
goated, dude.
He's the greatest. I love him.
Still trying to find that super suit, bro.
Where's my super suit?
And then my number 5 is Ocean's 11, which
that's
if
a
you
good
Google it,
movie.
it might give you like a 60s
Interesting.
one. You're gonna want the 2001 version.
With George Clooney?
Yeah, with George Clooney.
Oh yeah.
Ocean's 11 is a fantastic heist movie. It is just full of charm and star power, and every actor in it like just owns every scene they're in. It has like some of the best like cast chemistry I've seen in like a movie ever. And the way the actual heist goes down and so the end of the movie when it all comes together, like I love it. It's one of the best like end reveals ever. It's so good. It's easily it's on here for that very reason. Just nope, it's carried by an incredible cast with an incredible script, and then the plot just goes seamlessly from start to end. And I can't get into detail because it's a heist movie. So it's
Yeah,
about
don't wanna
hey,
spoil
how do they
that
do
at
it, how's
all.
it go? Watch it and find out. You will love every scene. It is phenomenal.
Well said.
We're gonna get along, Tim.
Nice. 8 through 5.
Is it okay if I just shotgun mine because I'm gonna dip in a little bit?
You're heading out.
Go for it.
All right, go for it.
Because I'll do minuscule explanations, but I like it, it's just whatever. So one more honorable mention is because I just remembered it. Shaolin Soccer.
Yo,
Good one.
on ESPN 8 too, Joe.
Hell yeah.
Really good movie. Get ready to kick some grass, you know, all of that. Number 8. If any of you know this, be really fucking surprised. It's I watched this when I was like super young. I don't remember when, but it was a 2001 Korean movie my dad showed me called Volcano High.
Oh.
It's very cheesy. Like you would find this plot in any manhwa out there. Guy gets sent to school, kind of a delinquent. Not the one with Snoop Dogg.
Okay, I'm like, wait, what?
Not Cooley.
The one next to it with the face.
Okay.
But
Korean
so-
student.
I did not know that existed.
He basically, I believe he gets into a different school where it's like a hierarchy, where it's like super powered martial arts. It's really weird, goofy. I love it. It's been a long time since I've seen it, but I just love it. That's number 8. Number 7, another Wayans Brothers movie. 94, Blank Man.
Wait, I thought Broly was your number 8.
Oh no, yeah, sorry, Broly was my number 8. So yeah, so number other one, Blank Man. If you've seen it from the Wayans Brothers, he's So it is there is a superhero movie, but like no one has actually any power.
Oh yeah. I know what you're talking about. Never mind. Yeah.
Blank Man. So he's kind of nerdy, and he's like, there's a lot of crime, and like he's like very like, just like a soft nerd, and he's like, you know what? I'm gonna deal with the crime in this city myself. Uses science, like bullshit science, by the way, to create a bulletproof clothing and all of that, and just becomes a superhero. And he does get a girl, and then his brother, who's like the smarter one, the other Wayans brothers, is like, look, you gotta be realistic. Puts on another. There's a scene where he puts on a suit that he's like, oh, put together, they go fight crime. His suit, he forgot to make it bulletproof, so he actually gets shot, which is funny. And it's just playing for jokes, but that's good. The next one, Rush Hour 1. Because I put the other 2 in honorable mentions, I love the Rush Hour series. Rush Hour 1, my favorite. Love Jackie Chan, love Chris Tucker. Really good movie.
Godlike movie.
How many spots do I have left now after Rush Hour 1? 3, right?
4. Wait, 1,
4.
2, 3, 4. Yeah, 4.
Oh, 4? Okay, so next one, the 2002 Scooby-Doo live-action movie.
What?
I love that movie. I absolutely love it. The gang
sucks.
They break up and
2, isn't it?
no, not 2, 1. 2.
Oh, you said 2.
Yeah, 2.
No, I was just talking about I think Coolsville sucks.
Oh yeah, 2 is also from Leash, and I don't think it's that good. The first one, really good premise. The game breaks up because like they're all like Daffy's tired of being like bait and all that, and they all go to the island, and then it's really fun movie. If anyone hasn't seen it, it's really. This is my number 3, right? Next. Wait, Broly, Volcano 8.
Yeah, 3-1 now. What's your
3-1? All right, okay. Number 3, easy, really good movie. No Way Home.
Oh.
Hella nostalgia.
Like it hit us with everything I could have ever wanted when it comes to that. When everyone was talking about multiverse and stuff, I was one of the people where they were like, they'd probably bring the villains in, but not the Spider-Man because that probably be harder to do and whatever. And then I was like pleasantly surprised when, oh my god, all 3 of them. Maguire coming back. And my favorite.
It's in the ads now.
Yeah. My favorite scene for anyone is just the whole like, because again, you know how Raimi's a freak when doing the Spider-Man 1 because Spider-Man that actually shoots webs out of his wrist. That scene, perfect.
Yeah, I'm glad they talked about that.
Yeah. Number 2, and this is the movie that got me into this series, and I got the promo cards for it and everything, and I loved it. My favorite movie, my favorite Pokemon movie, 2000.
Oh, okay.
I love Lugia. Lugia's my favorite legendary. First one I saw that got me into it. Don't look up the history about the creator of Lugia. It's a fucking ride. I'll explain that another day. But if anyone's ever curious, look up the creator of Lugia. The small tidbit will give was he originally wanted Lugia to be a movie-only Pokemon, not anywhere else.
Oh.
Good luck with that.
Yeah, how would that even work?
I don't know. Another small tidbit. When he was creating the first 3 movies, he was filled with drugs, and he hated Ash Ketchum. And it's why in those 3 movies, Ash Ketchum kind of gets the bad end of the stick in a lot of scenes. So, yeah. Number 1 movie, and Tim will know why I love this movie. Small tidbit for me, I watched this at least, not joking, least once a day for a full year without getting tired of it.
Holy frick.
And I don't know why, I just love the movie. It's called Summer Wars. It's an anime movie.
Oh, that's a great one.
It's real good.
It's basically
I still haven't
Digimon,
finished.
but
It's kind of Digimon, but it still separates itself. It makes it known for itself. The dub cast. This is one of the few movies where I'll say the dub cast is vastly superior than the sub. I watched the sub, did not like the performance. The dub cast is very high loaded with a lot of well-known people you'll see in that movie. Yeah, like look. I was once in a different Discord call where I told other people how much I love this movie, and it's like I can basically recite the entire movie, and
one guy was like, "All right, do it," and then he did it for 40
movie
minutes.
from beginning to end, and I did it in 40 minutes because I know the movie.
And the guy was like, "Yo, I should have recorded that. That would have been like ASMR."
Yeah, so,
Just reciting the movie.
I was there for that. I can confirm.
He was legitimately there for me reciting the movie from memory in the scenes.
And he was right, by the way, because I've seen the movie too. He did not miss a beat.
So yeah, and small honorable mention because it was because before I did Spirited Away, easy. My first Ghibli. Honorable mention, Spirited Away, easy. Another small tidbit for that movie is that when I was doing that film class in college, this movie helped me cheat because it was like, oh, write a paper of every time the setting shifts. An easy way to tell when the setting shifts instead of rewatching the movie, just look up the script and it says where all the scene shift. Easy.
Let's go.
Yeah, that was it. So thank you for having me here, and I will watch it back on YouTube about like all your guys' other picks. So I'll see you guys later. Have a good night.
Have a good one.
Alrighty.
Good night.
Thanks for chilling. Alrighty. Fishbone. 8 to 5. Yo.
We're doing 5, 6, 7, 8, right?
Yeah.
Alright. So my number 8 is French romantic comedy called Amélie.
It's I haven't heard that one in a minute.
Yeah, it's a really feel-good film about a girl who kind of like perceives the world differently, and it shows like her perspective and what?
Is this it?
Yeah. She looks. I know what you're thinking, but like, it plays into itself very well.
Okay,
She can't help it, Ronald. She's French.
He's hitting you with the "Does he know?"
Yeah, I just got jump scared a little bit. I'm assuming this is the right one.
Jump scared.
That was fun.
Oh, frick.
No, super good film. If you're ever feeling down, I super recommend it. I mean, you gotta watch it with the subs on, but yeah, very good. And well, no, I can't say anything without spoiling anything. So just super recommend it. It'll bring you out of a funk any day. Number 7. Oh, I need to get the year on this one, but it's the more modern Count of Monte Cristo.
Oh, that's like early 2000s.
Yeah, thank you.
I
Somewhere
know what
around
you're talking
there.
about.
So 2002.
Yeah.
Starring who?
Ooh. I actually haven't seen the new one, to be honest. Yeah, 2002. This is the one.
Okay.
So just basic plot summary: the guy gets wrongly imprisoned, and uses his time in prison to change himself into a completely different person. And it's just like, if you ever played like a D&D or like a tabletop game of any kind, and you're wondering how can a bard or like a charisma based class be badass, like this movie will explain everything. You don't it's pretty good.
The book was that it's based off of is the exact kind of deal. It is an incredible story of how does this guy go through with all this.
You FGO players should know him too.
Oh, yeah, he's in it.
Nagito Dantes.
Yeah, that guy.
That guy.
My favorite
Number
multiplayer
6.
character. Sorry, go
Second.
ahead.
Number 6 is Snatch.
Snatch?
Yo, that's a funny ass movie.
Snatch is one of those movies that has like 7 plots going on at the same time. It's insanely quotable. It has every actor you can think of in it.
Every British motherfucker. And Brad
It
Pitt.
even has a dog.
And Brad Pitt.
Even a dog.
And Brad Pitt.
I was recommended this movie like on like we're bored, what the fuck do we do kind of night. We surround Steam. It's on YouTube. It's been out more than a minute. But yeah, it's more of like a talking heads movie. There's like a lot of talking going on, and it's a very fast-paced comedy, but it's hilarious. It's very memorable, and you cannot walk away from the movie without having something to quote. So, really good film. And then number 5, I may disappoint you, Tim. I'm sorry, but Ocean's 12.
No, that's alright. I would have been more, but 12 is still solid.
12 was my first one, so I had to go with it. There's a particularly legendary film in the middle of it where they use a song called Te Alament, like mint tea, and that introduced me to that genre of music. It's the laser scene for when you watch it, you'll recognize it. But yeah. Also all-star cast and all the works. That's it.
Yeah, makes sense. KenBlasters, 8 to 4.
All right.
5.
All right, 8 to 4 or 5?
8 to 5. Sorry.
I'm also gonna do Gamerkazzy's because he sent me his list with the reasonings for him, and I know him. He's my brother, so I already know why he put his movies on there. So, but I'll start with mine. So number 8, I have John Wick 2. I love action movies. I think John Wick 2 is probably one of the best paced, most tightly constructed, but still like large in scope action movies probably of the last 20 years. The scene alone in the castle with all the prep where he buys his gear, he loads it, and he's checking like, okay, if they come around here, I gotta leave my gun here, and he puts it on top like with the shotgun. Chef's kiss perfection. I think it's a fucking fantastic movie. It's a great way to expand on the original too. And I just like watching Keanu Reeves shoot people in the head. They cooked.
Understandable.
Also, the soundtrack is incredible. So I think I like 2 more than 1, and it's the number 8. Okay, let's go.
I just want to say I completely agree with what you said. In my opinion, like John Wick 2 is like the best one of all of them, and I like how John Wick 2 improves like compared to like John Wick 1 and all that. And I agree with like everything else you said too. So excellent choice.
Yeah,
I should actually watch
that. 1, I could see it being a little tighter and shorter, but I think expanding on all the interesting ideas in 1 was the right move, and it makes it for a more entertaining movie. 7, I have Terminator 2. Terminator 2 has to be one of the goated action movies. Okay?
Very good.
Absolute peak. James Cameron delivered to me. There's the thing about Terminator 2 that's so great is it's not just badass Arnold with a fucking lever action shotgun riding a motorcycle, which it has plenty of stuff like that, which is awesome. But it also is a coming of age story. It's also a story about an AI or a robot discovering humanity. And it's also a story about a mom rebelling against the inevitable. So you have like a bunch of different themes and stories and plot lines that all work together and converge simultaneously. And it makes it extremely easy to watch and get engaged with. Any one of those 3 aspects can suck you in really easily. So even on like your 10th rewatch, something else can draw you in. Also, just the choreography is amazing, and the effects have held up stunningly well for how ancient they are. I think it's one of the first real uses of CG. I think, like those. What are they?
It's
not
definitely
CG,
one of them, yeah.
Like especially with the reflections and stuff. I remember watching James Cameron talk about it. That and The Abyss. It's crazy how good the movie still looks even today. So, and there's iconic scenes, and Arnold is an underrated comedic actor, especially in Terminator 2. All right, number 6 is The Lighthouse.
Oh, let's go.
All right, I tried to
Rosie night.
make my list not all because it's favorites, but I gotta include some real films. Lighthouse, not White House.
Oh,
The White House.
The White House. Hey, oh, bro, what? You throwing me under the bus? That would give me a red slot mark. Holy shit.
Yeah. Ooh.
No, I gotta include at least one art house masterpiece on
No,
here.
you
That's the
don't.
White
Pick
House.
slop that you enjoy and only slop.
No, I fucking love this movie.
Wait,
Okay?
the lighthouse?
Don't be a Ronald.
This movie is god tier, alright? Black and white, shot in like 4:3 or whatever. The dialogue, the performances are incredible. It's incredibly, profoundly disturbing. But it also appeals to me in a very like kind of Lovecraft way. And it deals with some interesting themes, but it doesn't like commit to anything in a way that I find annoying. Personally, I'm kind of over the heavy-handed shit in horror lately. We're getting a lot of like A24 slow burn about addiction.
Slow burn.
A24 slow burn about trauma. Like trauma was the real monster. I'm like, shut the fuck up. This movie is very refreshing for having some themes like that, but not like shoving them in your face to the point of like being stupid. If anything, it kind of retells Prometheus in a way, with like this really disturbing Lovecraft twist, but it's also really funny. Willem Dafoe is really funny in it. There's scenes that are like equal parts spine-chilling and laugh out loud, like the speech. If you guys haven't seen the movie, I won't spoil it. Please fucking watch it. You know you're fun to be lobster meats now. And there's a lot of fart jokes, so...
Also, if you're a
jokes
fan
and
of
mermaid
steaks,
pussy,
you'll like it.
Yeah. It's a weird movie. I fucking loved it when I saw it. It disturbed me. It made me laugh. I think it's one of the best movies ever.
It disturbed me. It made me laugh. Wow.
Yeah, dude, it will. You will
It's
do
a
both.
black and white film about two goofy guys going insane.
Yeah. Willem Dafoe is just a fucking freak.
Willem Dafoe is such an asshole gaslighter in this movie. He's basically... It's like if Green Goblin was like in the 1800s and worked on a lighthouse.
Imagine if you were locked in a lighthouse with the Green Goblin, you'd probably go crazy.
Just know what you're going into. And I also like that even though it's an art house, kind of indie film, he has lowbrow like appeal, like I said, with the humor, and he's not afraid to, like draw you in that way.
Yeah, Siegel gets just fucking shit rocked, bro. It's awesome.
The next movie on my list, number 5, is Yojimbo.
Let's go.
Okay, we need to include Japanese cinema on here. I almost put Seven Samurai, but I actually think Yojimbo is a better watch. Even if it's not like culturally as relevant. This movie is fucking hilarious. It's essentially this bodyguard with no name. They just call him Yojimbo, hence the name of the movie is a bodyguard. He walks in and he basically plays two sides of this village that hate each other. And the idea of the movie is he goes to one, he's like, I'll help you win the battle for $300. They're like, okay. Then he goes to the other side, he's like, yeah, they offered me $300. I don't know. They're like, we'll give you 500. Then he goes back and he basically pits them against each other. I won't say how it ends up, but this movie is equal parts funny, badass, and Mifune in this movie is so fucking cool. Trust me, it's an absolute must-watch. And if you're a fan of like something like Ghost of Tsushima, Neo, they are heavily influenced by Yojimbo. Also heavily influenced by Yojimbo is Fistful of Dollars, which is actually a shot-for-shot unofficial remake of Yojimbo. So if you've ever seen any of those movies, those are actually a unlicensed, unofficial, I'll be honest, rip-off of Yojimbo featuring Clint Eastwood that's equally as fucking awesome.
That was almost on my list too. God damn.
So check out Yojimbo, peak Japanese kino.
Sick.
Okay, let me blast through Gamerkazzy's really quick.
Okay.
I will go fast.
Does it have Jackie Jill and...
No, it does not. He has equally sick movies.
Like Norbit.
He gave me... He has like exactly like what to say for each one. Okay, first one is Godzilla against Mechagodzilla.
Yo, okay, let's go.
Okay. This movie is peak, by the way. I should have mentioned it. He says, to me, this is
Oh,
the
what's the
ultimate
actual
culmination of all the classic Godzilla era techniques, which he's right. Beautiful Godzilla design and suit. He says his favorite Mechagodzilla design, god tier sets, over the top action, and a really good protagonist and story. Final Wars is like the end of the rubber suit era, and like it's a good send off. But if you want to see like the best rubber suit Godzilla movie, arguably, that isn't the original, it's this movie. Like, this is the best. If I was gonna show Godzilla to someone who's not into Godzilla, that's not the OG or -1, it would be this one. It is a genuinely fantastic movie. Okay, his next one, Terminator 2. I already talked about it. We can go next.
Yeah, lie to cops. That's the most important lessons of Terminator 2, by the way. Lie to cops.
Lie to cops.
Lie to cops. The next two are also on my list, so I'll talk about them when I get to them, I guess. But Aliens with an S.
Nice.
We have very similar tastes in movies. Our lists are about to converge soon. Aliens.
Wait.
Aliens. I'll talk about it when I get to mine, assuming we don't already blab about it if someone else has it on theirs. It is a genuinely great movie. I don't know. I might have to do on my list. I might have to go to bed. It's already 10:30 almost.
Yeah, just let me know.
And then his next one, yes, 1986, banger. His next one is The Thing.
Yo.
You gotta be fucking kidding me. Actual line in the movie.
Yeah. Schlong.
Yeah, it's not the 2011 one. It's the 80s one, 82. Okay. John Carpenter's magnum opus. Kurt Russell as McCready, godlike. I'll talk about this movie in a bit. I'm just gonna do all mine and then go to bed. Sorry. Okay. I got work tomorrow. I gotta get up early. Is that a problem?
I don't mind.
Alright, go ahead.
Alright, so that is his. I'll just finish off my brother's. He has Predator after that. Just the original Predator.
1987?
What are you waiting for?
Kill me, come on.
Do it, I'm here. Kill me now.
And next.
And then his last one is, yeah, you could just put them all in a row. It's gonna be Lord of the Rings. All three of them are his last three.
He can't pick.
Yes, so he couldn't pick. He has this to say about it. Just like the books, no other movies, in his opinion, have cornered the market of fantasy, and in some ways invented the genre, like Lord of the Rings. Every fantasy movie is compared to them, intentional or otherwise, and they created his love for sword and sorcery, which he is like a sword and sorcery freak. He has like a 100-page custom D&D document he has been running for years. He is obsessed with Dragon's Dogma for selling the Lord of the Rings D&D like fantasy. Lord of the Rings is hugely influential to him. You gotta put extended edition.
Any particular
I think if
order?
you put LOTR, you'll be good. Just put LOTR extended.
You just put Lator.
Oh, I was just copy-pasting the titles.
I don't think he even bothered ordering them. No, he did. It's Two Towers, Return of the King, Fellowship.
Okay.
All three of these are god tier movies. Please tell me you guys have seen them.
Of course. It's been so long, I need to watch them again, to be honest.
Yeah, we need to do a Lord of the Rings Shenanigans day.
Just been so
14
long.
hours. Try to make me watch the extended ones. I'm going to leave.
Hours.
Oh my god. Wait, there's extended
I'm not gonna be that
versions?
guy.
You have to watch the extended. Oh my god.
Yeah, of course.
We're not watching
is
the
mandatory viewing, Ronald.
You gotta make up for that
That's 24 hours.
Ronald. I'm still not over that.
We're adults with lives. No.
18 hours. How much are they actually? Hold on. Lord of
I
the
think
Rings
it's like 14 hours altogether.
extended runtimes.
I do not. I wonder what I would say to that.
It's only 11 hours. It's only 11 hours, 22 minutes.
Only 11 hours
Only.
of non-stop
Only half
watching
your day.
movies.
Genuinely, they are incredible, though. Even if you have to do them a bit at a time, I'd highly, highly recommend watching. But that's it for his list. I'll finish mine off real quick because it's way past my bedtime. I have to go to sleep. So no, this one, my list, it got very hard towards the end because I really wanted to include the good, the bad, and the ugly. But I figured someone else would probably include it, but no one did. So
I almost did too. God damn it!
I fucking love that movie. But my number 4 is Aliens. However, I'll say I'll put good and the bad, the ugly on number 4 because my brother stole it already. But just put that on there. So
wait, the good, the bad, and the ugly.
The good, the bad, and the ugly.
AKA every local ever.
Every local.
It is. It is. This is an incredible movie. It's a genuine epic. Clint Eastwood is fucking amazing in it. All the characters actually and actors are fucking amazing. It's the source of the iconic. That's where that's from.
Yeah.
The final showdown at the end is fucking amazing. The cinematography is actually god tier, and obviously the soundtrack is amazing. Everyone puts in an incredible performance. Like I said, I probably would put Aliens here, but since I already talked about it because my brother's list, I'll put the good, the bad, the ugly on there. I will talk about Aliens for a second. That's a great action movie. It fuses action and horror in a way that like no one had really done before. Again, mandatory viewing, and if you like Resident Evil 4, you've got to watch Aliens. It may seem like a weird comparison, but once you've seen the two and think about it, you can't take them apart.
Interesting.
Next for me is going to be Lord of the Rings: The Twin Towers Extended Edition.
Nice.
Specifically,
Two towers.
The Twin Towers.
Two towers.
Oh hell yeah.
2 towers, not twin towers. Well,
Yeah, that's a different movie.
That's a different movie.
He said specifically extended edition.
They were like, the one who's hitting through them all.
Oh dear.
Jesus Christ. But yeah, the Two Towers Extended Edition, it has to be. Because there's actually some really important scenes that add to Boromir's character, I'm pretty sure, in that movie. In the Extended Edition only. Basically, this movie's fucking epic. This is like the epic fucking like battle movie. I already talked about Lord of the Rings quite a bit, so I won't say too much more other than you need to watch this one. There's so many great character moments, great humor, moving scenes. It has everything you could want, and the music is incredible. Also, the effects hold up extremely well, and it's kind of shameful how bad Amazon the show looks compared to Lord of the Rings, all these movies, Two Towers and stuff.
Oh.
Okay, next for me, number 2 is The Thing, 1982.
The dong.
The dong.
The dong. There's a dong-like creature in it. Okay, this movie fucked me up as a kid. Okay, well, kid, I was like 12.
It messes
when I
me up
saw
as
this.
an adult. That movie's messed up.
This movie fucked me up when I was like 12. Does anyone in here know what The Thing is, other than obviously you guys?
You just gave me a reason to not know.
You should watch it if you like horror.
Oh, this movie messed me up as a child. You should watch it.
You should.
No.
It's incredible. The idea is a bunch of guys are trapped in an Arctic snow station, like research station, and they don't know who is human and who's not anymore. I won't say too much more than that.
That
in the
sounds
hopes,
terrifying.
desperate hopes that you guys will watch it. It is quite gory, disturbingly so.
You're
The
naming more and more
creature-
reasons to not see.
Do you not like gory people? Like,
No,
you don't
he's
like
a
gory-
huge weenie. You have to
Okay, we
understand, he's
need
a
to watch
big
this for
baby.
Halloween with him. Holy shit.
Yeah,
God,
I
there's
don't
no
watch
wrong
movies
with
to
you.
be uncomfortable,
He
crazy,
even
right?
plays Silent Hill.
Okay, yeah, we're
What you
definitely
watching?
watching this. We're watching this.
Oh my god.
Okay, here's the thing though, is the movie isn't just, it
Here's
has
the
great
thing.
effects. It has great effects. Got it. It has great effects. It has a great soundtrack. But really, it's the performances and the writing that are masterful. Kurt Russell alone could carry this movie, but everyone puts in a great performance full of paranoia and unsure of like what's going to happen. And that's because a lot of the time the script, they didn't know what would happen. They had different, like, you didn't know if you were a person or not reading your lines, right? And they also had the set, because it was cold, ice fucking cold, so everyone's grumpy and on edge. And you can really tell when you watch the movie that everyone is A, on edge, and B, has no clue who the fuck is gonna explode into a meat creature.
That's pretty masterful execution
Yeah,
from what you're
it
describing.
is really fucking good. And the writing is very subtle. You can always have enough information to have a great educated guess on who or who isn't a person, but never enough to really know. Even on a rewatch, there's lots of things that you'll notice or point out, but it's always you're always kept in the dark just enough. It's an iconic movie that was lambasted when it came out, but I would honestly go so far as to say I think it's the perfect horror movie, and it's like a genuine 10 out of 10. There's no fat on this movie. It flies by, and it's incredibly filmed, directed, great performances, music, and effects.
Did you also know that John Carpenter liked the PS2 game so much he considers it canon?
He does
I'm not
consider
even
it
joking.
canon. No, you're dead.
He
Yes.
does.
There is a
That's so
PS2
cool.
game that just got a remake, and he thought it was so cool. He's like, yeah, that's the real ending to me.
That's wild.
fucking badass.
What the
Yeah.
frick?
It's pretty
We'll
cool
definitely
too.
have to watch it. You guys are all. We're gonna have to watch it. Don't worry, you can cover your eyes, Ronald.
Oh, cool.
Mhm.
My number one movie is Predator,
Oh.
Let's go.
the original.
What are you waiting for?
I fucking love this movie. I can't say it's not like objectively the best movie on this list or anything like that, but this movie was the coolest shit ever to me when I was like 12, and it's the coolest shit ever to me now that I'm 28. Arnold giving the thing about it is it combines the badass shit with like Arnold giving one-liners and fucking Carl Weathers doing a huge handshake and going, "Dylan, you son of a bitch," you know, and then blowing up people and giving one-liners, like I said. But it also has this kind of horror element where they're getting chased down by the predator in the jungle. It's not a horror movie; it's still an action movie. But it almost like builds up and breaks down the action hero myth and then builds him up again all in one movie, and it's really cool to watch. There's also, you know, as a huge action movie fan, there's just a bunch of like, oh, it's this all basically the best action stars together in one. It's really cool. I don't want to take up too much more time. I've already been blabbing a long time, but Predator is an incredible classic that sticks with me even now. I think it's Arnold's best movie, even if it's close. And Kindergarten Cop is very good, and Terminator 2 is very good. I think this is his best work, and I fucking love this movie. Please watch it.
All
Alright, that's my list. You guys are free now.
Pretty good. Pretty good.
We're all
Thanks,
free
man.
now.
I had no
Nope,
slot
nope.
marks.
No
slot
slot,
marks.
all Kino.
I haven't
So
gotten a
far,
slot
only
mark, I'm
Ronald.
happy.
Only Ronald's disappointed. Not surprised.
I cannot wait to watch this tomorrow to see some more red on the screen.
Oh my god.
I'm
Bro, we
positive
need,
about you
Ronald,
getting
we
any
need to
red.
watch some fucking movies, man. We need to watch the movies with you.
Sure, man.
I know you have great movies on your list, though.
Just had one stinker
Like,
as well.
someone's like,
Yeah.
Ronald's only watched like 5 movies.
I don't watch. Actually, honestly, half the time I watch movies, it's social
out.
choices. Yeah, I just
that's
see
real,
them.
That's real.
That's why I can't remember a lot of things. I think the past several years of movie watching has just been MCU
Just
stuff.
a blur.
I don't know.
Just been watching Josh Sweetin movies exclusively.
Thing made me stop eating Rice Krispie treats. Yeah.
Wow. You guys
Good shit,
keep
everyone.
listing
Have
more
fun.
reasons. Yeah, thanks for
Good
chilling,
shit.
dude.
Alright, good night, bro.
All right. In fact, actually, I just realized we haven't got to
Yeah.
the birthday boy yet.
Mm-hmm.
All
You
right.
want to just post, what was it, 8 to 5?
Oh yeah.
Let's type that bitch in. I'm also still playing Marvel Rivals at the same time. I
Oh
have been
my
this whole time.
god.
What, you think I'm just gonna sit here and wait for my turn patiently? Fuck that.
I still have Hero Academias to do at some point.
Oh, should hop on.
Surprised you aren't doing that right now. Like
Good.
legit.
Lazy. And I like having the sound on to do Hero Aka stuff because I'll die if I don't. So I'd have to listen to the game and people, and I don't want to.
You
backline
gotta hear
people.
that go. Oh. Alrighty, well,
Go
I have
ahead.
my list up, so we'll time them out. My number 8. This is a really hard list to narrow down, but basically these are all just my my top movies in terms of like what I enjoy the most and what I find like most taste defining. And the top 4 is more like character defining to me. So number 8, when you think of Lupin movies, usually people will be like Castle Cagliostro is the best, and it's really, really good. But I think there's another movie that came out shortly after, and I think it's superior in every way, and it doesn't get enough love, well, mainly because it had such a weird release at the time. It still doesn't have like the current dub cast, which is done by Richard Epcar and Tony Oliver. But number 8 is Lupin III, The Fuma Conspiracy. And it's actually structured really similar to Castle Cagliostro, if you've seen that one. The difference is, though, it's more Goemon-based focused. If you don't know who it is, that's just like the samurai and his crew. And it just ups the ante in every way. Like, the action is more high-tense. The car chase is superior, in my opinion. And, funnily enough, the car chase in Castle Cagliostro, Steven Spielberg himself said it's the best car chase scene in film, which is kind of fucking crazy to think about.
That is
the fact
wild.
that someone like him has said that, and I still consider this one to have a superior one. I can't really describe it much because I mean it's mainly because like the plot is so like basically, long story short, Goemon's about to get married, but then a group of ne'er-do-wells kind of crash the party in search of like an ancient treasure. And so Lupin and the boys have to, you know, make shit right. All I can say is watch it. I believe it's on YouTube as well. If anything, I'll post links later, whatnot, for a lot of these that I have. It's very good, very high pass, fun. Number 7, unironically, I'm probably one of the only people you guys might know that has both seen this movie and read the novel, and I find it very entertaining and very fun for the right reasons, is American Psycho. And you've probably all seen the memes.
You gotta specify.
Yeah, you've probably all seen the memes, especially though the check 'em for dubs. This movie's been putting in for meme culture for quite some time, but I really do enjoy dark comedy, and the movie really captures the more comedic side of it, whereas the book is a lot more delves into more of the psychosis of Patrick Bateman. But it is kind of funny how it's a big parody of people like the grind setters and the looks maxers who very much champion this movie about what they think it's about when it's really dead opposite. It's a real scathing critique of yuppie culture, and I think it still applies today about the people who only want more and more, and who take from those who have less. It's very dark, and don't watch it with your parents. I don't know, you guys are cool like that. But I find it very entertaining. It's incredibly funny. It's a very good book adaptation. A movie that almost didn't happen because of how difficult it was. And it's so funny too that a lot of the people were like, OMG, Patrick Bateman is literally me. Don't realize that this was also directed by a woman. So I always find that pretty funny. Someone who did a very good job. Let's see. Number 6, Shark's Counterattack. One of the best Gundam movies, one of the best mecha movies ever. The first Gundam movie to have CGI effects in it too. And not the whole thing, but it's still traditionally animated, but it has some CG elements to it. It's a very, very nice closure to the original Universal Century storyline. Basically, if you have any idea of Gundam, there's a lot of different alternate timelines, but the main timeline, the original, was dubbed as Universal Century. That's the timeline they use. And I think it's one of the highest highs of mecha anime. Got some of the most legendary characters such as Char Aznavour and Amuro Ray. You kind of can't watch it by itself necessarily, because again, it is kind of a conclusion to like a 20-year saga. But there are a lot of things you can appreciate
appreciate it. And, like the action, the visuals, the character acting, both the dub and sub are really good. So eventually, I would recommend it if you aren't willing to at least watch at least 4 series before it to get to really, really understand the meat and bones of it. But yeah, it's one of my favorites. And then number 5, technically, if you were to ask this director what he considers the full movie is, Quentin Tarantino's gone on a record saying only 1 and 2 are one movie, but he's always got a weird kind of kickback to that. So I just decided to go with Kill Bill Volume 1. It's pretty much this is the movie that while I was making this list, I realized like I want to add like The Good and the Bad and the Ugly and A Fistful of Dollars and all the other samurai movies, but this is kind of like the culmination of both. If you haven't seen it, really good action, a really, really, really good animated scene done through, I believe it was Madhouse who did it, and it's one of their best animated works for like a minute and a half scene that comes out of nowhere. Very over the top, very gory, but in a really fun way. If you've ever seen a Tarantino movie, this is him at his best, in my opinion. And I picked part 1 mainly because part 2 goes more into like the background of the bride, aka the main character, who's nameless till the very end. But I feel that it's some of Tarantino's best action, and it's just a good homage to both Western and Eastern cinema. And that is my bottom 4. Oh, it feels weird to say, but that's what it is.
These are the 4 worst movies I've ever seen.
Yeah, I've decreed it so.
There's no such thing as bad rope on.
Exactly.
No, there isn't. There's just lesser. But even those are far and few between.
Yeah, those are still pretty good.
Nice.
Like, unfortunately, Red versus Green is not very good.
Yo, MM. MM?
Oh shit, the Kino Lord himself. The bee.
You fell asleep?
Well, darn.
I'm tired of your shit, bro. He posted his full list in the Discord.
Yeah, I think I have it. I mean, I can put it here just in case. Wait, 1, 2, 3, 4. Yeah. Let's see. Well, just in case he is asleep, I'll start putting the video.
Yeah, there you
go.
Oh, there you are.
Sorry, I was busy helping family.
Oh, I thought you fell asleep.
No, just watching dishes.
So for Aladdin, is it the original 92 one?
Yes, it's the original 92.
No, it's a Will Smith one.
Not the Will Smith one.
The Will Smith one's actually alright.
You can't. No one can replace Robert Williams as the
Boy, what's the second slot mark? I can't believe it.
It's an alright movie. I didn't say it was great. It's an alright movie. But yeah, no one can replace Robin Williams.
On Bionicle Masquerade, that is a classic. I think I got into
huge
Bionicle
brain movie, dude.
Yeah, I've heard that.
Fucking galactic brain. Do you think I'm kidding? By the way, I'm not kidding whatsoever. Movie's fucking massive brain. But continue, please.
Yeah, I love Bionicles straight up, and I read Tale of the Toa in, I think I was in 2nd grade. So either 1st or 2nd grade. And when I watched this movie, this was me and my brother's favorite movie. I think we used to quote this movie so many times when we were younger, to the point where we could we
were Bionicle.
Yeah, we were Bionicle. I love the Coley matches. That was one of my favorites. And Takanuva's my favorite Bionicle.
Is that my favorite white one? Is that the second gen white one?
Kopaka's fucking great too.
I only remember a handful of them.
Yeah, Tahu and Takanuva are my favorite Toa, and it was really fun. And Finding Nemo, I watched this in theaters with my aunt and her class. So this was my extended summer vacation, and I watched Finding Nemo in the theaters. It was in LA, so yeah, loved it. It's a blast. And Pokemon the movie 2000. I forgot who said that is one of their other is their favorite movie as well.
Draxxus.
It's one of my favorite movies. It's tied between that and 3 and the first one, but it's like two movie 2000s there because I'm learning the Lugia song on my ocarina right now. So
Oh, nice.
yeah, there you go. Those are my 5.
Alrighty.
Nice.
Oh, sorry. Let's see. We already had Dasamuran's. Back to Wifey's list. Let's see. Number 8, Good Will Hunting.
Okay, the classic.
Yeah, Grumpy.
The specific notes. Matt Damon. Great story, great acting, and good music.
Yeah, it's a solid.
Our guy in that.
Number 7, Pride and Prejudice. Have I seen that before?
Pride and Prejudice. I'm reading that book right now.
Is there a Bionicle version of that?
I wish.
That'd be amazing.
Said such a cute movie, enemies to lovers, love the time period and large family dynamics, different personalities, and a strong female lead. Hang on a second, wait, Pride. Have I seen this? I don't know.
It depends. There's a lot of versions.
Oh.
Yeah, it's got a lot of adaptations.
I should
Mr. Darcy.
get some clarification on which one then.
Probably the one with the what's her face from Pirates.
There's also Pride and Prejudice and Zombies.
I forgot that existed. Yeah, that was a thing.
Oh, and the zombie craze of like 2010.
Yep.
Yeah.
That was the same era as Abraham Lincoln Vampire Hunter.
Vampire Hunter.
Oh, dear.
What a time that was.
What did George Washington hunt?
The British.
Yeah, them too. Go back. The
Countless.
scariest monsters of them all.
Hang on, my headphones.
And there goes the British fans.
All 2 of Ronald's British viewers are gone.
Tough.
Thank
Wait a
God.
minute, what?
If you're British in the chat, I'm coming for you.
Why can't I hear it?
Please don't be British in this chat.
British people.
Oh, she
Just
better
the
not.
children, but not the British
Oh,
children.
frick.
All in
God.
I
approved.
think y'all can still hear me.
What was
but I
that?
can't
What was
hear
that?
anything.
I can hear you. That freaking Simpsons bit where Ralph's at the dentist and the dentist shows him the big book of
Yeah,
British.
the Book of British Smiles.
How did this happen?
I found out.
Why can't I hear anything?
What are you talking about? We can hear you. Being dumb.
What the frick?
Can everyone else?
Ronald's freaking out.
Wait, I don't think we're coming anymore too right now.
Are you?
Are we? I don't know.
I have no idea. I can
I'm
hear.
gonna
Okay.
take that one
Yeah,
to
same.
verify first.
Can y'all hear me?
We can hear you. Can you hear
Okay.
us?
We can
Now
hear
I
him,
can.
and we're coming through on stream.
That was weird. Well, I tried to get up to let the cat out, and now he's snuggling here
And you
again, and
broke
then I couldn't
everything.
hear anything.
Well, it's the cat's fault, so throw
It
him
is.
outside and keep it going.
I'm not throwing him outside, and I was waiting on clarification from my May of which
Yeah, don't do
Pride
it
and
on
Prejudice. But number
Actually, yeah.
6,
Throw the cat out on the road on stream.
absolutely
That'd be
not. Number 6, She's the Man.
Yo.
That sounds
I
familiar.
forgot about that movie. My sister used
Isn't
to
that
watch
Amanda
it.
Bynes?
Yeah,
That's Amanda Bynes movie, yeah.
yeah. She's
Oh,
like playing soccer or something, right?
that's
Or
what this
rugby? I
movie's
forget.
called. I feel like I've seen this
Soccer.
movie and I never knew what it was
You-
called.
Yeah, it's Amanda Bynes and Channing Tatum, I think.
Yeah.
Yeah,
Oh.
Channing Tatum. It's about soccer and shit.
Yeah, she said great
She
humor.
flexes her titties.
Mm-hmm.
Great humor. One of those
Yeah, because
movies.
they're
you
like, you're
quote for
not a
years
girl, and
after.
she's like, yeah, look.
Watch me. Or watch these.
I bet. Wait. I lost my notes. Wait, great humor. One of those movies you love to quote for years after. And I may also love soccer. And wait, is Amanda Bynes the main actress? Is that who y'all said?
Yes.
Yes,
Okay.
Amanda Bynes.
And great music.
As seen on the Amanda Show. Come on.
You're saying a lot of things I don't know.
The dancing strip and shit.
What?
Don't talk to Ronald about the Wu-Tang Clan.
Oh, what?
Wait, what part of that was tied to Amanda Bynes?
No, it just made me think of Ronald not knowing who Method Man is.
I know who
come
Method
the
Man
fuck
is.
on,
What?
Ronald.
I
You
said I
fucking
didn't
kidding
literally
me?
listen to the Wu-Tang Clan, but I'd known who that is.
Oh my god. You're getting a slot mark in real life. I can't fucking believe this.
Oh my god. Y'all can't talk to me about Method Man when Judgment Day is one of my favorite songs to dance to.
And I'm gonna tell him too. He's like, what the fuck? You better protect your neck, Ronald. I'm coming.
Number 5, We Bought a Zoo. This one I have seen.
That one sounds familiar.
I like titles of films that are just statements like that. That's fun.
Yeah.
Fucking isekai fucking titles.
I mean, this basically does sound like an isekai movie. But yeah, she loves animals. It is a really sweet message of a movie. Again, Matt Damon.
Oh my god. It happened again. I really thought Ronald was gonna say she loves animorphs.
Okay. You get like your brain checked.
I think he needs the slot mark.
No. My mind's working in a supercomputer, right? I'm doing that AI shit where you're like, did you mean? And then you clearly didn't.
Yeah, you're reading the AI script.
Your
right now.
autofill needs to be corrected.
She also noted great music and life after grief storyline. That
About a
is
zoo?
pretty hard.
Oh fuck.
Wait, have you not seen this movie?
No, I haven't.
Oh,
Levels to these.
yeah. You guys keep talking about all of your like gritty,
You guys need to
intense
see real
movies.
cinema.
Well, what part of Zoo screams OMG?
Well,
I'm grieving.
you gotta watch it and find out. It's like
Yeah,
that.
exactly.
Actually, it
Okay,
really
yeah.
is a
I'm
life after
legit-
grief movie.
I haven't seen it, so that's why I was like, wait, what the fuck?
Yeah,
What the fuck is it?
I
Thought it
can't.
was about
It's hard
animals.
to talk about without spoiling.
I thought it was about
main
animals, those yogurt animals. and it's
Yo,
not.
that's my shit.
Animals play a part in the movie, but not to the extent
I
you
would
think.
hope. What kind of zoo are you talking about, Raul? Hmm?
Just watch it.
Who's in the zoo? Alrighty,
It
well,
says
watch your
we bought a
racist ass
zoo. There are
movie.
no animals in this film.
Who's
Oh
H.F.?
my fucking- I wouldn't put it past Ronald.
Oh my god!
I
And
told him to
actually,
protect your neck, and he took that very wrong.
I'm gonna go over her whole list.
You're gonna say it? Oh, okay.
Wait, no. Also, hold on a sec. Let me see here. Percent. Hang on. Here we go. We'll go with this. Number. Wait, that's 5.
15.
Number 4. Number 4. Letters to Juliet.
I've heard of that. I've
yeah,
never seen it.
that sounds familiar. Comfort movie set in Italy, so that's nice. And humor, romance, and enemies to lovers story.
Italians, no thanks.
Italian could be fun for a second.
I thought you were Italian, dude.
Me?
Oh my god.
No.
Oh, okay, good.
Okay, now we're on our top 3.
Right.
Number 3 is Practical Magic.
Never heard of that one.
I'm not sure I have either. I
Is
put
that
myself
about,
on blast here.
Mussolini's reign in fascist Italy?
No, it's Sandra Bullock.
Oh,
Oh,
wow.
so it's
How
about
was I supposed to
Sandra
know?
Bullock's reign in
You're a
Italy.
little bit.
Oh, but a fucking zoo is about grieving and coming to terms with mortality. Okay.
Yeah, staying true to yourself.
Uh-huh. That fucking animals, okay. Can't tell with you anymore.
I'm gonna
There's
go to the
some
store and get some yogurt now, thanks.
similar theming with Aime's list. But
Make
her
sure
number
you get
one.
the right Danimals pack so that you can win the tour with Zach and Cody.
Yo,
The one that never happened apparently.
Well, yeah, because they just took the money.
Hell yeah.
They didn't
Every
even know.
sweepstakes like that, they are legally required to offer a cash prize too. So some kid was like, "Oh, you can go on a flight with a schedule and see a celebrity for 20 minutes, or you can get like $70,000."
Or just take the money.
They're like, "I think I'll just take the money."
God damn.
Yeah.
Also,
Like,
I don't think she's shown me this yet, but she says Sandra Bullock, witches, independent women. She loves a small town.
Oh, okay. Wait,
Love the style of characters, humor, and good music. Yeah, I don't think I've seen this yet, but it's Sandra Bullock.
I haven't either. Sandra Bullock's a witch in this one?
I guess so.
You're a
And
witch.
speaking of Sandra Bullock again, her number 2 is The Proposal.
That's a good one.
Oh, okay, I've seen that one.
Sandra Bullock, Betty White, and again, a funny, enjoyable
Betty White,
enemies to lovers
she's
story.
like the best.
Deadpool Wolverine that gets mentioned randomly.
I miss Betty White.
Oh.
My favorite thing about Betty White is that she would always get interviewed like, what's your secret to living so long? And she would always give really stupid answers. She's like, I know you're just trying to like make headlines. She was like, I don't eat anything blue.
Don't eat anything blue.
That's kind of easy.
She cheated the system.
Shout outs to Betty White.
I just never put my shoes on inside.
You know, I do the dishes, I, do my taxes.
Wait a minute. I just realized. I think I need to tell IMA to make some honorable mentions because there's a severe lack of Star Wars on this list. Wow.
Maybe she doesn't like it anymore, bro. Taste change.
Tough.
Actually, after the new sequels or whatever, I wouldn't be surprised if she kind of fell out of love with Star
Yeah, we
Wars.
don't talk about that.
Krabs image just, wait a minute, I hate Star Wars.
But her number 1, if anyone's known the other...
Boy, we bought the zoo.
I'm actually surprised we didn't have a single Harry Potter on here yet.
Yeah, her number 1 is Harry Potter and the Goblet of Fire. And
Oh, the good one.
the more we
good.
watch the movies, the more I get why this is her pick.
The only one I actually liked in the series.
The only one? Dang.
I watched like 5 of them, and I remember that one being pretty good.
Yeah, honestly, well, it might just be because of how many times I've seen them all, but like overall, regardless of opinions on J.K. Rowling, like it's an overall interesting like series of movies, and it's an interesting progression to watch, in and outside the movie, like with the actors too. But Goblet of Fire is definitely like a turning point for sure. Chamber is good. Oh, now you're gonna give me.
Goblet of Fire is the one that has Pattinson, right?
Yeah.
Yes.
Yeah.
Yeah.
Yeah, that had the
That always threw me for a loop. Every time I see him in that freaking movie, it's like, what in the world is he doing here?
Yeah. So, yeah, Goblet of Fire, I do agree is a pretty good film. And all that. I think it was like the last actual good Harry Potter film before it started to go
Last
downhill.
good one? She's
Seven,
about to tell
Harry
me
Potter
this.
7.
That's the
The
last,
last
book
one.
I read, and I'm like, I unironically had a Mr. Krabs, and I'm like, wait a minute, I hate this. And then I never read it again. I've seen all the movies, but I just stopped reading.
I hear you. Yeah, the last movie, like Harry Potter movie, was better, but still wasn't as good as like the first, 4 films and all that. First one especially was like really good and all that. Yeah, I can definitely see why, I agree with Audie. I can see why some people would choose like Harry Potter 4.
Yeah,
That
she
is the first book,
clarified.
I believe, the movie.
Yeah, she clarified. Introduced new characters. It's different settings. It's not just Hogwarts.
It's the Shonen tournament arc, so it's good.
Yep.
Yeah, actually.
Yeah, that's a good point.
And she said dragons are cool, and there was more humor. But yeah, understandable. The more I watch the movies, the more, like, overall, I semi-enjoy watching the franchise as a whole. Actually, I think honestly it's more so like the actors. Again, it's interesting seeing the progression of Daniel Radcliffe and all of them throughout this super big franchise.
Yeah, his little babbies. It's just kind of a shame he's the only one that like had a decent career after, or at least an active career, I should say.
Yeah.
Yeah, Emma Watson fell off a little bit, but yeah, she hadn't really been consistent with being
Did
in
she
movies
go
after.
into politics?
Politics the Z?
Yeah, I think that.
Fucking.
I assume that was the main reason she had stopped acting, right? Something like that.
I don't know.
I don't know.
I just think she didn't really like. I mean, they made $1 billion.
Yeah, it probably
They were
set for
set
life
for life after all
regardless.
those She's in a handful of things, but they were very low key.
Yeah, I remember her randomly in World's End.
I know she got super tired of it. Like she even dropped out of college because everyone was like, "OMG, you're Hermione." And she's like, "Could you leave me alone?"
I would imagine that fame throughout, especially throughout those years of your life, that'd be wild to have to deal with.
That's the price to pay for
suffering from success, literally.
It's it's a lot of actors, if they become like super famous for like a particular role or a vibe, it's like they become permanently known for that. Another example is this is a little off subject, more than a little, but Jackie Chan. Jackie Chan has actually wanted to do a lot more serious films, but people remember him as being like a comedy martial arts movie actor and all that. And Jackie Chan actually said, it's frustrating. He's only been in like one film he actually wants to be in since like 2010. I remember The Foreigner in 2017 was really serious film he was in, but yeah, it's like if you
Was that the one with Pierce Bronson?
Yeah, it is.
Oh, that didn't seem very good, so I didn't watch it.
But yeah, it's like, I agree. It's like how if you're known for like a certain thing, it's going to be very difficult to kind of get out of that cycle.
Yeah. Okay. I have, whatever Phil had for his list.
Fucking Barney's Big Day or whatever.
I should rewatch that Barney movie.
Wait, what? I'm kidding. I don't even know what that's called.
Max Keeble's Big Move. What is that?
Oh, I had a feeling he was going to say that. The Disney Channel original.
Uh-huh. Okay. Well, that's on his list. Good Burger. Scott Pilgrim. Actually, that probably should be on my list.
Pretty good, pretty good. I can't
Sonic
believe Phil's
Movie
not
3.
going to have a slot mark, but you are right. What a shame. No, continue.
Yeah, 21 Jump Street. Well, he put 21 Jump Street and 22 Jump Street in one, but I just separated them because he didn't even have a list of 8 anyway.
Okay. Both those are hilarious.
And Sonic Movie 3. That's his list.
Oh, good. Good job, Phil. If you're listening to this, you better be.
And then try to hold off the Twitch ads a bit longer. My brother's list. Ooh, he's got some classics in here. Hold up.
What's he got?
The Many Adventures of Winnie the Pooh. Yes, sir.
Oh, fuck.
Shit.
The Adventures of
Kino
Milo
the
and
Pooh.
Otis. This dude.
Winnie the Kino.
Winnie the Kino. Milo and Otis, he dug further into my brain than I dug into my own brain. God dang. I'm surprised he remembers this.
Someone had to make up for your blunder. Good job, Daniel.
Milo and Otis, that is an OG classic. Holy frick, dude.
Yeah, it's not a run stream if he doesn't have 6 or 7 mulligans.
Well, I haven't been redoing my list, so be grateful for that. Blade Runner.
What you're saying is it could have been so much worse.
Maybe? I don't know. Blade Runner 2049, and then Blade Runner on top of that.
Yo, Kino, what the fuck, bro? You better apologize to him. His poor back carrying you.
Damn.
Jeez.
I don't know what I need to apologize for. My brother always has good taste.
I could tell.
Usual
You need
suspects.
some help. Oh my
Wait a
god,
minute.
did he really just say usual suspect?
No, usual
real?
suspects.
Oh, I thought you picked him. Like, okay, whoa.
Ooh, Ponyo.
Oh my god. Yeah, I haven't seen this in so long. Nice.
It has one of my favorite bloopers.
I don't know if I've ever even seen the
That-
bloopers for that
That I
movie.
think actually
Damn.
made it to the film.
That's a great movie. You need to watch it. That's a classic.
Well, I have. I just haven't seen it in literal years. And then Ponyo above that.
Ponyo's a classic. That's really
Yeah, I haven't
good.
seen that in a while.
Ponyo.
Above that, Porco
That's the entire movie.
Rosso.
That's it.
I heard some of you mention Porco Rosso earlier.
Porco Rosso, baby.
Porco Rosso.
I did.
Oh yeah, I
almost
forgot
made
to
it.
mention. He said no particular order for this.
Well, tell him he knocked it out of the park, and
He's in
he
chat.
should be showing you some pointers. 'Cause,
What pointers? Watching movies?
Yes, not having shit taste, bro. Try it someday.
Alright, kiddo. Good stuff, Daniel. I think I still haven't seen Ghost in the Shell, actually.
What?
Oh,
Or maybe it's just been that
bro.
long. I'm pretty sure. I don't think I've ever seen it. I feel like if I've seen it, I would have remembered it. Maybe.
Well,
Bro, I've
just
seen
not
it
the
in
live
theaters
action.
twice. Honestly, the
Daniel?
live action's not even that bad. It's not as bad as people say it is.
Yeah, I still never got around to watching
But-
that either. I just thought people were just being.
But no, you need to watch. You need to watch the
aggressive.
OG.
Wow,
That's
watch
that's
both at some
mandatory viewing. The OG Mudbone version.
Cheap Mudbone version. Alright, good list, Daniel. Thank
Actually,
you for
that's on my list, Ronald. Honorable mention, OG Mudbone.
I'm not putting that on your honorable mention.
Why not?
Alright.
If you know, you know.
If you
That's
know,
it.
you
That's all
know.
I'm saying. And if you know, you're a fucking sick freak. Well, you were forced by me.
Holy.
It's like you are. I'm not, but you are.
I'm not looking that up.
Don't.
You please don't. Ronald, do not put that on.
You might recognize a certain sound clip, but don't look it
Well,
up.
you for sure have heard the clip from various films.
Oh my god.
100% guaranteed. Oh, please put that on my honorable mentions.
OG Mudbone is on your honorable
You did.
mention.
Let's fucking go.
You should put it right after it in parentheses. You should put content warning.
Yeah, actually,
Yeah.
that's a good idea.
In fact, could you fill it in with gold? That's the gold standard.
I don't think that's the gold
Yeah.
standard.
That.
You're
Oh, I know
freaking
about that.
wild.
What did I say, Ronald? I'm the fucking arbiter of kino.
In another hour, it won't be his birthday. We can revert everything.
Yeah.
Oh, kino.
There you go.
Frick.
Everything fine, but not the slot point. Ronald earned that. He's gotta hold that.
Alright, I
Especially after his
guess.
brother dropped in some hot fucking fuego. I can't believe you, dude. I really can't believe you.
If you're watching on Twitch, I've held back the ads as much as I can, but I'll try and get through my top 4 here. No slop, question mark.
Also, congratulations, everyone else legit only posting kino.
Good stuff.
Clap it up.
I'm
So
happy to
far.
see a fellow appreciative fan of Chopping Mall.
Jeez
So bad,
Louises.
you feel like you just want to get something so bad.
Y'all are hilarious. Number 4. Is it Deadpool versus Wolverine?
I think it's Deadpool and Wolverine.
Oh, Deadpool and Wolverine.
Yeah,
Okay.
well, yeah.
So, me and I may need to do a rewatch of this because we unintentionally saw it in 3D, and
The fuck?
I can't tell how much it took away from the overall experience because
I'll be right back.
the beginning is just so jarring and weird when you see it in 3D, just bones flying at you, like holy frick.
Oh right. Yeah.
And then it started to irritate my eyes a bit, but then you get used to it. But just trying to put that aside, the movie itself, not only just an enjoyable movie in general, but this is the semi-common theme in my list of like delivering pretty well on like long-awaited like follow-up fan service,
Yeah.
and just making an enjoyable movie. I mean, I don't know. I wouldn't be able to count how many years people wanted this, and you can tell there was also like the ongoing appreciation in making this happen, because in the credits they're showing the entire history of freaking X-Men.
Fox in general.
Oh, actually, yeah, Fox in general. This is a good movie. And I really need to rewatch it again. Yeah.
Yeah, Deadpool and Wolverine.
He's gonna do it until he's 90.
Until you're 90. Number 3. I need to do a rewatch to see which one I actually consider on top, but for now, I'm just gonna put Sonic 3. God dang. The Sonic movie's freaking cooked.
I still need to see the third one.
Absolutely freaking do it. Another like list on the like video game adaptations actually being done really well. I mean, if you want like everyone's thoughts on it, we talked about it like for what, 6 hours. Go click the video somewhere. So yeah, I won't even talk much about it. But the Sonic movies in general, just great. Go watch them. Like Sonic fan stuff aside, it's just nice family movies, like genuinely. Really good coming of age.
That is a good content warning that it contains Sonic.
Oh my god.
No one should go into that unwillingly.
It's a very good coming of age story for Sonic. Like actually showing
Sonic is what?
It's actually good progression of like taking a story, giving a story for Sonic that's like showing that progression of like he literally is a Zoomer essentially.
Oh, now I hate him.
Like finding his family. It's great.
I regret to inform you that he's always been a Zoomer.
He has actually
It's
always
just
been a
that
Zoomer.
before he was in an era that didn't have smartphones.
Before What If Phone Bad, the show.
Go watch Sonic 3. Just go watch all of them. And then go watch the 6 hours of us yapping about it. Number 2. It was mentioned by somebody. Who mentioned it? No Way Home. Again, what I said about like delivering on like long-awaited like fan service, but actually just executing it really freaking well. I've never really been that big of a Marvel fan, but this movie has like lived in my mind of once again getting context from people that know Marvel of them taking like an apparently not good Marvel storyline and like actually executing it pretty well, all while giving people the fan service they asked for years. Really well done, as far as I understand. So enjoyable. I definitely want to rewatch it some more.
I just want to say that I agree with you and the other person who says that No Way Home is is a really great film, and I completely agree. But at the end of the day, like I was actually thinking of picking No Way Home. I decided to go with Spider-Man 1. I just think to me like Spider-Man 1 is better, but I do agree that No Way Home is like a really good second.
Yeah, makes sense. And that was the other funny part of it too. In like bringing all these Spider-Mans together, you also had the retroactive appreciation / low-key revisionist history of like everyone looking back like, oh wait a minute, Tobey Maguire was actually really freaking good. Andrew Garfield was actually amazing. Knowing full well how much like the earlier Spider-Man stuff was ragged on before, and now all of a
It has
sudden
like
everyone loves
like
it.
a Star Wars prequels effect where everyone's like, wait, we made jokes about it, but maybe these were actually peak. And it's like, you sure about that?
Like in this movie,
I know, right?
yeah, it had everyone reconsidering, I guess. But either way, having them all there together was great. Freaking cool. And then my number one, this is definitely a shift to more honed in reasoning with a combination of nostalgia and also just like personal enjoyment. Let me make sure I get the right year.
Uh-oh. I'm so afraid for you right now, Alm.
God dang.
You're building it. You're building it up, and I swear to God, it's fucking slop.
Dang, this was that long ago? That's wild.
No, I'm actually very happy.
It's fucking like 1920 Metropolis.
No.
Oh, dude.
I'd
actually be very impressed. Like, wow, what the fuck?
Sword in the Stone. In fact, I've gone
that's
out
good.
of my
1
way.
years ago.
Like, there's various Disney
Damn.
classics that I make sure that, like, I've watched with IMA, but I went out of my way to make sure that IMA has seen this movie.
Very good choice.
How do I sum this up without rambling too much? Sword in the Stone will always stand out in my mind of, like, one of the like wonderful, simplistic, classic examples of just teaching nice life lessons in like a fairly lighthearted but understandable manner, and not needing to get so gritty about it. And just the main aspect of it, just trying to teach as simply as possible the value of being open to knowledge and like gaining self-worth, just basically understanding like your own potential, which the main reason this is like so important to me, because honestly, especially like working with kids, it's a lesson that I feel like doesn't get taught very well anymore of like self-worth and being able to like be open to just learning and exploring and also realizing the potential you have. It's just such a nice, wholesome, like simple kids movie to go back and watch every now and then. It's always going to stand out in my mind as like one of my most favorite classics of all time. This is my feel-good movie, basically.
Sword in the Stone is like probably, I don't know if it's my most favorite Disney, but it's very high up there. And I've kind of like really come around on it because of that, because like as a film, its plot is kind of all over the place, which a lot of early Disneys kind of suffer from. And I honestly think that like out of all of them, this one that works really well in its favor, because it kind of gets to really send that message across a lot better because of that. Even in like weird circumstances and random things, it's like, no, it doesn't matter. You can still do things. You have potential. You can look at all the stuff you can learn.
Yeah.
It blends into it way better.
Yeah, because it's like multiple lessons in one lesson.
Exactly. I've like come around from like it's the best to it's a little like all over the place to it's all over the place, but it gets there, so it's the best. I love it. It's very good.
The knowledge and wisdom is the real power thing, but also just like never undercut.
Having a
yourself.
sword helps too, you know.
What?
Just saying.
That's people.
Having an angry big brother helps too.
Having a
It's a bunch of
wizard
meat.
to teach you how to write cursive is the life lesson, I guess. Really good classic. That's my feel-good movie. So that's my list.
Very nice.
I'm very happy to see that be a number one movie. It makes me happy.
It's a lesson that I hope I would be able to remind people of in as concise a manner as I can.
Still a work in progress.
Again, I really hope people learn again how to know and understand to not only be open to learning and improving yourself, but also not measuring your self-worth on, let's just say, things that you shouldn't.
Like TikTok. Shit. That's its own conversation.
This generation is
Big
cooked.
modern mess.
What? Real and true.
Who's next?
David. Top
I am.
4.
Alright. No, number 4 is going to be hold on, let me take a look at the list to make sure I get in the right order. Just it's going to be the Pursuit of Happiness.
Oh, okay.
That's the one with for those of you who don't remember, Will Smith and Jaden Smith. That was when Jaden Smith, I believe, was 6 years old when they filmed that. Yeah, I really like this film. It's I mean, obviously the acting is really great. I mean, both Will Smith and Jaden Smith really knocked their performances out of the park, and it's really good. Like it's really good. Like you actually, it's like they do such a great job of how they can make you like feel what these two people are going through. So I'll explain the plot, a spoiler-free plot. Basically, Will Smith, the character he plays, he ends up going into poverty, and he ends up like going through a big budget problem, and he ends up struggling to keep his apartment. He's he may or may not struggle with homelessness and all that, and he's really trying to get his budget and his career back on track, so he can make sure he gives his son the best life he can. And the obstacles they both go through and all that, they go through a bunch of obstacle courses, and they go through a lot of drama and all that. It's really amazing how the acting is so great that you actually believe that they really are going through that, even though it's just acting. And not only do they make you believe it, they actually make you feel like sorry. Like they can actually make you feel like what the characters are going through. Does that make sense? Because of how great the writing and the acting is, and of course the music is really good. And
it's definitely
it's just like, again, this is just me trying to give a spoiler-free explanation. But go ahead, Ronald. I heard you talking.
Well, no, I'm agreeing. It's definitely intense. If not believable
What the fuck
portrayal.
does Riley mean? Sorry, I was looking at the chat.
Riley?
Thanks for the invite. Bitch, you knew.
Oh wait, that's what that stands for?
Yeah, thanks for the. What do you think it stands for? Wait, what did you think it stands for?
I didn't. I just said hi. I didn't know what he was saying.
You just thought it was like a random tooth.
Yeah, I thought it was just Zoomer speak. Sorry, continue, David. If you have a list, Riley, go ahead and just drop it.
I thought it was Zoomer speak.
So, as I was saying, the number three is going to be Ip Man 1.
Oh.
Yo. No,
So I'm
Japanese.
Wait, what? What was that? I actually didn't hear that. What was that?
I said the one where he fucks up the Japanese army. That's the first one, right?
Pretty much. That's pretty much the plot. The Donnie Yen version, just to clarify, because there are lots of variants of the Ip Man movie. So it's the Donnie Yen Ip Man. Wait, who just joined? I just heard the
person from the chat.
Oh, hello, Genesis.
Howdy, Riley. Well, I pinged the Shenanigans role. My bad. I don't know if I should have pinged anything.
Well, that's his real name. Okay.
I don't have a role.
Oh, well, yeah. It's a Shenanigans. Talking movies.
Bodied. I think he did post in general too, but that was like last week. But yeah, drop that list, But I continue, David.
Yeah, go ahead.
Okay. So, Ip Man 1, what I really liked about it was, like, first of all, I thought no one really talks about this, but I like how so this is gonna be like a spoiler-free explanation, but I like how the coloring is different. Like, there's like one part where it's kind of lighthearted, kind of funny, and kind of like all happy-go-lucky, and then there's another part of the film which is really dark and gritty, and they really show the light. They really show the light. You know, it's heavy colored and all that. And when it becomes dark, really the lighting actually goes. It's almost like it's in between a black and white film and a color film. It's like the color like all goes away, which is like really. It's a really like good detail I noticed, and they did a really good job. And of course, Donnie Yen plays a great Ip Man. In my opinion, Donnie Yen is by far the best Ip Man. I also like how Ip Man is he's kind of like someone the voice of reason, the guy with wisdom, kind of like Miyagi from Karate Kid, but he's like a edgier version. You know what I mean? Kind of like a more grounded, edgier version, which I really like about Ip Man. And what I like the fact about Ip Man is how hard it really is, to get him angry. But if you actually do get him angry, if you are able to actually get him angry, even though it's so hard to do that, look out, I mean, he just goes completely crazy, and that's what I really like about that film. And again, I'm trying to make a spoiler-free explanation. I know I keep saying that. I just want to remind you, because I know I might sound confusing sometimes. But that's what I really, really like about that character of Ip Man. He's such a great teacher too. I think Ip Man is one of the this might be a slight spoiler for a list, but let's say we have a list saying which characters would you want as a teacher and all that, I would definitely pick Ip Man. He's a really great mentor, really great influence, and I really also like how he really has great manners and all that. Very humble, very respects respects people and all that, and yeah, it's and of course the plot, and as you say, so to clarify how the Japanese are involved, Ip Man the time wise is set I think right before World War II, so that's when the Japanese are invading parts of China, and they're invading Korea and other parts of Asia,
pretty much all of East Asia.
Yeah. So and of course I forgot to say both of the villains, all of the villains were really good. I thought all the villains were also had really good performances and all that.
Alrighty.
So does anyone have any questions?
No, you go.
Yeah.
So the number 2 is actually going to be the most recent film I've seen, and I definitely want to make this spoiler free. That's going to be Mufasa. It's the most recent film. It's basically the prequel to Lion King, the first Lion King.
That is way higher than I expected to see Mufasa. Holy frick! Oh yeah, that was the full name, Mufasa.
I just no comment.
No comment.
Just go ahead. Explain. Right?
Explain.
Okay, so again, Lion King is definitely if Lion King is one of my favorite films of all time, that and Toy Story combined. It's interesting. Mufasa, when I was in the movie theater, literally everybody was applauding at after the movie ended. So, but then I later saw reviews saying it was kind of some people didn't like it and all that. But here's why I really like it. As someone who's such a huge fan of the Lion King film, the first one, I thought the Mufasa really did a great job at tying into the first Lion King. It was so great to see the origin story of Mufasa, how he became the character him to be as Lion King, and I think they just knocked that out of the park. Let's see, how else do I? What other spoiler? Now I'm tempted to give spoilers, but I'm gonna do that.
Well, Mufasa. I mean, for anyone who wants to know the lore, you would have to be careful with not spoiling it, especially since it's so new.
And yeah. Don't worry, I said tempted. That doesn't mean I'm going to do it. I just said tempted to. But but what I also liked about it, though, is I liked the picture quality. I thought what I really thought was top notch was how they really made the lions look real and all that. I know the Lion King, 2019, the live action version of the Lion King, it was kind of criticized when it was criticized because they say that the animals didn't look emotional enough. In Mufasa definitely fixed that. The animals are really great at showing emotion. The spectacle is great, and of course the music. I just think the music, Mufasa's theme. I'll just say that if you like Mufasa's theme and the Lion King soundtrack, they put that in, but in a much better way, and that's another thing I liked about that. And again, this is my personal preference. If I did not like the first Lion King so much, because I'm a huge fan of the first Lion King film, it would probably be closer to number 8 or maybe even honorable mention. But because I personally think that they did a great job at showing like the origin story of Mufasa and they did a great job of tying it in to the first Lion King film. I know and again, like I actually don't get why some people like hate it and all. I've heard that some people hate it, and I honestly don't see why. One film I did not. I'll tell you one film I did not like though was a sequel to the Lion King cartoon. They made a Lion King 2 with like Simba as the Lion King and then having a daughter and all that. Went through her own story. I did not like that, but this origin story, like, go ahead, Ronald. I'll listen.
Interesting.
Why do some people dislike this film?
Well, I mean, I don't want to turn this into another hour of debating if it came Mufasa because I need to go to sleep. But I will say it did give a relatively interesting backstory to Mufasa himself. It's more so the other how do I phrase this? The other aspects of the movie. Actually, I don't want to elaborate on it because that could be a whole discussion. Okay. But
well,
I mean, it is funny. The whole live action, even though this isn't a live action, it's just an animated movie. But I mean, I'll say it was all right. Me and I may both kind of had some specific criticisms of it, but I mean, it was overall it was all right.
In my opinion, there wasn't anything bad about it at all. And I'm not going to say this next thing because there's literally no way to say this without spoiling it. But I'll just say, if I said this one thing, I think it would convince at least one person. It would get few, maybe more than a few people to understand my point of view and all that. But there's one particular thing about the writing that really made me like the first Lion King even more. It's I'm not going to say anymore because I'm afraid I'm going to accidentally spoil it because this is super spoiler heavy, and if I explain it, I'm going to spoil the film.
At the very least, then that gives us a solid explanation to have it high up of just, hey, if you like The Lion King, there's something in this movie that'll make you appreciate The Lion King even more too.
Context.
So that's a pretty good reason to have it high up.
And you need I also just realized another reason you have to be really careful talking about this movie because there is a particular plot point that kinda is one of the main selling, well, I wouldn't say selling points of the movie, but it's one of the main points of it that makes the story matter. So yeah, I really can't elaborate on anything, to be honest. The only gripe that I can elaborate on is Timon and Pumbaa were freaking annoying. Holy frick. I don't know why they were there. I don't know why they were there, genuinely. But that's all I'll say about the movie for now. But Mike, what were you going to say?
I don't even remember.
My bad.
Last thing I said was I gotta go to bed soon too. So.
Oh, gotcha.
So let's get on to number 1.
Yeah.
Number 1, I knew this was not a hard decision. I knew this was going to be number 1 from the very beginning. This has always been my favorite film since 2014, The Equalizer, the first one.
Oh.
Anyone ever seen that film? Denzel Washington.
I need to clarify.
This is by far my favorite film. It wasn't even close decision. I knew this was going to be number 1 right away.
Sorry.
Not the TV series.
Yeah, this is why I'm trying to find the year because I found out there's a freaking TV show.
Say 24. It's 2014.
Okay, thank
2014.
I didn't realize there was a TV show. What the fuck?
I saw it. I randomly saw it pop up on Netflix, and I was like, "Wait a minute, this isn't Denzel."
I'm gonna equalize.
So here's what I like about The Equalizer. I think this is a very shortened way I can explain this. So what I really like about Denzel Washington's character, whose name is Robert McCall. Yes, I know his full name in the movie. What I really like about him is that I like the two characters I really like are I already told you, characters like Ip Man, kind of an edgy voice of reason, but has a lot of logic, reasoning, and wisdom, and I really like how Robert McCall has that. Denzel Washington has that, but he also has the crime vigilante vibe like the Beekeeper and the Punisher. It's like he has like the best parts of both. It's like he has the best part of like Ip Man and the best part of the Punisher, and he combined them one. It's just such a great combination. And I like how, and I'll just say he's also a really good teacher. He's a very good teacher figure, kind of like Ip Man. And he's the kind of person where he doesn't really, he's a very nice guy, very hard to anger, but extremely hard to anger. But if you do somehow like anger him, look out, just like Ip Man. And as I said, he has Ip Man's great teachings and wisdom, and he also has like the dark and gritty vibe like the Punisher does. And of course, the film itself has just such a great storyline. I personally, it has a lot of like metal music, which I personally like, but that's just a small part of it. I like how he deals with the villains and all that. I'm not going to go into super spoiler territory and all that, but I'll just say, if you like John Wick, if you like Ip Man 1, if you like if you like John Wick, you'll probably like this. And I'll just say the climax of that film is, I almost wanted to applaud in the movie theater when I saw the climax. I'll just say the finale of that film is just so great. And the film is and what I like about the plot, you see, when it comes to plot, I like things that are a little bit simpler. Sometimes I believe in the term less is more. The plot itself is simple, but in a very good way. Does that make sense? It's like it goes from point to point to point, and it's so easy to follow too. And it's a really great atmosphere. And another thing I forgot to say, it has the atmosphere of Tekken 4. You remember how I said I like that dark and gritty atmosphere of Tekken 4 and Watch Dogs 1 and all that? It has that exact same atmosphere. So it has a character who has like a combination of Ip Man, or Daniel's Ip Man, and the Punisher with the Tekken 4 atmosphere. Those combinations are, they all go so well together, and that's why I put this at number one by far. I know I said this before, and I'll say it one more time. This was an easy decision. I knew this was going to be number one from the very beginning. This is like by far the best film.
Makes sense to me.
Nice.
Alrighty. So that's 1, 2, 3, 4, 5.
This is top 8, right?
Yeah.
Is
If
it
you're
4,
just
3,
doing
2, 1?
8.
Alright. Correct.
Unknown Luis, top 4.
Yeah. Okay. So, for my number 4, partially surprised this hasn't been mentioned yet. But we're going to be going back to Marvel for this one. And honestly, it's really like a culmination of a lot of like MCU arcs that kind of come together in this. And it's going to be Avengers Age of... No, I'm kidding. Infinity War.
Oh my god. Okay. I was like, get ready. You're getting dinged.
Second slot point?
No, man. Infinity War is like a 3-hour long movie that has like a lot of different set pieces going on with, of course, with the main villain Thanos himself, with the things going on Earth, and of course the things going on after, Thor's first loss essentially that he suffers in the beginning. And I don't know, it definitely raises the stakes compared to like a lot of the past Marvel movies, and it's pretty good witty humor. Like this was around the time where they were going a little crazy with comedy, but a lot of the comedy does kind of work out for me.
It's
so
a bit better here.
Yeah, it has its moments.
They also they keep it on the characters who are sillier too.
Yeah.
They're not making everyone.
Not everyone is being
kinda...
a goof the whole time. It's like, well, no, these characters are goofy, but these ones aren't. And they interact.
Yeah. One of my favorite things about the movie are the character interactions too. Because you got this essential dick measuring contest between Doctor Strange and Iron Man, which is amazing, and a lot of other little things. Which, like, I'll try to be calm with spoilers, of course, but...
Yeah, well, I was about to get into that real quick. I know Avengers is probably in, like, One Piece tier of... it may have, depending on your usage of the internet, it may have been impossible to avoid spoilers
It's
for this
impossible.
freaking
Okay,
movie.
so
I
mean,
I don't know what to tell you. And like,
I think the best way to put it is there were reviews and statements about Infinity War and then its follow-ups that said, like, this is a culmination of stories that literally this kind of theater experience and movie experience will almost never happen again.
honestly, no. Especially with the burnout that a lot of the fan base is feeling now.
Yeah, even Marvel themselves don't really seem to have the right idea on how best to follow it up.
you can't build up something like that again.
Like,
to that
you
scale.
will not get something to that degree of intertwining plot threads and character arcs and what you do with them that the Infinity War did.
And it being relatively satisfying too.
Yeah, it did very good with it.
They literally peaked. Actually, they're not going any higher than that.
Yeah, you can't. I don't think they can.
And honestly, how many movies can you think of where spoilers in 3, 2, 1, where the villain actually wins in the fucking movie?
Very few.
Doesn't happen too often in main blockbuster kind of deals.
Megamind? Okay, well, I mean...
Wait, what? Oh, okay. Oh my
I said
god.
often. There are exceptions.
He turns face, bro. Come on now.
But yeah, now that you mention it, Avengers is probably Infinity War is probably one of the only movies I can think of where like when you the kind of theater experience where it ends and there's just like dead silence for a while.
Yeah, that's the thing too.
I have to
It's
deal
like,
with this.
Dang, bro.
Yeah, I remember that feeling well too. It's like, fuck, Thanos won, and now I have to wait an entire year for essential part 2 of this.
Yeah.
So, yeah, but it didn't help that at the time you had like the second Spider-Man movie released. I'm like, but Spider-Man's dead. What the fuck?
Yeah.
You know, so it was confusing at the time, but yeah, Infinity War is honestly a movie I could go back to anytime and enjoy a lot of stuff that I've seen like many times. So with my number 3, this one, okay, so David was talking about the first one earlier. I like Ip Man 3 because I do feel like the action is a little bit better. The infamous
Mike Tyson.
Yeah, Mike Tyson randomly being in the movie, which is actually pretty fun to watch.
Kind of hype.
I agree. Ip Man 3 is like really good too. Go ahead.
Yeah, Bruce Lee being introduced in this movie in his prime, and one of the underrated things. This is probably the most emotional Ip Man movie in the series.
Oh, I might need.
And yeah, it pretty much revolves around him and his wife. You know, dealing with like some life-changing events that transpire within the movie, and you know, coming to terms with what happens next. That's the best way that I can kind of say this without spoiling it. But I really enjoy the final fight with the music, the choreography, and yeah, dude, a lot of the action in this movie I go back to watching every time.
I agree. Ip Man 3 like definitely has some good fights. I completely agree. I know exactly what you're talking about. The final fight is just, you know, it's really really great. You know, Ip Man 3 is actually my second favorite film. Ip Man 1 is like still like my favorite, you know, my favorite film. Well, Ip Man film of all of them. But yeah, Ip Man 3 is a pretty good second.
Yeah, I mentioned Bruce Lee because I knew Sandy was watching a Bruce Lee movie right now.
Planned.
Luis, who is Law based off of? I can't tell. I'm being silly right now. Just pretend I didn't say that.
It was based on YouTuber sensation B-Boy Sonic X.
I thought he was based on the Street Fighter character Fei Long.
Oh, that's right. No, he's based on Liu Kang, dummy.
Oh yeah. That was way earlier.
Oh,
That includes
So
him
it's-
not liking rich people. That is canonically from Liu Kang.
he does in fact hate rich people. So, my number 2. Actually, real quick, throw the Dark Knight and honorable mentions for me. I totally forgot to add that.
Oh, sick.
Yeah, TLDR, amazing 4-act structure that doesn't feel too cluttered and has like a lot of tense moments in it. So, my number 2, this one is gonna go to. No, this is absolutely my favorite in the trilogy, and a lot of people would probably agree. Spider-Man 2.
Yeah.
Oh.
Yeah, it is the best one.
Good point.
He's pretty good too.
So
That's a good point.
yeah, I really like this one a lot because although the first movie felt relatively cheesy at the time, this one also felt I mean, it's a superhero movie, but it felt relatively grounded because I like to think of it as the first movie having the popular quote, with great power comes great responsibility. This movie is essentially about living with the responsibility and Peter having this existential crisis on like, is it worth essentially sacrificing what I have going on in my own personal life? And so you get a lot of these things, and of course, Doc Ock being one of the best villains, honestly, the best written villains of all time, and the hero and the villain actually sharing the same kind of like motivations with, like using power for the greater good was extremely interesting because it kind of goes against the whole, like, oh, the antagonist and the protagonist have opposing thoughts and now they have to fight each other. No, they actually share the same thoughts, until, the accident happens, and then, of course, Octavius having to essentially be taken against his will by what, like the tentacles, essentially. But, yeah, man, the second movie stands the test of time, and a lot of people still talk about it today because it really holds up pretty well. So, yeah, that's why that's my number 2.
Yeah,
Oh, go ahead.
I was just gonna say I do agree that Spider-Man 2 is also like a really good film. I would say if it weren't for like the villain in like Spider-Man 1, I personally like the villain in Spider-Man 1 better than Spider-Man 2 because if I explained that, that'd be spoiler territory. But that's like the main reason why I like Spider-Man 1 better. But if it weren't for that, I would probably mark Spider-Man 2 as well.
I'm gonna have to give these a rewatch too. It's been quite a while.
Yeah, honestly, do it, Ronald.
Yeah, it's been a while, but
And,
they are classics. Yeah.
Yeah, I almost forgot to mention the train fight.
Pretty darn good.
It's one of the best fights because the superhero also has to save the day.
Mm-hmm. I do both.
So
that's a legendary scene.
And one of the best characters in the trilogy is the city of New York, because you get to see the consequences or the benefits actually of Spider-Man saving people, and sure enough, they end up saving them right back.
Yeah, good point.
And so for my number 1, this is this is a pretty recent movie compared to the others that I mentioned. I really like this movie more than most people because I've watched this 5 times in the theaters, no bullshit.
Yo.
And I always find something new going on with the fight scenes and the choreography and the music. I adore John Wick 4.
Yeah.
Oh, it's so good.
So, yeah, like this, although this is kind of the quote-unquote end of John Wick's redemption arc, I really adore like the action sequences that happens in the movie. Donnie Yen's character being so goofy and so lackadaisical because he legit does not want to be at the position that he's in. And his action sequences also tickle my bone, with having the subtle moments of like some Ip Man history and him being a blind dude with a cane, hence his name. And honestly, I really like how overly evil that I forgot the dude's name, but basically Bill Skarsgård's character as the main villain of the movie.
Yeah.
Yeah, I remember like sitting next to my dad, and like the last part of the movie where actions have consequences. That's what I can say without spoiling it. My dad was literally stood up and he was clapping hella hard. He hated that character in the movie. But yeah, like one of my favorite shots in general too is the up down inside the mansion. You had this top angle shot where it felt like a video game, and he was shooting around with a goddamn dragon's breath. Like, dude.
I think I know what you, Luis, I know. Oh, I was just gonna add to what you said.
No, go ahead.
I was just gonna say that I believe that I might be wrong, but I believe that they made either a mobile game or a video game based off of John Wick, and that scene was actually resembling that game. That's why they were making the cameras like that.
So, I think the director said that shot in particular was based off of the Hotline Miami games.
Oh, I see. By the way, to answer your question, the villain's name is Marquise.
Yeah, the Marquis, like something.
Yeah, Ramon is his last name. Go ahead.
Wait a minute. That sounds familiar. Sorry, we'll leave it at that. I don't want to get into spoilers.
Yeah, but Bill Skarsgård really kills it, and he does a lot of like good body language in that to make you despise this character. And yeah, like again, the top-down sequence is super good. I enjoy some of the original characters, including Kane, of course, and also Mr. Nobody has a very interesting character, so much so people actually want to stand alone for that character too, with his dog. And yeah, man, that's pretty much all I could say without repeating myself too much. So John Wick 4 is a movie that I can absolutely get back into anytime, and see one of Lance Reddick's last roles, before he ended up passing away.
Yeah, fucking tragic.
I probably
should
watch all four.
That happened.
Yeah. We are in the presence of the motherfucking king.
Yeah, I'll have to watch them at some point. Well, I doubt I want to watch
On that
them,
note, I'm gonna go ahead and head to bed. It's already almost 12.
Yeah, it's almost midnight.
We're getting close to wrapping this up, but thank you for chilling, dude.
Yeah, thanks for the invite, Ronald. This is fun to go through. So
I'm glad to be doing this again with y'all.
We'll catch y'all later.
Have a good one.
See you, Luis.
All right, bye.
All right, toodles.
Good night.
Yeah, I didn't get to convince him to shill more, but let me try and link his Twitch in the chat. Excuse me.
I'm probably gonna have to leave soon. To be honest, I could probably stay for like a few more minutes, but I'm gonna have to dip soon. I've
Alright.
stayed
Good.
with
Yeah, we
You
got-
rest your list, so you can pretty much do as you see fit.
Whatever you want. And there's 1, 2, 3, 4 more to go. But yeah, if you gotta go, you gotta go.
I made a list.
5 more.
Yeah. This is off of what I could think of right now.
Alrighty, then yeah, let's wrap these up. We'll have Riley go through his whole list, and then we'll be done.
All right.
Wait,
Thanks for
it's just
chilling,
me? There's
Sandy.
nobody else?
Well, Tim, go ahead and give your top 4.
Do the rest and then have you blow through yours, I think was what he meant.
Yeah, that's cool.
Alrighty. I'll end. My number 4 is My Cousin Vinny.
That's a good one.
I said it briefly, talking about like parodies and comedians being something I miss.
It's Italian.
You will not find a better like drama about law than a silly movie like this, because it's very good at showing like a pretty accurate court case and the drama that goes with it, while simultaneously being some of the best like performances from Joe Pesci and Marissa Tomei ever. Like they are phenomenal in this movie. There's every scene that I cannot think of a scene in this movie that isn't like fantastic. Like either it has quotable moments, or the delivery is just perfect, or the way the characters interact is just wonderful the whole way through. And then, to not say with spoilers, this is the film that got Marissa Tomei like her first Oscar, like for Best Actress.
Oh, wow.
And her performance in like the final climax of the film is phenomenal. It is some of the best like ever. Watch this film just for that if you can even. Like it is beautiful. This is simultaneously one of the like most interesting films I've watched and one of the funniest. It is by far amazing. There are things from this movie that like to this day me and my family still just say as part of our life.
Wow.
It's great. You will have a great laugh and you will be like, oh, I actually kind of care about all this too. It's great. My number 3 film is The Disappearance of Haruhi Suzumiya.
Oh shit, let's go.
So, take everything that was said about It's a Wonderful Life and also make it the closure of 2 very significant character arcs over 2 very long series. And you have Disappearance. This is my, like, die-hard, I cheat and say this is my favorite Christmas movie, because it technically takes place around Christmas, so it totally counts. But it is a masterpiece of character writing and, again, closing character arcs that have been building over the course of 2 seasons of anime and light novel and multiple light novels. It is a phenomenal, like, tour de force of character writing. And it's all done with KyoAni's fantastic animation, their great lighting, their great attention to detail and how like things move and how people are, little character moments and like attention to like the way they walk, the way they lean, the way they look. Like there's so much character and life breathed into every bit of it. It is a masterpiece, and the only reason it isn't my like higher is because it's only so good if you watch the series too. Because again, it's closing of character arcs. You can't just like hop in this movie and be like, oh yeah, if you just watch the movie as is, you'll probably be like, oh, it's pretty good. If you watch the series and then the movie, it is like life-changing.
Well, dang.
It is a 10 out of 10 film. That is, unfortunately, I can't like shill harder because it's tied to 2 seasons of anime.
Oh god, that second season. That's the real litmus test.
It's also tied to Endless 8, which is something that
Infamous.
I, as an
Infamous for a
outsider,
reason.
think is a wonderful idea, and I respect them for doing it. But man, you ever have a series that just says we want to harm the audience real quick?
What the frick?
Like, I get it for art purposes, and I respect that. It does suck.
Dang.
But yeah, it's
Does anyone
absolutely
here not
beautiful
know what that
film.
is?
I don't.
We all know what that is.
I don't.
Oh, I know. I absolutely know what it is.
Does anyone need to explain what the Endless 8 is?
Nah, we're trying to avoid
No.
what spoilers we can. And
Good
the Endless 8 only really hurts if you go in unknowing. It still hurts even if you know,
It's
but it
painful.
really hurts if you don't.
There's some time shenanigans, that's all I'll say.
Yeah.
Whoever's watching,
Anyway,
you've
the series
been
is
warned.
great. I can recommend it, and then I can doubly recommend it for even just for the sake of getting to the movie. But yeah. My number 2 film is Who Framed Roger Rabbit?
Great one.
It's a good one, yeah.
Who Framed Roger Rabbit is, to me, a masterpiece in a way that can never be recreated. To this day, I have not seen any film ever integrate animation and live action as well as this film does. It's been like almost like what 30 or 40 years since this movie came out, and they still haven't done it. Nowhere as good as this. Like, it's absurd that it's just not been explored to this level or really fully utilized. On top of that, like, again, just the way the film is, some of the best acting on every front. Both in the way the actual live action actors are, they are incredible in every scene, and in the way the animation is integrated, every animated character steals the show just by being there. They're given so much love and attention, and so much effort into really selling you on this world where people and cartoons are together. And that, to me, like, I'm just baffled that no other film has ever nailed it as well as this movie has. And then that's just saying, like, visually, plot-wise, I think it's a very gripping mystery. I think it's a very solid, like, story of, you know, kind of your standard grizzled, I'm grumpy old detective having to solve a case, and all the twists and turns that go with it. And then, again, trying to avoid spoilers, but one of the best villains I think any of these kind of films could have for really selling, like, what kind of evil is behind there. It's an absolute great, like, antagonist to have for what should be, like, a fairly standard detective movie. It's an absolute masterpiece, and it will probably never ever happen again, both because people don't want to be creative with animation, and because it has multiple companies worth of animated IPs in it. And I doubt we'll ever see Mickey Mouse and Bugs Bunny hang out unless Disney buys out Warner Brothers.
Jeez.
Well, I agree that, you know, I do remember I didn't see the whole movie, but I did see parts of it, and a few parts I saw, like, they're really, really good. And so you're right, like, I think that's literally the only time where Disney and, you know, Warner Brothers actually, like, crossed over like that, and it's been, what, how long? It's been so long since that happened, and yeah, I agree, like, hopefully, it's probably wishful thinking, but I hope maybe there can be another crossover film like this, even though it's wishful thinking, but just, you know...
Who knows?
It all just pays service into trying to sell the world of it, of trying to show, like, no, this is just a world where the toons exist too, and it goes the extra level for all of it that I think today's movies wouldn't go because they'd be too worried about money.
Yeah, you know, I think a lot of movies are kind of being, well, I shouldn't say a lot, but some movies are now kind of being replaced by video games. Like, you know, for example, Indiana Jones, that's now being turned into a video game.
Instead, yeah.
Yeah, so I'm thinking with this crossover we've been talking about, as if we're lucky, maybe that'll happen in a video game. You know what I'm saying?
There's something with that. It's possible. But yeah, this is, for the longest time, it was my favorite movie of all time, until the thing that will be replacing it on #1. But yeah, it's absolutely wonderful film. Watch it. And then my #1 film of all time, to me, my absolute favorite, was said earlier in this list by some people, and it's Castle in the Sky. Castle in the Sky, to me, is perfect. I cannot think of a flaw in that movie. I think it is as pure and awesome of an adventure that you could make. Of a world where a guy and a girl go on an adventure. And just, you go from there. The setting is flawless, the characters are flawless, the plot is flawless, the music is phenomenal. It's Ghibli, so you know it's animated great.
Yep.
Like, it's... I struggle to find a flaw in it in any way. I think it's just pure, unadulterated, like, storytelling perfection. In its simplest form. And it is, to me, like, I can watch that movie forever, because it's just, this is great. I love every little bit of that movie. It is my all-time favorite.
Dang.
That's me.
Alrighty.
Did I pass the kino check?
It looks like
yes. So far, only Ronald has failed.
Hey.
Good job.
I was a little worried for a second that you might be like, Mean Girls, get that crap out of here.
Nah, Mean Girls is sick.
Mean Girls is sick. Fishbone, top 4.
Right. I just want to let you know, by the way, Tim, a good list. I just want to let you know that I'm probably going to have to bounce right now, so, you know, thank you for having me participate in this. Appreciate it. And everyone, thank you for listening to
yeah, Ronald, just post my list. I'm gonna have to get up to you because I really gotta get to bed.
It is midnight, yeah.
Yes, it is.
Yeah.
Dang, what did I just cause? I just caused everyone to leave. Dang.
Yeah, man, you saved us all.
No, this is Ronald's doing.
How is this my doing? Y'all the one talking.
quick thing. Is it okay if I drop my YouTube channel? Or...
Huh? Well, I was trying to tell you and Luis to chill.
See,
Drop
you at
it.
least remember to do it.
I just.
Good job.
That's true. I just dropped it. Yeah, today I got. Last night I got 100 subscribers on my YouTube channel, so I appreciate that. But you know, everyone. I upload to everybody else. I upload videos daily on my YouTube channel, so feel free to check that out. It's different kinds of video games and all that. I have like specific days for what genre video game is uploaded. So
This man has infinite
feel
content.
free to check. Huh?
You have infinite content lined up.
And you're right, and I have a lot more contents coming up and all that. I figure if I'm going to be playing those games, all those games I like and truly have a passion for, I might as, if I'm going to do it again, I might as well, put it online.
Makes sense.
Alrighty, I'll watch the VOD. Ron, let me know when you put it up.
Kyle,
Good times,
it's all
guys.
in there.
Alright.
Everyone's kino, except for Ronald. Good night.
Alright, see ya.
He's leaving because it's no longer his birthday in 1 minute. He's not slick.
He's not slick.
I caught on.
Oh, this is weird.
Alright, see ya.
Not anymore.
Laters.
Damn.
Well, I guess he wasn't going to talk about it anymore, but before we do Fishbones, Michael's number 4 was The Matrix. Number 3, Seven Samurai. Number 2.
Congratulations, you have a new Michael.
Oh, howdy.
Howdy's that day?
Oh, lordy. Did you just really sub in for Michael?
Yes.
They just like tag team. They high fived and slapped off, and there you go.
Yeah, we did that double dash shit.
Oh my gosh.
Hi, I'm Daisy.
It is midnight and I'm sleepy, so I'm also going to be heading up.
Alrighty. Good stuff.
Yeah, I'll enjoy the rest of your movie stuffs.
Night, Tim.
Alrighty.
Yeah.
Well, in fact, before we go to anything else, let's go ahead and finish up Fishbones list.
Okay, okay. So, starting with number 4. Until recently, the greatest video game adaptation of all time, in my opinion, Silent Hill.
Silent Hill.
This movie did terribly with the critics. I don't care. I don't like scary movies. I don't like spooky movies. But I found out I really like creepy movies. This film is a perfect adaptation of the game, and in my opinion, and allegedly everyone in the cast was forced to play the game before working on the movie.
Oh, really?
It's pretty cool. Captures the vibe pretty well, and there's a really sick Akira. I'm gonna butcher the name. Akira Yamaoka track at the ending theme that is on my playlist forever.
It's funny because Silent Hill, the movie, is like, so we rag on the Sonic movie for not having great music, but then you have the other side of the spectrum where the Silent Hill movie directly lifts tracks from 1 through 4. It's literally verbatim the songs
Just using
from the game.
it from the games. Wow.
And yeah, I mean it's good music. It is. Like it's funny just to hear it in a big movie like that. It's kind of cool, right?
It really stuck with me. Yeah.
Yeah, they were just like, we're not gonna top this, so might as well use it again. Do you think that they will use some more songs from him in Return to Silent Hill?
Maybe.
Maybe. Yeah. Perhaps.
So we'll go to number 3. That would be Leon the Professional.
Leon the Professional.
If you haven't seen this movie, I don't know if it's Natalie Portman's acting debut, but it's a story about a French assassin, and it's I don't want to use the word parody, but it's like a derivative of like the assassination style of movie. The circumstances that a girl are in cause her to be taken under the wing of an assassin, and it's all the way through. It's a super badass film. It leans a little bit into the strange territory, but forgo that, like ignore that. It's a top-notch action film. Also, there's a scene towards the end of the movie that's just like an insane string of action sequences. Just yeah, it's good. Can't stop recommending it. Number 2, I don't know why this hasn't been mentioned before, unless I'm blind and I haven't seen it on the list, but Iron Giant.
Oh my god.
I haven't. I sat down the other day because Iron Giant gets played so much in my house with my kids, and I realized like I'm never sick of this movie, even though I've seen it so many times.
Understandable. It's another honestly timeless classic.
My favorite, dude, what is his name? The actor who voices Iron Giant.
Who was he voiced by?
Vin Diesel? No.
Vin Diesel, yeah.
Yeah,
My favorite Vin Diesel film. But no, it's super good. I'm terrible with names, but what is his name? The dude with the coffee. Every time.
Dude with the coffee.
Oh yeah.
Dean McCoppin, yeah. The artist who makes the sculptures. One of my favorite characters. Hogarth is badass. The villains are great. Just the dynamic between the Giant and Hogarth is awesome. And just you really get to see the capacity of adults fucking up their general responsibilities towards the end of the movie when they're just like, yeah, fucking nuke him. Sorry, that's a huge spoiler, but
where's the Giant, Mansley? Oh, shit.
Yeah, so hopefully you've seen that movie. If you haven't, please forget the last 30 seconds where I spoiled part of the
Definitely
movie.
should have gave a spoiler warning.
It's 12 o'clock, dude. I'm fucking beyond the point.
It's a good movie.
Yeah. And my number 1 is a movie that took 7 years to make. It was animated by hand, frame by frame. A Red Line 2009.
A red line? What?
Red Line, one word. It's a Madhouse film.
Took 7 years? God dang.
7 years, yeah. Just Red Line, yeah. Rest in peace. But yeah, this movie, it's beautifully animated. It is a treat for the eyes. You don't need any form of substance to appreciate its majesty. Like it's so good. And like you'll be hooked from start to finish. Like just really good racing film and super good action. Just number 1.
Alrighty. I will take your word for it. I'm gonna assume you passed the kino test also.
I hope so.
Maybe? We'll have to ask Michael tomorrow.
Share the sheet for editing on Discord and let people write it up.
Yeah, I'll put a screenshot once everything's done.
Alright. Catch you guys later. I gotta pass out.
Yeah, thanks for making a list.
Right.
See ya.
Alright. Finish up your list, and then we'll get to Riley.
Okay. Hey, I just woke up. Where was my load?
That's how long these go.
What was it? Yu-Gi-Oh! Dark Side of the Dimensions.
Whoa.
That was a very good one. It was just sent off to all the characters from in the
Oh.
manga instead of.
Okay.
Huh?
Sorry, I was making sure which one I know it is. Sorry, go ahead.
It was a good send off to all the characters from the original Yu-Gi-Oh! And the manga, and Shadow Taiga. This was definitely a Shadow Taiga movie and everything. So really good one. Damn, I'm trying to look for the list though. Harry Potter and the Philosopher's Stone.
Oh.
The first one, pretty. I say it's pretty good, closer to the books than the other Harry Potter books. But I do love the first one. Has a special place in my heart, and it's pretty much my start of like how I became a big fan of Harry Potter and stuff. Castle in the Sky, very good one. My first Ghibli movie that I can remember watching, and it was pretty cool.
Yeah, I
And
definitely gotta
then,
rewatch it.
last but not least, before I go ahead and go to bed, what was the name of it? It was Star Wars. Yes.
Which one?
Particularly episode 4 and 1.
Okay.
So I'm kind of cheating with it. They're
First
like
of all,
those
you're supposed
two
to pick
go
one.
into- Well, the first one I can remember correctly is the time when I had the chicken pox. So yeah, I remember being enthralled, having the chicken pox and just being enthralled of watching I remember correctly Obi-Wan and Vader going at it and the lightsaber duel. It was a very old one. So it's how I got to Star Wars and stuff. So, and yeah, that's my list.
Alright, I'm pretty sure you passed the Kino check. I mean, this looks like a good list.
I think I don't know. I'm tired to even know if I passed or not.
No worries, dude.
Alright.
Well, thank you for sharing your list.
You guys have a good night.
Thanks. You too. Later,
Alright,
dude.
good night.
And last but not least, we got Riley.
Dude, I fucked you up, man. You were about to get off, and I fucked this whole thing up.
Well, if you have a list, put it on here.
I do. I have a few honorable mentions, but I'm not even gonna go over them. Fuck that
Sure.
shit. Nah, don't worry about it.
Okay.
They didn't make the list for a reason, and plus, like, this was very like, fucking like, haphazardly put together. I did not think about this like heavily, so this is just what I'm thinking of right now. In my like very I had no idea what the fuck was going on. Anyway, so my number 8 is Mr. Nice Guy. This is a Jackie Chan movie. It was the late 90s. I think it was like 97 or so.
Yeah, 97.
This movie is, well, Jackie Chan has obviously done a lot of movies that are, you know, kind of like silly, like very off the wall type stuff, right? He did like Drunken Master, and to a lesser extent Police Story, depends which police story. But Mr. Nice Guy has always been my favorite. It's one of the more wacky ones. He's like a TV chef, and then he's just like chilling, and then he just gets involved with this like girl's like fucking mafia debt, and it's literally, you know, his fucking meme of I don't want no trouble. It's literally like, this is the I don't want no trouble, the movie. Like, he's just fucking just getting like super involved in the stuff, and the ending, or at least like well, I'm not gonna say what the ending is, but like the last fight scene has a fucking bulldozer. So
that does sound like it gets pretty wild then.
It gets very crazy, and there's this one stunt that he does, because at the end of every Jackie Chan movie, right, he has his not bloopers, but like outtakes, right? the outtakes in this one, there's like a buzzsaw, an active buzzsaw that he's like fighting around, and it's fucking crazy. It's like super. They get like really close to it.
That sounds terrifying. What the frick?
It's crazy. Dude is crazy. But love that movie. Love it. Love it. Love it. My number 7. Number 7 is, well, I think I thought I saw it on this list several times. That would be Terminator 2.
Yep, that's been mentioned quite a bit.
Yeah. Yep. I mean, it makes sense. Terminator 2 is... So, actually, just to say real quick, this list is like a lot of not fucking film bro films. There are lots of film bro films that I do like. This list is not one of those lists. I think maybe 2 of them can be considered film bro, if even that. But anyway, so Terminator 2 is probably one of the best action movies ever made. The first one is also very good. Actually, I sometimes go back and forth on which one I like more, but I do think I like Terminator 2 more. I find it to be more, I like the setting a lot more. Maybe not necessarily relatable because I didn't grow up in the early 90s, but I do like its time and its like implications for like mankind and stuff just become more and more like relevant as time goes on. So this movie, it has a very strong place in pop culture. Obviously, Arnold Schwarzenegger, one of his most iconic roles ever. A lot of quotable lines from this movie and the first one. Some great action set pieces, some really great characters in this. You do need to watch the first one in order to understand this movie, but a lot of iconic shots in this. And the CGI that was used on the T-1000 is fucking incredible. Literally, like, that is just insanely groundbreaking for 1991. Just having that level of CGI at the time, and it still to this day looks good because they had him be made out of like metallic stuff, so that those textures were a lot more convincing back then over time than trying to make something look hyper realistic, and then you get some shit that looks like the Spawn movie or something. It just does not fucking hold up at all. But yeah, Terminator 2, really fucking good movie. Really, really good. It's been mentioned several times for a reason. Number 6. Number 6 is Rounders. This movie's called Rounders. It is it's like a 1995 movie.
98?
Or 98, okay, 98, yeah. So it's a Matt Damon, Edward Norton movie. It's basically about these people who are like really good at poker. And the whole movie itself is, I mean, there are like those like card counting movies and stuff. There was like that movie 21, which fucking sucks in my opinion. This movie is just carried super hard by its characters. Matt Damon and Edward Norton do such a good fucking job in the role. Seriously. I don't give a shit about gambling, and this movie made me want to like spend my savings. Like, I was like, yo, this is sick. Even though it's not, like, they don't glorify it in the movie. It's not a good thing what he does. But, like, the movie is tense, and it was one of those movies where, like, sometimes, like, when I watch something, I sometimes look up, like, the Wikipedia article for it just to see, like, oh, I want to learn more about this. This was one of those movies. Immediately after, I was like, fuck, they cooked on this. It's super good. Very thrilling movie from beginning to end. Love the story on this. Something that I have watched several times and will watch several more. Next on the list, number 5 is Halloween, the original Halloween from 1978. Obviously, Michael Myers, stabby stab, but this movie is a little bit more than just that, of course. Halloween is a movie that is, well, the movie itself is not the first slasher movie to exist, but it was one of the first ones that made this genre into something that wasn't just something that was disposable. Like, unfortunately, a lot of series would copy this, but also a lot of series, including Halloween, would fucking fall into the same traps because of horror franchises, right? This movie, along with Halloween 2, is like a perfect duology of film where the vibe of this movie is just completely unsettling from the get-go. And you have Michael Myers and his theme that plays, and it plays it several times. And this movie is like really has a lot of scenes where like they're just talking in the foreground. They're literally just like their characters having a conversation, and the dude's literally just in the background.
Yeah,
He's just in the back, like you see like his silhouette, like just moving like behind them and stuff, like by the window. They don't comment on it. They don't zoom in. They're not like doesn't play a sound or something. He just fucking walks by, like that's it. So it's a movie that I mean, I think maybe you could say, well, can be a little ham-fisted with the theme that plays sometimes, but given its like significance to the slasher genre, it is that stuff just I'm super okay with it, especially because the theme is super iconic and everything. I saw this one in theaters a couple of years ago, which was a really great experience. But yeah.
Wait, so which Halloween were you referring to?
The first one, 1978. It was the original one. There were two remakes. There was the one from like 06 and then the ones from 2018. I don't give a fuck. Yeah. Just care about the original. And then the second one. The third one was also pretty good, and then it just got really fucking stupid after that, as horror franchises do. Anyway, good movie. Number 4. See, this top 4 is literally all like fucking like brain rot fucking nostalgia like glasses fucking picks, but it's fine because movies are fun, and I don't need to have some like thought-provoking introspective movie as like my number 1 just because it makes me look cool or something. These 4 movies are, well, I mean, they're the favorites that I'm thinking of right now. Okay. So anyway, number 4 is going to be Spider-Man Across the Spider-Verse. This is actually the most recent Spider-Man movie. The second one of the Miles Morales trilogy that they're doing, right? Beyond is in fucking development.
Still haven't
hell.
seen it.
You should see this, especially if you really like the first one. This movie is basically... So, actually, what's funny about this one is I thought this movie... So, when I first saw this, I went back a few times on it. So, when I first saw it, I was like, that movie was fucking incredible. I love that. I literally saw it as soon as I could. Like, I got a day off for work for it, and then I saw it at, like, the earliest possible showing. Kind of what we did for Sonic 3. And what I did for Sonic 2 as well. Just like earliest possible showing, went to go see this because I was really fucking liked Into the Spider-Verse. That was a very good movie to me. Probably one of my honorable mentions, honestly. But Across the Spider-Verse, when I first saw it, loved it. Second time I saw it with my friend at the time. And when I got out of the theater, they didn't really like it as much, and I kind of like caught off on their high a little bit, and I was like, yeah, I think I do prefer Into the first one, right? But then I saw it again, and I actually saw it another time too, but I saw it 2 more times after that, and I saw it with the Blu-ray after that. That was 4 times in theaters. And I ended up falling in love with this movie and what it was going for. I think it's a little bit not as conventional compared to the first one. But this movie, I think if you kind of understand like sort of like Miles' plight and like what he's going through, it just like it hits you really fucking hard. And comic book movies are kind of a weird one. I usually don't rank them super highly, but these movies really are that fucking good. And
dang.
I think the thing that could be a little bit that could be a like, I think over time I'm starting to realize that I do like the first half more than the second, for sure, but those opening scenes where he's talking with his parents, literally some of the best. I think it might be the best, like, in any animated movie I've seen, like in terms of like emotional impact of like what they're saying. Just resonates super hard with me. Obviously, this is all opinionated, right? I mean, just to say what's best and what's not, but for me, Spider-Verse resonated very heavily with me. And the animation, obviously, incredible, fucking godlike animation. And beyond the Spider-Verse, whenever the fuck that comes out, if they nail this last movie, if it somehow is like on par or better than Across, or even if it's like in the same tier as like Into, easily one of the best animated trilogies ever, if not the best. Like I put it up there with like Toy Story, whatever, right? Fucking incredible.
Okay.
So highest regards for that movie. Anyway, my number 3. These 3 movies I need to explain myself on, and I will. Number 3, Fast and Furious Tokyo Drift. Okay, so the reason why I put this movie at my number 3, which is crazy. I mean, look, I was like haphazardly putting this list together. Tokyo Drift is fundamental to my personality. This movie changed me. It changed me, and it changed lots of other people too. This movie exudes an aura that is unlike anything. This is the mid-2000s movie. If you want a movie that just is the epitome of mid-2000s, not the epitome of what movies were like in the mid-2000s, right? The epitome of a movie that exudes that fucking era, Tokyo Drift. Tokyo fucking Drift has swag. It's good, man. Like, it's so much fun to watch. The soundtrack is fucking awesome. The characters are awesome, right? Han is iconic in the movie. And all the other characters too. The fucking main guy is like some like weird ass fucking like dude from like fucking the Midwest or something. He has like a really bad like Midwestern accent. I do not like this movie for the acting, okay? That is not why I like it. I like this movie just because it is so iconic. It is something that a lot of the movies that I have higher on this list are movies that I can just rewatch like ad nauseum, and this is one of those. I can just put this on and have a good time. I don't give a shit what's going on. This is a good time. That's what I value a lot in movies, is just being able to have that escapism. This is escapism. Exudes cool aura, really cool cars in this, really cool driving scenes. It does use a little bit of CGI during them, but this is by far the best in the series. I mean, not even fucking close for me. Well, actually, Fast and Furious 1 is also very good, but for different reasons. Just pure fucking swag. This movie, swag. That's all I gotta say for this. Anyway, number 2 is another one that I'm gonna have to fucking explain. Number 2 is Rush Hour 1. I think I saw someone
really
had
need to explain
this.
it. Yeah, it's been mentioned.
Yeah, a lot
It's
of
a
people are
pretty
like Rush Hour
understandable
2, Rush Hour. I don't know why the fuck somebody said Rush Hour 3. They need to get their fucking head checked. They probably have a concussion. But Rush Hour 1. So this is a similar feeling that I have with Tokyo Drift, where it's one of those movies that is pure escapism. I can put this on whenever I want and have a good time. This is a movie that I have seen probably, I shit you not, probably like 50 times over the course of my life, and I still find it funny. I still find this shit to be fucking hilarious. This is easily the funniest movie I've ever seen in my goddamn life. It is just constant. Every joke for me hits. Chris Tucker's performance is godlike. Jackie Chan in this is godlike. The fight scenes are fun. May not be his best fight scenes ever, but it doesn't really matter because this movie just is so yeah, it's pure nostalgia fucking goggles for me on this one. I mean, seriously. But what's funny is in film class, back in one of my college classes, the prompt for us was to talk about representation in media.
Oh dear.
Representation from like, you know, Asian Americans or African Americans or Hispanic and such. I did my report on Rush Hour. And how Rush Hour is actually the first Hollywood movie that featured two minority races as the lead characters. It was also the first. It wasn't the first movie to have a black and an Asian man paired, but it was the first one of a high budget to do it. This movie was not only did that, but it also was was directly the cause for the creation of the Rotten Tomatoes website. The guy who made Rotten Tomatoes back in like '98, he really fucking liked Jackie Chan, and he saw Rush Hour coming out, and he made the website just for Rush Hour.
Really?
So this movie has very much pop cultural significance. You know what's funny about that report is that I did a video essay. That video essay, the teacher liked so much, she made me send her it in an MP4, like privately, so she could share it with future classes. I cooked on that fucking report, dog. I made a 10-minute video essay on Rush Hour. You can ask me anything about this movie and I could be able to answer it for you.
Dang. That's freaking sick.
Yeah, so I'm probably Rush Hour's biggest fan. I really have to meet both of them, especially before Jackie gets too old to go out and stuff. He's almost 80.
Dang.
Yeah, they're not gonna make a Rush Hour 4, and like I don't know why people keep saying that they are. Like it's the ship has sailed.
What in the world?
Yeah. Anyway, my number one is another movie where I can just put on any time of day and have a good time. This one I have liked since I was a little kid, and that is Back to the Future, first one.
Oh, actually, I'm surprised that hasn't been mentioned more.
Yeah, I don't think anybody. But you know what's good about that is that, yeah, no one has mentioned this because this isn't in the forefront of people's minds, because Back to the Future is a series that Hollywood has surprisingly left alone. We have not seen any reboot of Back to the Future, even though it would be the fucking easiest thing in the world for them to do. Literally. And I think the reason why they can't do a Back to the Future reboot is because all the creators for this movie are still alive, and I don't think they would want Universal to do it. I think once those people die, they're gonna open the fucking floodgates and make one, right? Because that was the same thing that happened with SpongeBob, right? When Steven Hillenburg passed, they just like went crazy with the spinoffs, even though he was like vehemently against it. Probably the same thing is gonna happen in Back to the Future, but currently like Steven Spielberg and Robert Zemeckis, they're still alive, so they can't. If they're like, nah, you can't fucking do that, then Universal is like, I mean, what are they gonna tell Steven Spielberg? No, we are doing it. Yeah, that guy has too much fucking pull. He would literally, he would blackball the studio. They would not blackball him. He would blackball the studio. But Back to the Future is, again, perfect movie, amazing soundtrack, great acting, iconic movie. I don't need to fucking explain Back to the Future to you. You've probably already seen it. Amazing movie.
Iconic.
Front to back. Like this is a feel-good movie. No, it's not the most film bro movie. Yes, it's a kind of a blockbuster, right? It's a big movie, yada yada yada. I don't give a fuck. This movie is iconic. My dad showed me this movie when I was a kid, and we both really like it. It's iconic, and unfortunately, so a lot of these movies I try to see in theaters if possible. Some of them, like, no chance. Like Rounders is like never gonna be re-released, right? But Back to the Future did get re-released at the Del Mar Theater back in Santa Cruz. I did see it at one of their like midnight showings, but I have never seen 2 or 3 in theaters, and I would love to do that one day. Same with Rush Hour. If Rush Hour got re-released in theaters, I don't give a fuck. I don't care if it's in like fucking Milwaukee. I'm gonna fly out there, dog. I need to go see that shit in a theater seat. Like,
see it.
I would see that too. It is one that movie's good as fuck. But yeah, Back to the Future, that is my favorite movie ever. It has been my favorite movie ever for a very long time. Doubt it'll change. I have seen a lot of good shit recently, but nothing that would ever take these spots, because I as we've seen with my fucking Sonic list, I'm like bathed in nostalgia. Like I'm like, oh yeah, my top 3 Sonic games are locked in for life. I'm a fucking asshole. Yeah, there's no way. Like my top 3 movies are basically locked in. Like you can't touch these. Like you gotta fight for 4. And and below. That's basically it. So, that is my list. I'm sorry to keep you up longer, but I tried to make it quick.
No worries, dude. I'm glad you gave a list real quick.
Yeah. I saw this and then I had to put in my 2 cents.
Yeah, we got ourselves some complete interesting lists here. Humberto, did you have a list or no? Otherwise, I'm gonna wrap things up here.
Why? Wait, hold on. Can I see your list?
Yeah, mine's on the left.
Hold on.
I posted my list in chat earlier.
Oh.
I wasn't kidding when I said I have only seen probably those 8 movies in my whole life.
Wait, in Twitch or?
Yeah.
Wait, where?
Go way back. Fucking Balls of Fury, Sonic 1, 2, 3, the Barbie
Okay, there we
movie,
go,
Oppenheimer, Godzilla -1, and fucking Howl's Moving Castle.
Okay, let me try to. Hang on a sec.
Somehow that's not as bad as Ronald's. Okay, look. Dude, I just have to. I don't even give a shit about like Deadpool and like Sonic 3 and stuff, but Uncharted.
Yeah, it was a decent adaptation. It was an enjoyable movie.
He didn't even have the fucking mustache until the end.
That's because it's
Wait.
basically a prequel.
Who gives a
Uncharted,
fuck?
like, is he playing the games or is he watching the movie game?
He's watching the movie that was based off of
the movie,
like,
loosely based. Well, I mean, like
very
semi-based off the
loosely.
games.
It's like a hodgepodge of like 3 and 4 stories, right?
And I'm realizing how much people miss the point that it's like a prequel, basically.
So it was
I
fucking
missed the
Golden.
point. What the fuck you missed the point? I'm not missing the point. It's just it was like lame. It was like a really
alrighty.
bare bones
So did
adaptation.
it take place before 1 or before Golden Abyss?
So it was
Good
like
question, I don't know.
it was like 3, right? 3 has the beginning where it's like
Yeah.
young Drake, so it has that part, and then later on in the movie it has set pieces from 3, like the plane scene, and then it has the set piece from 4 with the giant ship.
Also, hold on. Is this supposed to be Barbie and Oppenheimer, or what are you doing?
No, it's both of them, like double feature back to back.
I'm
Yeah, I
typing
saw
open.
them back to back, fucking blitzed.
Oh my god.
You had to be there, Ronald.
You had to be
Clearly.
there.
I'm gonna explain Barbenheimer to my grandkids.
Anyways, that's been branded as my slop pick. I don't really care. Cry about it.
I'm crying.
It was not really that bad of a video game movie.
It's the cat. Let's go.
Not that bad. Gets 7th place on your list.
Well, because again, my list was, again, I'm not a movie watcher, so I genuinely couldn't remember movies that I've seen. So I just tried to think of just movies I've seen, like, recently-ish that, like, were enjoyable movies. And only, like, half of these have, like, semi-decent reasoning, honestly.
Or be a contrarian. Go and search independent Oscar film winner list, and then just put all of those movies. Be like, hey, look at my list, guys.
If I wanted to be a film bro, I definitely could remake this list, especially with all the nostalgia / kino reminders that everyone gave.
Ocean's 12? Okay, that's actually fucking crazy. Ocean's that's literally like the worst one. Like by far. I'm gonna fucking dude, let's not even here anymore. I'm mad at him.
Oh my gosh.
I think Howl's Moving Castle was the only movie I've seen that wasn't in the theater.
You know, I'm gonna leave
Saw it on
Barbenheimer typed like
VHS.
this.
Or VCD.
Alrighty.
No, so when I was living in Lemoore, I had a roommate who would play that shit on repeat, like, a couple of times a day.
Oh.
For, like, the 7 or 8 months that I was living with her.
It's ADHD.
Yeah, it was very much background noise, and, like, I got so fucking sick of it, and I'm like, okay, this is, like, the first Ghibli movie I've ever seen. I do not want to watch another one, just because it reminds me of that.
Oh. Also,
Therefore, it is
frick.
on your top list because it is just a movie that you've seen.
Yes, like if you top 8 movies because it's the any other movie. If I watch another movie at some point, like that's the first movie to fucking get off my list.
Okay.
Am I the only person that didn't have an anime movie on their list?
I guess. Besides me.
Oh yeah. Oh yeah.
Look, the second I watch The Godfather, that's gonna be. I'm sure it's gonna be a fucking top 3 for me.
Yeah, actually, that's another movie I'm surprised wasn't mentioned at all.
I'm not.
But that also involves me sitting down for like 2.5 hours or whatever the fuck else to actually like watch a movie.
It's longer than that.
Yeah, and I don't think anyone's ever gotten me to sit down for longer than 2.5 hours.
Yeah,
Doing
I only
one
do that
Sonic
in
Shuffle.
social situations.
That was like an hour and a half.
Oh, lordy. Well, if you're watching on YouTube, thanks for sticking around. Almost 5 hours of mostly kino discussion, I guess you could say.
Mostly kino. Said up to 12.
If you're watching on YouTube, go ahead and comment your thoughts, I guess. If you're watching on Twitch, thank you for watching.
Oh, yo, Riley. S2K passed Smog today. Let's go.
Nice.
Fucking good.
Oh, wait, if you're watching on YouTube, also check out everyone's links to social media, check out their channels and stuff. If you needed context for the Sonic movie, go listen to our 6 hours or something of yapping about that. And yeah, I'll catch y'all next time.